Chapter 1, Birth and Banquet. 3 black dragon eggs, each half a man's height, stood on the ground. Suddenly, one of the eggs made a cracking sound. The eggshell burst open. A black dragonling the size of a Malinois dog struggled out. The dragonling was sticky all over, with a pair of small wings hanging limp against its back, and a disproportionately large dragon head that looked somewhat silly. When Li Kunba opened his eyes, what he saw was a scrawny, black-scaled giant beast, with grey dragon horns curving forward, scales tied against its dragon face's bones, a body full of thick bones, and bone spikes protruding from the surface, exuding a dominant yet hideous aura. In a daze, he looked blankly at his current body, a newborn hatchling covered in transparent mucus. Adi Targaryen Diabolos Atoxi Mephisto. Sigmund, Li Kunba instinctively uttered this name. True name of the dragon. After speaking this long string of names, Li Kunba understood deeply. He had been reincarnated as a black dragon. A black dragon among the 5-colored evil dragon of a certain world in the multiverse. So, Li Kunba looked at the black giant beast looming over him. This must be his black dragon mother. For a moment, Li Kunba was filled with a myriad of emotions, feeling complex. But recalling all the suffering from his human life, Li Kunba silently accepted his current identity. A giant dragon at the top of the predator hierarchy, with a long lifespan, wielding unparalleled power and magic. Isn't it better than being a common person? Li Kunba realized. From now on, it would be called Udi. Udi Sigmund. As for the past name Li Kunba, let it remain locked in the memory. Liana looked down at her newly born silly child, the icy gaze in her vertical dark yellow dragon eyes slightly softened upon hearing the dragon's true name being called. A huge shark-like carcass emerged from the water pool, floating gradually before landing heavily in front of Udi, kicking up a cloud of dust. Udi was utterly stunned by the sight, pondering over what power this was. Magic? The newly hatched Udi had yet to truly access the vast treasure of knowledge from the dragon's legacy. Udi lowered its head, noting the shark-like carcass covered in mud and faintly exuding a rotten scent. It seemed extremely disgusting, but the black dragon's instincts made Udi feel it was a delectable meal. The conflict between previous knowledge and current bodily instincts made Udi hesitate for a moment, unsure whether to approach for a meal. But the black dragon maiden cared not for Udi's thoughts and turned her massive body towards the depths of the cave to the dragon nest, finally curling up in the nest full of treasures, comfortably closing her dragon eyes to sleep. Watching his black dragon mother leave, Udi pondered for a while before deciding to first eat his own eggshell, as he felt some resistance to the repulsive food. And for newly hatched dragonlings, their true first meal is often their own eggshell. The eggshell of the giant dragon is rich in trace elements, providing the newly hatched dragonling with hardened scales swiftly and preliminary combat capability upon consumption. Crack, crack. After only a few bites of the eggshell, Udi froze. In front of its eyes, a few lines of small text started to appear slowly. Udi, Biological Level 1, Professional Level None. Body Length 2.4 m. Life Force, 2.5. Current Banquet Level, 0. Feast First Layer Progress, 5%. What is this? After a moment of daze, Udi carefully perceived the purpose of this talent and suddenly felt immense joy. Feast, capable of converting devoured matter into growth energy for the body, thereby enhancing physical strength and size. Most importantly, the stack count for the feast talent is limitless. Udi grinned, revealing somewhat immature dragon teeth, looking down at the eggshell not yet finished. I'll just eat, eat, eat. The cracking sounds of Udi eating echoed, accompanied by the steady rise in the first layer progress of the banquet. 5%, 8%, 15%. After finishing all the eggshell, the first layer banquet progress reached 23%. Udi's gaze shifted to the giant rotting shark not far away. Knowledge gained from the dragon's legacy revealed this was a favorite food of black dragons, the swamp demon shark. Adult swamp demon sharks can reach level 5 in biological level, and grow up to 7 meters, qualifying as an intermediate demon. Demons of this level typically mean only black dragons in the juvenile dragon stage possess the ability to hunt them, a challenge far beyond the current hatchling Udi. The scent of meat coming from the swamp demon shark in front of it made Udi unable to resist the body's hunger anymore. All thoughts of repulsion vanished as it directly opened its dragon mouth, revealing short, sharp teeth, and bit fiercely into the rotting wound of the swamp demon shark. Splash! Delicious! Satisfying! Decayed flesh and blood mixed with somewhat fresh internal organs to form a unique delicacy. No wonder black dragons favor this seemingly disgusting food. Such a thought flashed across Udi's mind, followed by all thoughts turning into eating and eating. Once the banquet begins, the insatiable hunger emanating from Udi's body and soul gradually overwhelms its sanity. Only when the banquet concludes does rationality return. In the dark, damp, vast nest, the terrifying sound of Udi tearing and devouring reverberated. As Udi regained rationality, more than half of the 7-meter-long swamp demon shark's flesh had vanished, and its stark white fish bones revealed Udi's terrifying consumption. Dragonlings may have large appetites, but it depends on the type of food. The energy contained in the flesh of intermediate demon like the swamp demon shark far exceeds that of ordinary animal meat, so Udi consuming more than half of a swamp demon shark's weight is already frightening for a newly hatched dragonling. But at this moment, Udi's thoughts were not on this. When the banquet progress reached 100%, Udi's consciousness entered a void-like world. In this seemingly boundless void world, Udi could clearly perceive its body growing stronger, with reflexes, thinking ability, magic resistance, physical resistance, volume density, speed, power, endurance, vision, organ functions, adaptive resistance, biological magnetism intensity, bone density, muscle fibers, skin thickness, keratin layer, memory, soul, and other attributes slowly yet steadily advancing toward the form of a perfect organism. Chapter 2, Dragon Brother and Long May. It looked at its current form. Its original length of 2.4 meters had now grown to 2.9 meters. An increase of half a meter. The previously somewhat immature scales and short wings now appeared jet black and smooth, and significantly thicker, evidently enhancing its defense considerably. The wingspan had also become even larger, with the bony membrane wings wider and thicker. My body has become much stronger. Udi thought joyfully. It looked at its current panel. Udi, Biological Level 1 Level 2, Professional Level N/A. Length 2.4 m 2.9 m. Life Force, 2.5 3.5. Current Banquet Level, Level 1. Banquet Cooldown Time, 30 days. Firstly, Life Force had increased from 2.5 to 3.5. Life Force represents the comprehensive strength and energy level of a life form. The higher the life force, the stronger the power. For many creatures with weak bloodlines, such as humans, increasing their life force would not only enhance their strength but also potentially extend their lifespan. However, for Udi, born a giant dragon, this life force increase could only bring about a boost in strength, without extending its lifespan limit. This is because the blood of dragons inherently possesses immense potential. For humans, increasing life force by a small amount might be breaking through their bloodline's limitations, but for dragons, especially those at the dragonling stage, even an increase of tenfold in life force would still be far from their bloodline's upper limit. In other words, when my life force reaches the limit of my black dragon bloodline, and then I stack the banquet levels, could it further extend my lifespan to some extent? Udi was somewhat excited. Originally, dragons live for a very long time. Even the white dragon, which ranks at the bottom of the 5-colored evil dragon, lives for around 2,000 years. If they step into the legendary tier, their lifespan will be greatly extended. And what about humans? Even among the strong, most professions reaching the legendary tier can only get a lifespan of 700 to 800 years. Only mages and some powerful special professions can exceed 1,000 years or more after reaching the legendary tier. But compared to the newly born dragonlings, the essence is still somewhat lacking. This is the essential difference of bloodline. Besides life force, Dudi also noticed that its biological level has increased from level 1 to level 2. The dragon's legacy provides detailed interpretations of biological levels. Biological level refers to the innate power level of extraordinary creatures. Biological level increases as they grow. For Dudi, even without the talent of the banquet, as a black dragon, its biological level will continuously increase over time, rising from level 1 at birth to level 19. As for level 20, this belongs to the domain of legendary. Legendary, even for top-level magical creatures like dragons, is a challenging threshold that only the exceptional can cross. Yet, even among the 5-colored evil dragons, the likelihood and difficulty for red dragons and white dragons to reach the legendary differ significantly. The former, with just a little effort, has a considerable chance of reaching legendary in the elder dragon stage, whereas the latter, even in the peak of old age, has a very low probability of breaking into legendary. Dudi sorted through its chaotic thoughts and directed its gaze to the last line of the panel. Banquet cooldown time, 30 days. There's still a cooldown period. Dudi was a bit displeased. However, the displeasure quickly faded. After all, a month's cooldown might seem a bit long for humans, but for dragons, it's just a blink of an eye. Stacking one layer of banquet a month, that's 12 layers a year. This will be more than enough to distance myself from other dragons. Dudi thought to itself. After contemplating a lot, Dudi became somewhat bored. It looked around, then casually found a corner not far from the mire to lie down, with its head connected to its short thick tail, forming a black disc, and fell into a deep sleep. Dragonlings are naturally fond of sleeping. Through sleep, their bodies can grow faster. 5 days quickly passed. Just awakened from slumber, Dudi was leisurely eating the half-remaining swamp demon shark. After 5 days in the dark, damp cave, the swamp demon shark had decayed more thoroughly. Similarly, it tasted even better. Dudi felt psychologically averse, but physically it was thoroughly enjoying it, feeling both discomfort and delight. Hey! Dudi heard a noise coming from nearby, turning to look in the direction of the sound. So, it was those 2 dragon eggs that had yet to hatch. Dudi realized suddenly. Judging by the timing, it's about right. Typically, dragon eggs laid by a dragon maiden hatch around the same time, usually not more than 10 days apart. Dudi had spent 1 day evolving through the banquet, slept for 5 days, today was its 7th day since birth. Under Dudi's curious gaze, the 2 black dragon eggs cracked in succession, and a large, naive black head emerged from each. Heloise! Sigmund! Murmured the freshly hatched little female dragon in a tender draconic language. Brooke! Sigmund! This one's a young male dragon. After shouting, the newly born dragon sister and dragon brother bulged their clear eyes and dorkily searched for their dragon maiden. Where's our dragon maiden? Dragon sister and dragon brother's gazes fixated on Dudi. Where's mother? Heloise asked bluntly. Dudi raised an eyebrow. Dragons have eyebrow ridges, formed by the eye bones, feeling slightly displeased. The newly born little sister had quite a sharp tone. Dudi turned around, showing them its rear, and continued eating the delicious swamp demon shark on the ground. The munching sound was loud, enticing to dragons. A noticeably slower reacting dragon brother, Brooke, hurriedly followed, breaking free from the egg to chase after Heloise. As he dashed, he shouted, "Wait for me, there's a share for me too." The 2 young dragons, just over 2 meters long, charged in front of Dudi. Dudi slowly raised its head. First, it swept dragon sister Heloise with its tail, then punched dragon brother Brooke, making him roll back 2 circles. The swamp demon shark is guarded by me, D. Currently available information. Asterisk swamp demon shark. Asterisk adult biological level reaches level 5, generally 6.58 m in length. Abilities they can awaken include, metal saw teeth, common individuals, flowing swamp manipulation, excellent individuals. They prefer to live in regions such as fresh water, swamps, possess a murderous nature, and even after satiation, they may indulge in the massacre of weaker creatures for fun, a solitary and powerful demon. Chapter 3, The Eldest Brother's Authority. D swallowed the flesh and blood in his mouth, and his body slowly stood upright. His 2 claws crossed in front of his chest, then stretched out a dragon finger from his left claw, and with a contemptuous dragon face, he beckoned at the dragon brother and dragon sister. Although Heloise and Brooke didn't understand what this gesture was called, the heavy mockery in it was fully grasped by the 2 young dragons. Their blood immediately rushed to their heads, and they howled as they charged towards Udi. Yet in Udi's eyes, the charging speed of the 2 young dragons, comparable to a cheetah, seemed very slow. With a slight step to the left, he avoided Heloise's collision, and with a swift crack of his dragon tail on her dragon head, Heloise rolled several times into the mud. At the moment Udi used his dragon tail to send Heloise flying into the mud, a heavy left hook dragon fist sent Brooke, who was attempting a headbutt attack, flying half a meter into the air, and then crashing back to the ground, twitching a couple of times. With this level of strength, you dare to challenge your big brother? Udi looked at Heloise floating in the mud, pretending to be unconscious with her head buried in the muddy water, and at Brooke on the ground, feigning deafness with his belly exposed and eyes rolled back. He sneered coldly on the surface but was quite pleased inside. If there hadn't been a banquet, and he was only born 5 days earlier, he certainly wouldn't have been a match for the 2 young dragons combined. But there are no ifs. He, in fact, was overpowered. A few minutes later, with swollen faces, the young dragons Heloise and Brooke raised their dragon behinds, and then, using both claws, lifted up their largest piece of eggshell, shouting with humiliation in their mouths. "Big brother, please enjoy our eggshells. ×2. Udi, satisfied, looked at his now obedient dragon brother and dragon sister, then took the 2 pieces of eggshell and leisurely chewed them up. Heloise's tastes like tomato chips, not bad. Brooks's chocolate chips, peculiar. Udi evaluated after tasting the apology eggshells from his dragon brother and dragon sister. Not quite as good as his own eggshell. "Big brother, can we start eating now?" Brooke cautiously looked at Udi, who was enjoying himself, greedily eyeing his own eggshell nearby, with his stomach growling. Beside him, Heloise didn't speak, but her face was also filled with hope as she looked at Udi. Since their birth until they were beaten up by Udi, they hadn't consumed a single morsel of food and were already out of strength. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have easily yielded and offered their largest piece of eggshell to this despicable guy. This was a top-level humiliation. "Go ahead and eat." Udi waved his hand carelessly and leisurely returned to the mud pool where he first slept. Having eaten his fill and finished his post-meal exercise, it was time to sleep. After Udi closed his eyes and fell into sleep, Heloise and Brooke exchanged a look, their once humble gaze turning ferocious. Then, the 2 young dragons started fiercely eating their own eggshells. "Damn big brother, after I'm done eating, I'll definitely trample you underfoot and torment you." Heloise, this little female dragon, held a grudge, attributing her inability to beat Udi to not having eaten her eggshell. For newly hatched dragonlings, the dragon eggshell can provide a small-scale metamorphosis, significantly increasing the hardness of their dragon scales. "Big brother is strong. After I finish eating the eggshells and consuming the swamp demon shark to develop my body, I'll challenge again and prove I am the strongest." This was Brooke's thought. He quickly ate his eggshell while greedily eyeing the remnants of the swamp demon shark in the distance. The swamp demon shark, partly consumed by Udi during his first banquet and again after waking from a nap, was over 7 meters long and weighed nearly 4 tons. Its remaining flesh still weighed over half a ton. More than enough for a newly born dragonling to eat. Of course, if it's furred too. Brooke secretly glanced at his sister Heloise, who was eating with her head down, observed her size, and instantly regained the courage he'd lost from Big Brother Udi. Can't beat Big Brother Udi, but can't beat you? While swallowing her eggshell, Heloise keenly sensed the malicious gaze of her brother Brooke and immediately bared her teeth at him. Mere Brooke, can't beat that bastard Udi, but can't beat you? The two young dragonlings began competing. After quickly finishing their eggshells, they simultaneously charged toward the remnants of the swamp demon shark, taking bites out of each other, nudging and pushing each other. Udi, awakened by the commotion they made, opened his dragon eyes and looked at his silly dragon brother and sister, roaring with some dissatisfaction. The two young dragonlings, who were fighting over food, instantly froze. If you keep making a racket, neither of you eats anything. Udi coldly snorted. Heloise and Brooke exchanged glances, reluctantly stopping their fight, and began eating quietly. Although Heloise had just thought about punishing that bastard Udi after finishing the eggshells, at Udi's single cold snort, the pain he had inflicted earlier resurfaced and made her timid. Next time. Heloise swore fiercely to herself. As for Brooke, he was well aware of the gap in strength between him and Big Brother Udi, so he didn't plan to challenge Udi without adequate power. Seeing that his dragon brother and sister were no longer noisy, Udi finally closed his eyes in satisfaction, coiled himself up, and fell into a deep sleep. After all, as a dragonling, there wasn't much to do. Better to sleep. Sleeping helps the body grow faster and stronger. In the core of the dragon nest deep within the cave, the black dragon maiden, nesting on her treasure, witnessed this farce before slowly closing her eyes to fall asleep. Although it was surprising that all three of her eggs hatched into true dragons, at this moment, the black dragon maiden only wanted to sleep. What are children compared to sleep? If it wasn't for the need to immediately discard a dragon beast at birth, she wouldn't even bother to move. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days went by. Since Udi's birth, 27 days had passed, and less than 3 days remained until the next banquet was due to begin. Nestled beneath the rotten swamp, 100 meters deep, within the underground dragon nest, the second dragon war erupted. Brooke, whose body had grown somewhat compared to half a month ago, charged at Udi with a low growl. Udi, I am the strongest. Udi, now 3 meters long, grinned, revealing cold dragon teeth, mocking with a cold smile. Brooke, let me teach you once again, the dignity of a big brother should never be challenged. Behind Udi, Heloise lurked with ill intentions, trying to strike when Udi revealed a flaw during Brooke's attack. In order to gain more ownership of food, to raise their status within the dragon nest, the two young dragonlings, after a discussion, fighting, finally decided in agreement they would both directly challenge Udi together. Chapter 4, The Second Banquet. The long tail behind whipped fiercely across Heloise's dragon cheek. Heloise charged at them. Heloise fell and couldn't get up. Brooke's eyes flashed slyly while Udi pinned his head down with a dragon claw, suddenly wrapping his tail around one of Udi's dragon legs, then, amid his unconcealed victorious expression, gave it a fierce yank. Udi's body moved slightly from the pull, then stopped. Slowly lowering his head to see the incredulous expression in dragon brother Brooke's eyes, Udi grinned and fiercely slammed a head against his skull. Dragon brother Brooke was knocked dizzy to the ground. Too weak in strength. Too slow in speed. Like your guys, I could fight 10. Udi mockingly said to the dragon brother and Long Mei lying on the ground. Of course, 10 is a bit exaggerated, 5 might actually be possible. Udi squinted at dragon brother and Long Mei as they grew from newly born bodies of only 2.4 meters to nearly 2.6 meters in length now, secretly marveling. No wonder they are giant dragons. The strength and size grow so quickly. Just one banquet doesn't quite open the gap. In this battle, Udi basically used all his strength, and as time goes by, if they grow normally, the gap between Udi and the two dragon brother-in-law will become smaller and smaller. What a pity! The second banquet is about to begin. A trace of anticipation and desire lay in the depths of Udi's eyes. There's still 3 days left, then the banquet cooldown will be over. Opening the banquet requires consuming a large amount of food, I must prepare in advance. Udi pondered. He glanced at the place where the black dragon maiden was sleeping deep in the dragon nest, feeling somewhat depressed. Since the birth of Udi and his 2 siblings, the black dragon maiden has only provided food twice. The first time was a level 5 demon swamp demon shark, and the second time was just a beast, named Muscle Barbarian Bull. Beasts, demons, ferocious types. These are the 3 most common types of creatures. Among them, beasts are the weakest in strength, and also have the lowest nutritional value. A muscle barbarian bull weighing over 3 tons doesn't have the nutrition of a few hundred pounds of level 5 demon swamp demon shark blood and flesh. The 3 small dragonlings in dire need of nutritional growth swallowed the whole muscle barbarian bull, skin and bones, within 1 day. And until now, it has been 10 days since they ate the muscle barbarian bull. When will the black dragon maiden hunt next? Udi worriedly thought. Udi not only worries about the hunting time of the black dragon maiden but also the quality of the hunted prey. If it's still a beast like the muscle barbarian bull, then Udi doubts that even if he monopolizes the whole thing, it might not be enough to complete the progress of the second banquet. After all, during the first banquet, Udi consumed more than half of the swamp demon shark's flesh and his eggshell to complete it. And each time, the requirement for the banquet is getting more as Udi's strength increases. No, waiting like this is not a solution. Udi began to rack his brains. Even thinking optimistically, in a few days, the black dragon maiden brings back prey not inferior to the swamp demon shark. It might still be tricky to share some blood and flesh with Heloise and Brooke and complete the second banquet unless Udi monopolizes it. Although there is no so-called familial affection between evil dragons, nor does the black dragon maiden care about them competing for the right to hunt the prey. But this is optimistic thinking. The premise is still that the black dragon maiden can bring back high-quality prey. If she can't, must I attempt hunting now? Udi was a bit conflicted. The outside world is indeed quite dangerous for a dragonling. If possible, Udi would want to wait until the biological level reaches level 3 before going out to attempt hunting. The biological level from 0 to level 4 falls within the low-level demon range. But a level 3 black dragonling will obviously be stronger than an ordinary level 3 demon. Furthermore, after a banquet enhancing his body, Udi will be even stronger than ordinary dragonlings of the same tier. Near the black dragon maiden's dragon nest, powerful creatures are either hunted by the black dragon maiden or taken as followers. Usually, you don't see wild middle-level demons or stronger creatures. Hence, in Udi's plan, when his biological level increases to level 3, he will have the qualification to hunt safely near the dragon nest. Sigh, better wait a bit longer. Udi lay down next to the muddy pool again, looking bored. If it doesn't work, just postpone the second banquet for a while. After all, he can control the opening and closing of the banquet and won't be consumed by the endless hunger losing his reason. Of course, Udi actually has a last resort not to go out hunting to avoid the risk of hunting and without considering the black dragon maiden's face to complete the second banquet. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. With Udi's watchful eye, the cooldown of the second banquet reset to 0. The banquet can begin. Udi glanced around the vast nest, looking at the circularly curled up sleeping Longmei Heloise, at the upside-down sleeping dragon brother Brooke, and at the black dragon maiden still lying on the treasure sleeping soundly in the depths of the nest. It seems I still have to rely on myself. Udi shook his head, feeling the hungry belly, finally making up his mind. He carefully got up, then made his way outside the nest. Found a secluded corner not easily discovered. Staring at the damp black soil, Udi took a deep breath and silently muttered commencement of the banquet in his heart. Raging hunger spread into every cell of Udi's body. Udi fiercely bit into the ground, swallowing a large chunk of black soil into his stomach. That's right, Udi's last resort was eating dirt. He ate for a solid 2 hours. Udi had no idea how many tons of black soil he'd swallowed, just eating was all that mattered. All the black soil consumed by Udi transformed into special energy under the effects of the banquet in a very short time, which is why Udi could consume such a huge amount of black soil without bursting. 80%, 85%, 96%, 99%, 100%. When the banquet's progress reached 100%, Udi's rationality finally returned. Still within that seemingly boundless, void-like world, Udi watched himself grow stronger as if he were a spectator. Cells dividing more, their strength increasing, muscles becoming more numerous and resilient, most importantly, the scales became much thicker. After a day, Udi woke up. The first time upon awakening, Udi felt the current condition of his body. Udi, biological level 2 level 3, professional level none. Body length 3.03 m 3.25 m. Life force, 3.64.1. Current banquet level, 2 layers. Banquet cooldown time, 30 days. The inherent talent of a giant dragon allows Udi to clearly perceive subtle changes in his body, although the panel is more explicit. Body length increased by 22 centimeters, life force increased by 0.5. Udi muttered to himself, somewhat surprised and also a bit disappointed. The enhancement effect from the banquet diminished. Why is this? Could it be because this time's banquet food was dirt? Currently available information. Asterisk the corresponding strength of a professional for the biological level. Level 0 Level 4, Basic Level Professional. Level 5 Level 9, Mid-Level Professional. Level 10 Level 14, High Level Professional. Level 15 Level 19, Master Level Professional. Level 20 Level 24, Legendary. Chapter 5, The Decision. Moreover, the type of food might affect the aspect of improvement. Rubbing his sharp dragon's claw against the black scales on his body, the solid, hard feedback gave Udi a strong sense of security. Compared to the enhancement effect of the first banquet, this time the improvement mainly focused on the scales. Udi could feel that his scale defense had increased by at least 30%. Stretching his robust and powerful dragon body recklessly, feeling the abundant power flowing freely within, Udi smiled with satisfaction. No matter what, this banquet had elevated his biological level to level 3, and the enhancement in strength was indeed significant. Leisurely turning around, he walked deeper into the nest. After walking over 100 meters, Udi returned to the depths of the nest. He looked at Heloise and Brooke, who were still sleeping like pigs near the swamp, glanced at their small statures, compared them to himself, and immediately felt a sense of superiority. Oh, my foolish dragon brother-in-law May, your big brother has grown stronger again. Udi shifted his gaze from his dragon brother-in-law May and looked towards the deeper part, the dragon nest core. There, the black dragon maiden was sleeping on the treasure. The intense long way unconsciously spread from her body. Whenever Udi thought of challenging this long way, he felt an overwhelming pressure that suffocated him. The black dragon maiden is very terrifying. But then, the black dragon maiden is an adult black dragon. Dragonling, juvenile dragon, young dragon, adolescent dragon, youth dragon, adult dragon. There's a full 5 growth stages between a dragonling and an adult dragon. Although the black dragon ranks 4th among the 5-colored evil dragons, an adult black dragon is powerful enough to wreak havoc and dominate in a weak human duchy. If one knows how to properly nurture an army of followers, they could even directly overthrow a weak human duchy and establish their supremacy in the dragon kingdom. Taking a deep look at the vaguely visible huge black giant dragon in the dragon nest core, Udi silently returned to the swamp, curled up head to tail, and fell into a deep sleep. 9 days later, the black dragon maiden finally woke, moved her massive body out of the dragon nest. Outside, she walked through the passage, then leaped into the swamp. Her huge silhouette swiftly swam, disappearing in an instant. The dragon nest established by the Black Dragon Maiden is located beneath the vast rotting swamp in the dark forest, more than 100 meters deep. The front structure of the dragon nest includes twisted, wide passages that can accommodate the Black Dragon Maiden's entry, with stagnant swamp water filling the front sections of the passage, diminishing further inside, leading to a moist underground cave due to the passage curve preventing further influx. In the middle section, where the three little dragons reside near a swamp, there's a cave space over 1,000 square meters, and the cave is 7 meters high. Further in is the dragon nest core where the Black Dragon Maiden has stashed her treasure, with the core being over 10,000 square meters in size and the space reaching more than 10 meters high. The awakening of the Black Dragon Maiden had long startled the sleeping three little dragons. "Mother finally intends to hunt," Brooke said joyfully. "I hope Mother brings back a demon. A swamp demon shark would be perfect," Heloise said excitedly with wide eyes. Dee remained silent, merely sighing. According to the Black Dragon Maiden's hunting patterns, when he opens his third banquet, there would be no sufficient food to fulfill his banquet progress. It seems he has to rely on himself. Dee glanced at his current status panel. Dee, biological level 3, professional level none. Body length 3.25 m 3.26 m. Life force, 4.14.13. Current banquet level, level 2. Banquet cooldown time, 21 days. Over these 9 days of sleep, the dragon body growth change was minimal, only an increase of 1 centimeter. As for life force, representing overall body strength, it only improved by 0.03. Compared to the beginning, this enhancement is indeed slow. But for a long-lived species like a giant dragon, it is reasonable. Yet, it is significantly related to the lack of abundant food. If Dee could feast on an intermediate demon like a swamp demon shark at every meal, bodily growth would certainly be faster. The difference between being raised poorly and being raised luxuriously is significant. After Mother returns with hunting food and I feast upon it, before sleeping again, I'll go out hunting, Dee decided. Originally, his plan was to try hunting near the dragon nest once his biological level reached level 3, preparing for the banquet. Otherwise, he couldn't eat dirt at every banquet. Not only does it taste bad, but it's also weak as a banquet food. If the outside is dangerous, eating dirt wouldn't be unreasonable, living as a survival-focused dragon. However, according to his observations during the occasional wakefulness in the past month, and given it's impossible for the dragon nest to host wild strong intermediate demons or above, it is certain the surroundings of the dragon nest are safe. Under such conditions, naturally, Dee's courage grew. Actually, Dee is quite curious about the outside world. Over 40 days since his birth, Dee's steps have remained within the dragon nest. If it weren't for the giant dragon's ability to pass time in slumber, Dee would surely die of boredom. Half an hour later, huge commotion arose from the swamp water outside the dragon nest passage. Under the watchful eyes of the three small dragons, the massive silhouette of the Black Dragon Maiden emerged from the swamp and entered the passage of the nest. Plenty of swamp-stinking water flowed down the Black Dragon Maiden's rough black-gray scales onto the moist black soil. The attention of the three little dragons was fixed on the prey clasped beneath the dragon claw of the Black Dragon Maiden. A bulky 10-meter-long giant beast, with densely packed black palm-sized scales similar to those of the black dragon. This is an adult swamp black water python, a level 6 demon, a more troublesome and dangerous intermediate demon than the swamp demon shark. The moment they saw the swamp black water python, the knowledge from Dragon's Legacy instinctively surfaced in the minds of the three little dragons. The knowledge contained within Dragon's Legacy is immensely vast. It's impossible for the dragons to acquire all the knowledge at once, otherwise, it would surely overwhelm their minds. Dragon's Legacy often requires observation and thought to trigger corresponding knowledge to appear in the dragons' minds. Of course, to protect the weak dragonling and juvenile dragon, overly advanced knowledge must be restricted until the appropriate growth stage activates it. Chapter 6, Kindness. Heloise and Brooke's dragon eyes sparkled, and they couldn't help drooling from the corners of their mouths, eager to pounce on the black dragon maiden and start devouring it. They were truly starving. If the black dragon maiden had delayed her hunting for a few more days, these two little ones might have had to start gnawing on dirt to survive. Humph! The black dragon maiden snorted coldly, looking quite displeased at the two large-headed dragonlings rushing toward her. Heloise and Brooke immediately snapped out of their ecstatic mood, sheepishly lowering their heads. Cow.jpg. Liana looked down at the three small dragons she had birthed, casting a glance of disdain at Heloise and Brooke, but when her gaze fell on Udi, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. What a sturdy dragonling! Only about 40 days old, wasn't it? This body size is entirely comparable to that of a red dragonling. Truly worthy of being the offspring of me, Liana, the Queen of Darkness. Liana's gaze at Udi was filled with a hint of satisfaction. With a thud, the large, long corpse of the swamp black water python dropped directly in front of Udi. Afterward, Liana folded her dragon wings, swaying her tail lazily as she headed toward the depths of the nest. She had already eaten her fill outside. This time, she was quite fortunate in her hunting, encountering a male and a female adult swamp black water python. Liana devoured the stronger male python herself and then brought back the female. The three dragons, Udi and siblings, should consider themselves lucky. After all, the black dragon maiden, despite her formidable strength, capable of easily killing swamp demon sharks and swamp black water pythons, these intermediate demons. At the intermediate tier and above, such demons are extremely cunning and their intelligence is not much inferior to that of ordinary humans. Even adult black dragons cannot easily hunt such high-tier prey, let alone two at once. The black dragon maiden's figure disappeared at the entrance to the nest, leaving the three little dragons looking at each other. The atmosphere gradually grew tense. Udi ignored the fierce glares from his dragon brother and sister, leisurely stepping forward and plunging a dragon claw into the wound of the swamp black water python, then forcefully tearing off a piece of scaly, bloody flesh weighing dozens of kilograms and putting it into his mouth. After chewing twice, Udi's dragon eyes lit up immediately. Delicious! Chewy! The meat is rich and tender. The flesh and blood, constantly infused with magic power over the years, contained extremely rich energy. A top-notch delicacy. If this swamp black water python were used to complete the upcoming third banquet in 21 days, it would likely bring significant enhancement to Udi. 21 days. Udi ate while pondering the possibility of monopolizing the entire black water python. As Udi was deep in thought, two black shadows the size of fox terriers quietly approached him from the left and right, their eyes filled with malice. Roar! At a certain moment, feeling that Udi had lowered his guard, Brooke and Heloise simultaneously launched their attack. The two shadows, faster than a leopard, instantly closed in on Udi, their claws and headbutts about to strike the latter heavily in the blink of an eye. Bang! Slap! Two successive sounds echoed at the entrance of the nest. Accompanied by a clear sound were two black shadows flying backward. Udi slowly lowered his tightly clutched left fist, and his vigorously swaying thick dragon tail gradually fell to the ground, motionless. Then he continued to leisurely devour the chewy, fleshy meat in large bites. Some people just don't learn. Eating the energy-rich flesh, Udi pondered in his heart. However, Udi also understood. That's how evil dragons are. If they could easily learn from past mistakes, they wouldn't have such a terrible reputation. The dragon brother and sister, once again taught a lesson by their elder brother, were aggrieved enough to cry. Ever since birth, they hadn't had a good day. The two young dragons could only swallow their grievances and drool, gazing eagerly at the black water python's corpse. The swamp black water python was quite large, surely, Udi couldn't finish it all. However, the most nutritious and finest parts would undoubtedly be consumed by Udi. The reason why the two small dragons joined forces to ambush Udi was that they were vying for the most delicious and nutritious parts of the flesh, which would greatly contribute to their growth. Heloise and Brooke just watched Udi from afar as he consumed the food. Udi first devoured the flesh of the snake's abdomen, then its organs, and finally, he slurped up its brain as if eating tofu pudding. After consuming all the most nutritious and finest parts of the swamp black water python, he finally let out a satisfied burp. Udi glanced at the dragon brother and sister cowering in the corner, drooling and watching him eat, then looked at the remaining flesh of the black water python and sighed. Oh well, after all, he is the big brother. Although there's hardly any affection among evil dragons, Udi had been human in his past life, so he clearly couldn't bring himself to do what is commonplace for true evil dragons. Udi was sure that even if he monopolized this entire swamp black water python, the black dragon maiden wouldn't have any objections. As a top-tier magical creature, a dragon, standing at the top of the food chain, inherently grows following the law of the jungle, where the weak are meat for the strong to eat. As long as there is no mutual killing leading to death, the black dragon maiden usually doesn't intervene. Not only her, but other evil dragons, even the family-oriented and social-loving blue dragons, wouldn't concern themselves with such trifles. Of course, the most important thing is that the remaining flesh of the swamp black water python clearly cannot satisfy Udi's third banquet process. Plus, he was already full. Leaving a trace behind, Udi leisurely walked further into the nest, lying down by the mud pool, closing his eyes, and falling into a slumber. After such a nutritious feast, entering a deep sleep could better promote body development and growth. And when Udi wakes up, it would be the time he decides to venture out for hunting. After Udi left the entrance, Heloise and Brooke, in a posture akin to hungry dragons pouncing on food, rushed straight to the corpse of the black water python. Not bothering with fighting, they greedily tore off pieces of flesh, gulping them down. They feared that fighting would arouse Udi's displeasure, which might result in another lesson. Primarily, both little dragons had seen the intent to monopolize the black water python in Udi's eyes earlier. Although they didn't know why he hadn't made up his mind in the end, both Heloise and Brooke were very much afraid of Udi, the elder brother, suddenly changing his mind, hence they were voraciously devouring the meat now. What goes into the stomach is truly one's own. But Udi has significantly improved his strength, and he eats a lot. If Mother doesn't hunt any demons in the future, what should we do? The two young dragons felt a faint worry. Unlike Udi, they weren't strong enough to dare venture out to hunt. Black dragon hatchlings usually step out of the nest to start hunting about half a year after birth. And even in that stage, they find it difficult to capture prey sufficient to satiate themselves, still relying on the prey hunted by the black dragon maiden for supplement. Currently public obtainable information. Swamp black water python, biological level reaches level 6 upon maturity, with an average body length of 9 to 11 meters, capable of awakening spell-like abilities, including water flow manipulation and water arrow. This powerful solitary demon prefers living in waters and swamps. Each spring, male swamp black water pythons proactively seek out females for mating. After the deed, they part ways. Chapter 7-8, Black Dragon Electric Fan, 4K. The first thing he did upon waking was to check his current status panel. Udi, biological level 3, professional level none. Length 3.26 m 3.29 m. Life force, 4.13-4.20. Current banquet level, 2 levels. Banquet cooldown time, 14 days. His length increased by 3 centimeters. Life force increased by 0.07. The increase is too little. Udi flexed his body a bit and exhaled. Actually, this improvement was already considerable, as Udi's biological level had reached level 3, and generally, a black dragon chick would only step into level 3 at around 2 to 2.5 years old. The stronger the basic physical quality, the harder and less frequent the natural growth becomes. In essence, it was because the swamp black water python was just a level 6 demon, a lower middle tier creature among intermediate demons, and part of its flesh essence couldn't provide a substantial boost to UD. Moreover, giant dragons are long-lived magical creatures, whose strength improvements are measured in years. UD glanced at the time for the next banquet activation. 14 days. It's time to start my first hunt. UD had made his decision long ago. He glanced at the black dragon maiden sleeping deep in the nest, and the dragon brother and Long Mei sleeping at the edge of the mud pond. Then, without a trace of reluctance, he walked towards the nest passage, heading to the outside world. After UD left, Long Mei Heloise, who had been asleep, quietly opened her eyes and looked at the disappearing silhouette of UD with a suspicious expression. Where is UD going? Could it be? He's going outside. Heloise was shocked by her own speculation. It's important to know that they are only over a month old and at their most vulnerable period. Going outside now, they might not even need to encounter formidable demons, even a few low-level demons could potentially kill them. Even goblins, such low-level demons, if dozens of them came, would be a deadly threat to dragonlings that can't fly. To verify her guess, Heloise secretly followed behind UD. At the nest passage connected to the entrance of the rotting swamp, a dark figure appeared. It was UD. He cautiously observed the surroundings, then, without hesitation, leapt into the swamp, folding his wings tightly on his back and paddled his limbs towards the surface of the rotting swamp. 5 or 6 seconds after UD left, Heloise's large head peeked out from the passage entrance, looking at UD's disappearing figure in shock. Is UD not afraid of death? Heloise was stunned by UD's fearless behavior. UD was only born a few days before them, and although his size was a bit larger than theirs, and his strength slightly stronger. Well, a lot stronger. However, this didn't change the fact that UD was just a dragonling only over a month old. Even the most powerful red dragon wouldn't dare leave the nest at just over a month old. Feeling a sense of pity towards the already gone UD, Heloise cheerfully turned back to the nest to continue sleeping. Since UD was eager to meet death, Heloise couldn't be happier. This way, when their mother brings back prey, she'll only have to compete with Brooke for it. For evil dragons, this is a perfectly normal mindset. Evil dragons are not humans, they believe in the unrestrained law of survival. At the edge of the rotting swamp, oddly shaped blackish-brown trees were rustling in the gentle night wind, producing a faint rustling sound. A vigilant black panther leapt onto a tree, its dark green eyes watching the dense jungle below. Soon, the black panther's dark green eyes revealed a hint of excitement. In the thick jungle, a plump grey rabbit peeked cautiously, then hopped into a lush grassy area and began feeding. As it fed, the grey rabbit's ears remained alert and upright. It was evident that upon discovering danger, the grey rabbit would immediately flee into a nearby burrow. Silently and without notice, the sleek-bodied black panther jumped to a tree above the grey rabbit, the sound of its slight movement concealed by the wind. In the next moment, the black panther became a black flash, instantly pouncing on the grey rabbit on the grass, its sharp teeth deeply piercing the rabbit's neck. The rabbit's neck was bitten through in one chomping motion, its already dead body still twitching. After a successful hunt, the black panther's taut nerves instantly relaxed, ready to feast on the hunted rabbit. Hidden no more than 10 meters away in the dense jungle, UD expertly concealed himself, intently watching the black panther prepare to eat. His steps gradually moved forward. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. UD stopped. If he went closer, the black panther's keen reaction might alert it, and besides, from this distance, UD was confident that no matter how fast the black panther reacted, he could kill it. As the black panther lowered its head to tear at the rabbit, UD moved. A swift black shadow darted from the jungle, approaching the black panther at terrifying speed. By the time the black panther sensed danger, UD had already struck a claw fiercely onto its head, his immense power directly rupturing the head of the robust Black Panther, which measured over 3 meters in length. Chapter 8-7, Black Dragon Electric Fan. The battle was over. Udi walked up to the Black Panther's corpse, examined his masterpiece, and nodded with satisfaction. Although the Black Panther's body length was not as tall as Udi, its overall size was much larger. This was because of the body structure of the giant dragon. The neck, including the head, body, and tail of the giant dragon are roughly each 1/3 in proportion. So, although Udi was now 3 meters and 3 in length, the dragon body's impact was not as striking as the 3-meter Black Panther. Grabbing the Black Panther's neck with his front claws, Udi came to the edge of the rotting swamp, leaped down with the Black Panther's corpse. After swimming in the swamp for a while, Udi could see the entrance to the dragon nest from afar. He dove down several dozen meters and entered the passage to the dragon nest. Hearing noises in the passage and smelling the familiar scent, Heloise and Brooke awoke, turning their gaze towards him. Then they saw Udi, holding a massive Black Panther corpse in his mouth, walking towards them from the outside passage. Brooke stared dumbfounded at Big Brother Udi, while Heloise disappointedly pouted. "Udi, you went hunting?" Brooke asked incredulously, wide-eyed. "Isn't that too bold?" Udi tossed the Black Panther's corpse at the edge of the mire, lazily glanced at his dragon brother and dragon sister, snorted disdainfully. "It's just hunting outside, why be so surprised?" "My foolish brothers!" But Udi noticed that Heloise wasn't surprised, which was unexpected. Did this guy see him leave earlier? Thinking it over for a moment, Udi decided to ignore the two little dragons. He walked to the Black Panther's corpse, opened his mouth, and after some brewing, sprayed a cone of acid. The acid touched the Black Panther's corpse, making a sizzling sound, and quickly corroding it out of shape. Then, Udi threw the acid-preserved Black Panther into the mire. The acid breath of the black dragon not only has great destructive power but also plays a role in preserving corpses. Normally, a beast's corpse would start to stink and rot within a day or two, but after being sprayed by the black dragon's acid breath, this time is significantly extended, staying fresh for 10 days or half a month, while the loss of various elements and nutrients in the corpse happens much more slowly. Thanks to the preserving effect of the black dragon's acid breath, Udi was confident in his current strength to hunt enough to complete the progress for the third banquet. Having completed the series of actions, Udi turned to his dragon brother and dragon sister, warning them. "This prey was hunted by me, don't have any ideas." Under the pressure of the big brother's authority, giant dragon Iron Fist, Brooke and Heloise obediently nodded, indicating they wouldn't covet big brother's prey. Udi nodded, outwardly looking very reassured, but inside, he chuckled coldly. If evil dragons could truly be so obedient, they wouldn't be called evil dragons. But to ensure the safety of the prey he captures in the future, Udi planned to nip it in the bud. Using the Black Panther corpse as bait, Udi decided to teach Brooke and Heloise a hard lesson if they tried to take his prey. Determined, Udi was resolved that if his dragon brother and dragon sister had thoughts about his prey, he would show no mercy. He would definitely give them an unforgettable lesson. "That's good. I still need to go out and continue hunting," Udi said blandly and, without looking at the expressions of the two young dragons, turned away. Unaware of their big brother's thoughts, Brooke and Heloise saw Udi leaving swiftly and exchanged a glance, then chuckled. "That Udi is too naive, thinking we're like silver dragons bound by contracts." Heloise sneered. Brooke nodded, eager, "Enough talk, let's hurry and get that Black Panther out." With the concerted effort of the two young dragons, the Black Panther corpse, which hadn't been submerged in the mire for long, was soon thrown out. With a thud, the several 100-kilogram Black Panther corpse hit the ground. Brooke and Heloise unceremoniously tore off the two muscular hind legs of the Black Panther and began to chomp down happily. The delicious taste of blood and flesh burst in the mouths of the two young dragons, and Brooke and Heloise immediately showed satisfied expressions. "This Black Panther tastes awful," not even as good as the muscle barbarian bull. Hoodie is so useless. Heloise's cheeks puffed out, muttering in discontent as she quickly chewed on the Black Panther's flesh. Brooke nodded, then said a fair word. The muscle barbarian bull's strength is equivalent to a level 3 demon, how could Hoodie defeat it? Though Hoodie's strength is considerable, this Black Panther is no small beast, its strength should barely match that of a level 1 demon. Having been born a little over a month, Brooke and Heloise were only at level 1 in biological level themselves. However, at the same level, compared to ordinary demons and beasts, giant dragons are definitely stronger. Even though the two of us are stronger than this Black Panther, it's very difficult to hunt it down and kill it. Brooke swallowed the flesh and said again. In terms of sheer strength, Brooke and Heloise were much stronger than the Black Panther, but beasts like the Black Panther have keen reflexes, with burst speeds reaching over 40 meters per second, lasting for more than 3 minutes. Once frightened, Brooke and Heloise could only watch as the Black Panther escaped. Heloise snorted, but didn't say anything to refute. Although she's as arrogant as all evil dragons, she knows Hoodie's strength is indeed great. That guy probably wouldn't be worse than a red dragon of the same age. Don't rush, eat slowly, getting choked isn't good. Brooke, what nonsense are you speaking? If we eat slowly, what if Hoodie comes back? Heloise instinctively retorted. Then she quickly realized, Brooke was swallowing nervously, looking at her behind in fear. Heloise sensed what was happening, turned tremblingly, and saw Hoodie smiling kindly at her. You! With a bang, a rising dragon fist directly hit Heloise's jaw, sending her flying 5 to 6 meters away. Brooke looked at Heloise knocked out cold by a single punch, then at Hoodie, whose dragon claw fist was stained with broken dragon scales and a bit of dragon blood, couldn't help but step back a few steps. Hoodie, don't come over! Don't come over! Hoodie grinned fiercely, spitting forcefully, you bastard, you eat my panther, and say this to me. Without waiting for Brooke's explanation, Hoodie pressed him down with a crow-flying move, and relentlessly slapped his head left and right. Blood and shattered dragon scales splattered everywhere, showing the force of Hoodie's blows. In just a dozen punches, Brooke was knocked into a coma. But is a coma enough? Hoodie thought such injuries were too mild for a giant dragon. He got up from Brooke, walked to the unconscious Heloise, grabbed her thick, short dragon tail. Returning to the equally unconscious Brooke, he lifted its thick, short dragon tail too. Taking a deep breath, looking at his dragon brother and dragon sister held upside down, a gleam of eagerness appeared on Hoodie's dragon face. In the next moment, the two young dragons spun like a windmill. Super invincible typhoon handheld fan! Hoodie shouted, pouring all his strength into swinging the two young dragons. Because of their size, Heloise and Brooke's head slammed onto the ground heavily with each rotation. After a few crashes, Heloise and Brooke, previously knocked out, were painfully awakened. Upon seeing their situation, the two dragons were instantly paralyzed, hurriedly begging Hoodie for mercy. If begging worked, would violence be needed? Ah! Hoodie snorted coldly, his thick rear paws firmly gripping the ground, kept spinning the black dragon version of the electric fan in his hands. At that moment, Hoodie's heart was like stone. If you eat my panther, no matter who you are, you must pay the price. Chapter 9, Terrifying. During those 10 minutes, Heloise and Brooke fainted and woke up repeatedly, at least dozens of times. Even the black panther meat they had just eaten was forcibly vomited out. Hoodie walked over to his dragon brother and dragon sister, lowered his head, and looked at the two miserable little dragons with bloodied heads, slowly saying, "Do you dare to spy on your big brother's prey again, hey?" It took the two little dragons, whose consciousness was nearly blurred, a good 10 seconds before they managed to nod with difficulty, saying, we don't dare, ×2. Humph, it's good that you don't dare. If you steal my prey again next time, it won't be this simple. Hoodie pretended to be fierce. Heloise and Brooke, gradually regaining their senses, looked at the fierce Udi, and a trace of fear and dread appeared in their eyes. Their big brother, how terrifying! Even more so than an evil dragon. The two little dragonlings quickly nodded, their heads bowed to the ground in submission. After this lesson, Heloise and Brooke would rather eat dirt than dare to spy on Udi's prey again. Seeing the fear in the eyes of dragon brother and dragon sister, Udi finally nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that this lesson was impressive enough, and now he could finally be without worries. He no longer looked at his miserable dragon brother and dragon sister, turned around, and with heavy footsteps, walked out of the lair. 10 minutes after Udi left, Heloise and Brooke, lying on the ground, finally gathered their wits and struggled to get up. The two little dragons silently exchanged glances, then looked down at the Black Panther's corpse, which was missing its hind legs. Walked forward. The dragon claw reached for the Black Panther's corpse. Then silently threw the Black Panther's corpse into the swamp. After this, the two little dragons sat by the swamp in a daze for a while. Finally, without knowing who started it, they directly began to munch on the ground. Eating dirt, aside from lacking some nutrition and tasting bad, is actually better for a giant dragon's scales and bone development than consuming ordinary meat. It can make dragon scales thicker and harder, and the skeletal framework larger and more solid. Of course, this requires eating dirt for years and years to have noticeable effects. And there is a way to see effects in a short time. For example, eating metal ore and high-grade magic metal, gorging for several months, the physical fitness will undoubtedly greatly improve. However, this is merely a dream. Even Udi at this moment does not have the strength to do so. How could two black dragon chicks of only level 1 biological level have such conditions? Since the twin dragon fan incident, Udi has been going out late and returning early every day, using his acidic breath to preserve the hunted prey in the swamp, storing rations for the third banquet. Meanwhile, dragon sister Heloise and dragon brother Brooke have been obediently eating dirt, which puts Udi in a very good mood. Another dark, windy night. A black figure flashed through the dense forest. In the clearing of the forest, a robust wind wolf with an injured leg let out a low growl towards the dense forest around it, looking fearful. This wind wolf, the local boss, is now facing an unprecedented crisis. A black dragon chick has its eyes on it. With one sneak attack, it tore off a large piece of skin and flesh from its hind leg, leaving the white bones exposed, and then disappeared into the dense forest like an experienced hunter, patiently waiting for its strength to drain away. The wind wolf is all too familiar with this tactic because it itself uses it to hunt prey. Therefore, it felt fear. Give up defense and run at all costs? The black dragon chick would surely spring out swiftly to deliver a fatal blow. Stay vigilant and alert. The wound bleeding, and stamina will quickly drain away, leaving no escape in the end. The wind wolf paced irritably, its mouth exuding light blue wind element, ready to unleash an extremely powerful strike at any moment. This trump card is what made the black dragon chick hesitate, without rushing out for the kill directly. Udi, who was hiding and suppressing his breath, watched the wind wolf demon with a nonchalant gaze, licking the blood at the corner of his mouth. This blood came from the wind wolf itself, and it tasted quite good. Killing this wind wolf would surely mark enough progress for the third banquet. Udi thought excitedly. An adult wind wolf is a level 3 demon, strong and not to be underestimated, with a talent magic-like skill wind blade powerful enough to cut through a tree trunk as thick as a human waist. Although Udi didn't think this adult wind wolf demon's wind blade could kill him, after all, his body had been strengthened by 2 banquets, with the second one focusing mainly on his dragon scales. Plus, a giant dragon's scales naturally have significant magic resistance, and even though he is only a dragonling, its scales still possess some magic resistance, much loved by mid-low level mages. But even with all the precautions, Udi didn't want to take a hit from an adult wind wolf demon's dying wind blade. The stalemate continued for a moment. The wind wolf's reasoning, along with its draining strength, finally exploded. With a furious growl, its blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, and its robust wolf body leaped 7 or 8 jong, disappearing into the dense forest in a few blurs. Trying to escape. Udi coldly chuckled, hiding in the dense forest, and without hiding his form any longer, his more than 3-meter-long agile dragon body instantly turned into a blur, chasing after it. Chapter 10, 9-10, Terrifying. The robust wolf, over 3 meters long, leaped. Its sturdy front legs kicked forcefully on a large tree, using the counterforce to swiftly pounce backward towards the dragonling attacking, with wind blade gathered in its mouth launching alongside the wolf claws. Seeing this, Udi became slightly more serious and focused, staring fixedly at the half-meter-long, thin as a cicada's wing, pale blue wind blade. As for the attacking wolf claws, he chose to ignore them directly. This was confidence in his dragon-scale defensive prowess. In the next instant, the wind blade attacked. Udi, who was highly concentrated with spiritual power, narrowly dodged aside. Just behind him, a rugged tree half a meter thick was instantly sliced with a huge notch by the wind blade. The power of this wind blade, even a few centimeters thick steel would be cut apart. Having dodged the wind blade attack, the wind wolf had already closed in, its sturdy claws ejecting sharp wolf claws, fiercely aiming at Udi's eyes. Such cunning! Udi's eyes narrowed, his reaction was swift, tilting his neck to substitute the hit area with his dragon jaw. With a sharp screech, as ear-piercing as the clash of metal and iron, Udi's dragon jaw instantly exploded with a burst of friction sparks. 3 small cracks mixed with traces of blood appeared on the 7 or 8 scales at Udi's dragon jaw. Breaking the defense, Udi raised 2 sharp dragon fingers, fiercely piercing into the pair of eyes of the close-wind wolf. The sharp dragon fingers, like 2 metallic pencils, completely embedded into the wind wolf's eyes, penetrating its brain. Instant kill. The wind wolf, suffering such a lethal blow, its massive body stiffened slightly, then its muscles relaxed entirely, collapsing heavily onto the ground, turning into a warm corpse. Battle over. Udi withdrew the 2 sharp dragon fingers from the wind wolf's eyes, glanced at the pale brain matter stained on the dragon fingers, and did not waste any, taking a couple of suctions into his dragon mouth. Delicious! Udi's brain trembled, emitting a groan. Returning from the pleasure, Udi touched his dragon jaw attacked by the wind wolf claws. Feeling the scruffy sensation brought by the fractured gaps on the scales and the faint dragon blood, Udi sighed in his heart. Is this what being injured feels like? Indeed, these 10-odd days of going out at night and returning early, Udi had yet to suffer an injury. Of course, it's not that Udi's strength was strong enough to disregard all the demons in the dark forest. Instead, Udi cautiously never stepped out of the Black Dragon Maiden's territorial range. Within the Black Dragon Maiden's territory, like the level 3 demon Windwolf just dead under Udi's feet, were the most top-tier demon beasts. Footsteps echoed again at the dragon nest tunnel. Heloise and Brooke, who were nibbling soil, habitually turned their massive heads over. Then they saw Udi dragging a giant wolf covered in pale blue fur. Recognizing the identity of the giant wolf, Heloise and Brooke, the expressions of the 2 small dragons gradually dulled. An adult wind wolf, level 3 demon. An existence capable of easily slaughtering them. How could Udi hunt down a demon of this level? In these 10-odd days, Heloise and Brooke witnessed Udi dragging back some prey from outside the dragon nest every day. The weak ones were merely beasts with not weak strength, while the strong included level 1 to 2 demons. But these were all within the bearable range of Heloise and Brooke. After all, Udi could easily defeat them, so having the capability to hunt level 2 demons wasn't too far-fetched. However, hunting level 3 demons was excessively absurd, wouldn't you say? Obviously, everyone was just newly hatched dragonlings, so why is your strength exclusively so exaggerated? After the shock, the admiration in the gazes of the 2 small dragons towards Udi grew deeper. Evil dragons always revere power. Even humans whom evil dragons view as mere ants and food, upon upgrading to legendary, becoming a legendary life, could generally win the evil dragon's approval. Big Brother Udi ×2. The dragon brother and sister respectfully greeted the returning Udi. Udi glanced at the two small dragons, nodded slightly, then spoke no more. He dragged the wind wolf's corpse to the slime pit edge, lay down, and began closing his eyes to rest. An hour later, the rested Udi opened his eyes. He rubbed his dragon jaw injured earlier with rough dragon finger. Unsurprisingly, the dragon scales had recovered, leaving only 3 insignificant pale white marks. This level of recovery ability wouldn't differ much from a 5 or 6-year-old black dragon juvenile. And at this moment, Udi, at most accounting for, was merely 2-month-old. Udi looked at his current status panel. Udi, biological level 3, professional level none. Body length 3.29 m 3.31 m. Life force, 4.24.24. Current banquet level, 2 layers. Banquet cooldown time, can be opened. In 14 days, his body length increased by 2 centimeters. Life force increased by 0.04. In these 14 days, the Black Dragon Maiden hadn't provided food, and Udi usually ate ordinary beasts to fill his guts. After all, quality prey he'd hunted was stored as reserves for banquet door opening. This is the typical growth rate of normal dragonlings. Udi sighed. Besides the first month after hatching, dragonlings grow significantly faster, followed by growth measured in years. But I can cheat. Udi grinned. Standing up, he awakened the dragon brother and sister who just slept after eating dirt, giving them tasks. Heloise and Brooke, you two fetch all the big brother's reserve rations, Udi said unceremoniously. Under Big Brother's authority, the 2 small dragons dared not resist, worked diligently without complaint. The 2 small dragons stood by the slime pit. Brooke leaped into it with a splash. After a while, an acid-corroded giant snake's corpse was retrieved by Brooke. Heloise, seeing the giant snake corpse, couldn't help but drool a little. But she quickly snapped back to reality, exerting her dragon claws to lift the giant snake corpse from the slime pit and tossing it onto the ground. This prey was private property of Brother Udi, she mustn't covet it. For a while, the 2 small dragons cooperated sincerely, quickly stacking corpses into a mountain several meters high. Giant snake, flame rabbit, black panther, dog wolf, swamp fathead fish. Various prey, diverse in types. Watching this scene from the side, Udi felt quite a sense of achievement. This was the food he painstakingly hunted over half a month's time. Hunting is truly exhausting. I must recruit a group of followers specifically to find food for me later, Udi thought in his heart. Otherwise, with his increasingly voracious appetite, the stronger he gets the more he eats, he'd always either be searching for food or battling. This was not the life he desired. As Udi pondered how to live in the future, under Heloise and Brooke's cooperation, all prey sunken into the slime pit were completely retrieved. The volume surpassed the combined size of the 2 small dragons by 10-fold. All right, you step back, Big Brother's about to feast. Udi waved nonchalantly, the 2 small dragons obediently retreated to the side. Then, they drooled while watching Big Brother Udi tear flesh and devour. Gurgle. Gurgle. So hungry, so want to eat. Heloise and Brooke stared intently at Big Brother Udi tearing and devouring flesh. Hunger and temptation almost drove them to lose their sanity. Yet the deeply ingrained memories surfaced in their minds when they could hardly bear any more. No, if we eat, Big Brother Udi would kill us. Heloise and Brooke's eyes immediately regained clarity. They looked at Big Brother Udi, who had initiated the banquet and was crazily devouring beasts and demon flesh, feeling a wave of fear. Currently, Big Brother Udi was frightening. The 2 small dragons suspected that if they dared to provoke him now, even they would be devoured by the demonized Udi. Chapter 11, The Future. With a stomach like a bottomless pit, it crazily devours all the flesh and blood in sight. The pile of corpses, like a small hill, quickly diminishes. Soon, only 2 or 3 prey corpses remain on the ground, the rest devoured completely. Banquet progress has reached 100%. As the words appear, Di's sanity finally returns to reality. He enters that boundless and seemingly infinite world for the 3rd time. In this void world, he observes the rapid changes in his body from the perspective of a bystander. Scales, muscles, bones, organs, blood, cells, etc., are frantically enhancing and strengthening. A day passes in the outside world. Lying on the ground, D slowly opens his eyes. In front, the ever-nervous and sleepless Heloise and Brooke meet D's eyes simultaneously. At that moment, they seem to be targeted by a higher-tier creature. All over their scales tremble, fear gripping their hearts. Fortunately, this aura flickers and disappears. Heloise and Brooke finally breathe a sigh of relief, gasping for air as they look at their elder brother with trepidation. D does not look at his frail dragon brother and sister, he first checks the panel. D, biological level 3, professional level none. Body length 3.31 m 3.63 m. Life force, 4.244.92. Current banquet level, 3 layers. Banquet cooldown time, 30 days. The body length has reached over 3.6 meters, an increase of 32 centimeters compared to before the banquet began. Life force has increased by 0.68, now D's life force is about to break through 5. D cannot specifically describe which tier this level is in. After all, life force is not introduced within the dragon's legacy. But anyway, now D is very strong. Before the start of the 3rd banquet, D could easily hunt level 3 demon wind wolves, but now? D thinks he can take on level 4 demons. Even if his biological level has not yet reached level 4. My physical changes are also significant. D twists his muscular short thick neck, behind is a pair of enlarged dragon wings, and stronger, more robust limbs. If the body ratio of a common giant dragon is 1:1:1, which belongs to the slender type, then in D's current body ratio, with a shortened slender neck, the body's proportion is getting larger and larger. The visual impression this creates is that at the same body length, D is more imposing than an average giant dragon, and his volume is also much larger. After reviewing the changes in his body, D, in a good mood, glances at Heloise and Brooke huddled next to him. And looks at the few prey left uneaten on the ground. These prey are your rewards for keeping yourselves well behaved during this time. A reward for us? Really? Heloise and Brooke, upon hearing D's words, can't help but be a bit skeptical, tentatively asking again. Looking at the dragon brother and sister he had initially trained successfully, D is filled with a sense of gratification, smiling kindly. Of course, good children should be rewarded. Heloise and Brooke's expressions are odd, these words sound so strange. But with flesh to eat, the 2 dragonlings who have been eating dust for half a month don't care much, rushing to the prey, tearing, and devouring the flesh in large chunks. While eating, tears of gratitude flow from the corners of their mouths. D is truly a good dragon. Beside them, D naturally doesn't know how moved his dragon brother and sister are. He just sees that his dragon brother and sister's bodies are too frail, standing beside them, it's like 2 children standing in front of their adult. After all, they are his younger siblings, and they cannot be too weak, or he would lose face. Moreover, D has his own plans. For most evil dragons, they usually raise their offspring to the juvenile dragon stage before driving them out of the nest to fend for themselves. But some colder, more ruthless evil dragons drive out their offspring right after they pass the egg stage. The latter is also the minimum constraint the 5-colored dragon mother has on the 5-colored evil dragons, at least, their offspring should be raised to the juvenile dragon stage before driving them out of the nest. D doesn't know if the black dragon maiden who gave birth to him is the former or the latter, but if his growth rate continues, he estimates he might be driven out of the dragon nest for being too strong even before the juvenile dragon stage by a black dragon maiden who feels threatened. And this is highly likely to happen. Now Udi has accumulated only 3 layers of banquet, and he is confident enough to fight level 4 demons. Assuming a layer is accumulated per month, with about a dozen to 20 layers accumulated, by then, his body size would also increase, and the black dragon maiden might then find him disagreeable. So, Udi needs to plan for his future. The initial plan is to lure away his dragon brother and sister. Although Heloise and Brooke appear weak under Udi, it won't be too many years before their strength grows. And as time goes on, their strength will keep growing as long as they are well trained, equivalent to 2 unique followers with excellent potential. No need to say they can fight strong enemies with Udi, after all, Udi is a cheat level dragon. But guarding the dragon nest, hunting food for him, and providing protection while he sleeps would be enough. The happily eating Heloise and Brooke next to him never imagined that, in their eyes, Big Brother Udi is already grooming them as future little underlings. Time passes slowly but steadily. On the 7th day after the 3rd banquet ended, the Black Dragon Maiden, who had been sleeping in the nest for almost a month, finally recalls she has 3 offspring, waking from her slumber, leisurely venturing out to hunt. In less than an hour, the satiated Black Dragon Maiden returns to the dragon nest, conveniently tossing 2 muscle barbarian bulls in front of Udi and his siblings, then swishes her thick long tail and walks to the deepest part of the dragon nest. Finally, she settles on the treasures, once more falling into contented sleep. Udi is a bit skeptical, perhaps the Black Dragon Maiden didn't remember she has 3 offspring to care for but simply woke because she was hungry. Nonetheless, the prey brought back this time by the Black Dragon Maiden is quite plentiful. Muscle barbarian bulls, although not demons, are massive and tasty, a delicious meal for the small dragons Heloise and Brooke. The main thing is, they can eat to their heart's content. A single muscle barbarian bull weighs over 3 tons, adding up to 6 or 7 tons for 2. Udi also enjoys a free meal. Since the banquet ended, within 7 days, Udi has gone out only once. That trip netted him a level 2 demon swamp bighead fish. Udi eats most of the 1-ton swamp bighead fish, leaving some scraps for Heloise and Brooke. With this, the 2 little dragons feel extraordinarily favored and rewarded. Roarheek after consuming 1.5 tons of muscle barbarian bull meat, a slightly stuffed Udi lies on the ground and closes his eyes. According to his plan, he intends to hunt for reserve food 10 days to half a month before the next banquet, spending the first half of the month sleeping in the dragon nest, at most occasionally going out if too hungry, for a bit of wild game to eat. After all, too early, the reserve food stored might not stay fresh, losing nutritional value. And too late, there might not be enough reserve food. Chapter 12, Growth and Trouble. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months had gone by. Within the dragon nest, Udi had just finished a banquet and slowly opened his eyes to look at the panel. Udi, Biological Level 4, Professional Level None. Length 4.71 m. Life Force, 7.17. Current Banquet Level, Level 6. Banquet Cooldown Time, 30 days. A powerful force is surging within my body. Udi silently felt the terrifying power surging within his dragon body and couldn't help but grin. The smile was extremely hideous. With the accumulation and enhancement of Level 6 Banquet, Udi's appearance was gradually distinguishing from traditional black dragons. The outer skin around the roots of black dragon horns and the cheekbones would gradually degrade with age, resembling a skeleton, which is the main reason why black dragons are also known as skeleton dragons. And their dragon wings are not considered broad relative to their size. This is because the flight ability of black dragons does not completely rely on dragon wings, they use talent magic to fly, while the dragon wings assist them, making their flight more agile and faster. Among the 5-colored evil dragons, only the red dragon has incredibly wide dragon wings, powerful enough to support themselves soaring through the sky solely by the force of their wings. And now Udi, at a young age, possesses a pair of large black dragon wings with a wingspan near 10 meters. The well-developed muscles at the base of the dragon wings alone provide enough power to support Udi's flight without using the magic-like skill. Besides, the scales on Udi's cheeks remain full, completely unlike the unsightly skeletal face of a black dragon, resembling a red dragon stained black. Not to mention the short and stout neck, and the second pair of dragon horns just emerging on his head. A very handsome, very domineering feeling. Anyway, Udi is very satisfied with his current image. However, the distinctive appearance and unusual growth rate have gradually made the Black Dragon Maiden start seeing Udi in a less favorable light. The most evident behavior is that when he was newly born, she would specifically throw the caught prey in front of Udi. Yet the last time, the Black Dragon Maiden tossed the captured prey towards Heloise and Brooke before leisurely retreating deep into the dragon nest to sleep. Clearly, the Black Dragon Maiden is cautious of Udi's abnormal growth speed. Among evil dragons, familial affection is thin, compounded by a strong desire to control territory and wealth, so most evil dragons won't allow another threatening colleague in their dragon nest or territory. Seems a bit awkward. Reflecting on the Black Dragon Maiden's attitude these days, Udi couldn't help but murmur. However, he can't stop enhancing his power just because the Black Dragon Maiden finds him displeasing, right? The power he controls is the most critical. Udi deeply understands this principle. After pondering for a moment, Udi shook his head indifferently. Whatever, let it be. Anyway, with my growth speed, I'll soon have the capability to survive in the wild. Although it can't be as stable as now, at least he is confident Udi can save his own life. If a peril truly emerges, he can bet on diving underground, hiding for 3 to 5 months, ingesting soil to stack banquets. Then, when adequately powerful, he would re-emerge and counterattack. Although this method is a bit humiliating, victory justifies it. Shaking off his numerous trains of thought, Udi turned his gaze toward Heloise and Brooke sleeping by the swamp. The dragon bodies of these two little ones still seemed feeble, barely reaching 3 meters in length, with hardly any muscles, and a pair of small dragon wings. However, their aura faintly reached level 2. Indicating that these two little creatures have made progress in their power enhancement. Biological level just stepping into level 2 for the black dragon chick, although not yet matching the adult windwolf previously hunted by Udi, they could barely survive under the claws of a level 3 demon adult windwolf. Not bad, keep growing, later on, your big brother's food will depend on you. Udi was satisfactorily pleased with the growth speed of his younger brother and sister. Although Udi always mocked Heloise and Brooke's thin frames and weak powers, compared to other black dragon chicks of the same age, they are actually above average. This could be related to Udi occasionally training them out of boredom. Adding to that, Udi sometimes fed them some blood and meat from low-level demons. Well, there may be one other reason. The two little dragons can put aside their pride, whether hungry or not, frequently eating black soil and stone. Consuming more soil and stones has resulted in their bones and scales being noticeably harder compared to black dragon chicks of the same age. Udi habitually glanced toward the Black Dragon Maiden deep in the dragon nest. The faint glimmer of gold and silver coins and gemstones tempted him somewhat. If he devoured the Black Dragon Maiden's treasure at banquet initiation, the enhancement he'd receive would surely be immense. This was an instinctual hint. Udi analyzed this instinct briefly, finding that when facing magic gemstones, this instinct was strongest, more intense than swallowing the level 6 demon swamp black water python. Followed by magic armor and magic greatsword. Then magic gold coins and silver coins. Lastly ordinary gold coins and silver coins, and ordinary gemstones. As for other shiny junk, in Udi's instinct, it's merely slightly better than the dirt and stone, just worthless garbage. This ability's discovery brought Udi unexpected joy, as now he felt he wouldn't miss valuable treasures thanks to this skill. Though giant dragons are naturally adept at treasure hunting, it's time to set out for the hunt. Udi stopped his restless thoughts, turned his head towards the nest's passage, and slowly disappeared into the dragon nest. This time out, it isn't just a hunt to fill his stomach. The Black Dragon Maiden's attitude raised a sense of crisis within him. He has to prepare in advance for being driven out of the dragon nest. That is, finding a foothold. The site the Black Dragon Maiden chose for nesting lies between the inner and outer regions of the dark forest, with a rotten swamp spanning several dozen square kilometers here. Upon filling his stomach, Didi flapped his dragon wings, landing atop a giant tree over 50 meters high, gazing distantly at his surroundings. Amidst an endless black dense forest, a massive ugly scar was situated. The enormity of the rotten swamp might involve the Black Dragon Maiden's power. The Black Dragon's passive ability Corruption Domain can transform the soil into a swamp, typically awakening during adolescence. Chapter 13, Faction Distribution around the Dragon Nest. Falling barely 7 or 8 meters high, dragon wings quivered gently, and Udi's body transformed from a diving posture to an ascent. Moments later, beneath Udi, the forest revealed some wooden structures vaguely. Dogmen wandered amid these low wooden buildings. Udi opted not to land directly in the Dogman camp but instead landed at least 100 meters away from the camp. He folded his wings and hid within dense woods outside the camp, observing those dogmen. The names of dogmen and their appearance don't match, they aren't sporting dog heads. Outwardly, dogmen stand less than 1 meter tall, their bodies covered in deep brown scales, appearing quite skinny, with an ugly lizard head atop them. Above the head extends a pair of small horns backward, their eyes shine like bright red sparks, and their tails seem slender and agile. They are called dogmen mainly due to their language resembling a little dog's barking. Most dogmen wear just a simple leafy skirt for covering, only a few wearing ragged clothing. The latter's bodies are significantly taller and stronger than regular dogmen, approximately about 1 meter 20 tall. The weapons in their hands have shifted from sticks, javelins, or empty-handed combat to rusted iron swords and long spears. These should be the elite warriors amongst dogmen. Pathetically weak. Didi thought silently. Be it ordinary dogmen or those stronger dogmen warriors, in Udi's perception, they are merely level 0 creatures. Such weaklings could be easily slain in groups by Heloise and Brooke, let alone Udi himself. Even if they stood letting them attack, they probably wouldn't break Udi's scale defense. However, in Udi's perception, there were several not weak presences in this dogman camp. Among them, there was one presence quite strong, far exceeding the level 3 demon wind wolf, making Udi wary. Yet, that presence felt familiar to Udi. After contemplating for a moment, he found the reason for the familiarity. It's the scent of the Black Dragon Maiden. Then it was certain, the powerful presence within the camp was a follower of the Black Dragon Maiden. I thought so, after all, it's an adult black dragon, how could it not have follower monsters? Udi internally mocked. Though confirmed that this dogman camp was a force of the Black Dragon Maiden's followers, Udi still had no intention of exposing himself. He silently lurked within the dense jungle. Until a certain moment, when alone, frail and skinny black-scaled dogman carrying a tattered basket came near him. Udi made his move. His large dragon claw instantly grabbed the head of this dogman, and his originally folded broad dragon wings instantly unfolded. With a single flap, he disappeared from that place. The substantial noise attracted a nearby dogman team. They sniffed the air like little dogs, emitting a burst of intense barking communication. One dogman swiftly ran towards the direction of the camp. The view shifted to another side. In a clearing in the woods several miles away from the dogman camp, a massive dragon shadow swept across the sky, descending, and the dragon wings retracted. Udi released the dogman he was holding in his dragon claw. The dogman's body immediately crumpled onto the ground. Udi's eyes narrowed, realizing the dogman wasn't dead, merely fainted, only then did he feel relieved. Udi extended a sharp dragon finger and gently poked the dogman's arm. The arm covered in fine black scales was instantly pierced by the sharp dragon finger, exposing the fresh red flesh within. The pain woke the dogman. The dogman Shiji felt intense pain in its arm, instantly waking from faintness. It suddenly opened its eyes, looking up to behold a robust black dragon. The black dragon's huge figure completely overshadowed its small body, the unfurled dragon wings seemingly could cover the sky and block the sunday. Great black dragon, your dragon wings are as wide as the sky, your body as strong as a mountain. Didi pulled back the deliberately spread dragon wings, slightly lowering his head, looking at the dogman kneeling and worshipping before him. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This must be what they call, the dragon body trembles and the dogman worships. All right, shut up, now answer my questions. Didi said in a low voice. The dogman Shiji was swept by the long way, shivering all over, immediately shut its mouth, respectfully looking at Didi. Around here. Didi began questioning. That's right. He caught this dogman intended to gather intelligence and information about the surroundings. Time passed, with the progress of questioning, Didi collected quite a bit of information. Initially, he only knew this place was the dark forest, and the place where the dragon nest located was the rotting swamp. Now, he understood the general force distribution within the dark forest. With the dragon nest as the center point, heading north, which is the inner direction of the dark forest, the forest elves reside there. However, according to the dogman Shiji, it's been decades since forest elves appeared here. It knows because there are records and traditions within the tribe. West of the dragon nest direction remains the continuous expanse of the dark forest, inhabited by many powerful demons and demon tribes like the ogre tribe, green demon tribe, etc. East of the dragon nest, hundreds of miles away, lies a plain, ruled by the centaur tribe, which is in an adversarial relationship with the dragon nest. South of the dragon nest, close to it are three monster tribes, namely the dogman tribe, where Shiji belongs, a small-scale forest giant tribe, and a goblin tribe. All followers combined exceed 1,500 in number, paired with a few dragon descendant elites, overall strength is not weak. Further south several hundred kilometers away, connects to the territorial border of the human caste duchy. After understanding the surrounding force distribution of the dragon nest, Didi squinted his eyes and fell into contemplation. Developing north might encounter elves, too dangerous, elves aren't beings to be trifled with. Didi shook his head. South is the human duchy, that's certainly ruled out first, east is the plain, environment unsuitable for hiding and developing, plus the centaur tribe mentioned by dogman Shiji has strength to contend with dragon nest's influence, thus unlikely to be weak. After careful analysis, Didi discovered he actually had only one option. The west. An area occupied by numerous demons, beasts, and demon tribes. Chapter 14, Servant Contract. So Didi need not worry about lacking enough territory and resources for development. The west, hey. Didi's eyes were deep, having made a decision. He slightly lowered his head, looking at the lowly kneeling kobold Shiji on the ground, opened his ferocious dragon mouth, and said, Shiji, in light of your contributions in intelligence and your somewhat clever mind, the great true dragon Udi Targaryen Diabolos Atoxi Mephisto Sigmund will grant you the honor of becoming a servant of the giant dragon. Shiji widened his eyes, seemingly unbelieving as he looked at Udi. But he reacted quickly, or perhaps he was simply very smart, or perhaps he had no reason to refuse such a grand temptation. Therefore, Shiji unhesitatingly kowtowed to Udi, with a fervent expression, and even his tone underwent slight changes. Shiji shall serve you as master, O great true dragon master. Udi nodded in satisfaction. However, come to think of it, the kobold's dragon language really was a bit harsh to the ear, mixing in several dog-like barks in a single sentence, sounding extremely unpleasant. But never mind. At least it is a race that can speak the dragon language. The languages Udi obtained from the dragon's legacy, aside from dragon language, also included the continent-wide language and the giant language, a total of 3 languages. And Kobold Shiji also mastered part of the continent-wide language. Or rather, most intelligent races on this continent, those interacting with the outside world to some extent, could more or less speak the continent-wide language. Reflecting slightly, Didi gazed at the kneeling kobold Shiji before him, taking a dragon scale he had stored from the gap at his chest where his reversed scale was. This dragon scale was one that naturally fell off from Udi's growth. Udi's expression became much more serious as he recalled the servant contract from the dragon's legacy. Normally, the servant contract already counted as a casting ability, only usable after reaching the juvenile dragon stage and with a magic awakening. However, as giant dragons are naturally top-level magical creatures, their innate casting talent isn't weak, thus, even dragonlings or juvenile dragons could perform the servant contract by willing to pay some price. And the servant contract comes in 3 levels of specification. The highest specification is the essence blood contract. The giant body of a dragon stores a considerable amount of blood, but what can be called essence blood is only that cluster by its heart, and the essence blood contract involves a dragon forcing out a drop of essence blood to bestow upon a servant, fundamentally transforming the servant's bloodline, turning them into potentially strong dragon vein creatures. Meanwhile, the servant gains the ability to grow alongside the master, though, the essence blood contract causes significant loss to the dragon and is not used lightly. The medium specification involves both dragon blood and dragon scale. The scale serves as the paper, the blood as the ink, and the spirit as the brush. A magic contract is drawn to establish a spiritual connection with the servant, transforming the servant into a dragon descendant. The servant will benefit from the master's growth, though not nearly as much as with the essence blood contract. The lowest specification involves merely being imbued with a dragon's aura, receiving dragon blood and dragon scales, or even simply being in a dragon's presence for an extended period, which might allow them to pick up a bit of the aura, gaining a tiny trace of dragon vein power. Such servants gain no benefit from the master's growth, though they enjoy much more freedom, with fewer constraints than the other specifications, introducing a risk of betrayal. After contemplating, Didi squeezed out a drop of viscous blood. He planned to implement the second specification contract with Shiji. Didi muttered a magic incantation, causing the dragon scale and dragon blood to slowly float into the air under the influence of invisible magical power, gradually converging and finally merging into one. A faint glimmer flashed across the ebony scale. With the chanting of the incantation, lines of tiny words emerged on the dragon scale contracts written in dragon script. This contract was not devised by any dragon but was inherited from the first ancestral dragon and refined over many years, regarded as one of the most perfect contracts within the multiverse. Having completed the contract writing, the scale slowly descended towards the forehead of the kneeling kobold Shiji, adhering to it and gradually blending into the skin, disappearing, as the dragon vein power contained within the scale spread through all parts of the body, nourishing its flesh and bones, fundamentally improving the feeble form of the kobold. The kobold Shiji gritted his teeth, enduring tremendous pain, the agony that bloodline transformation inflicted upon his body. After experiencing this intense pain, he was to be reborn. After waiting about 10 minutes, a preliminary transformation was complete. Shiji's face, strained from pain, slowly relaxed, opening his eyes. His orange-yellow vertical pupils darkened slightly, a manifestation of the initial transformation by black dragon blood. Didi sensed a faint spiritual connection emerging between him and the kobold before him, realizing his first servant was born. Your humble servant Shiji offers you his sincerest gratitude. Shiji was barely able to contain his excitement, feeling the newfound significant strength within him. In the Black Teeth tribe he belonged to, only the leader was a genuine dragon descendant. And the leader's formidable power had long made Shiji envious beyond measure, and now, he knew that in the future, he too could achieve such power, perhaps even greater. All right, from now on, stay nearby, but don't get too close to the rotting swamp, and don't return to your former tribe. When the dragon vein power within you is developed to a certain level and you can protect yourself, head to the western region and gather some kobolds to explore and gather information for me, occupying a territory. Didi casually waved his claw, then spread his immense dragon wings, becoming a shadow across the sky as he flew towards the distant rotting swamp, disappearing quickly. The kobold Shiji gazed at Udi's departing figure, gradually firming his resolve. The commands of his great true dragon master, he, Shiji, must carry out perfectly. After initially accepting the dragon vein power, it didn't mean one would suddenly become extremely powerful, it required time to develop. Combat, slaughter, devouring powerful demon flesh and blood all could help develop the dragon vein power hidden within. Shiji surveyed his surroundings, quickly spotting a suitable hardwood stick, spending some time sharpening it before cautiously beginning his exploration of the vicinity. He planned to find a place to establish a lair first, then begin honing himself to develop the dragon vein power. Meanwhile, Udi soon returned to the dragon nest. Returning to the dragon nest, Udi couldn't resist his weariness, immediately curling up by the edge of a muddied pond, his head resting on his tail, and fell into a deep sleep. As mentioned earlier, while dragonlings and juvenile dragons who haven't undergone magic awakening can perform the servant contract, it comes at a price. And that price entails consuming a significant amount of the mana stored in a dragon's blood. Udi had overextended himself using magic beyond his age, leading to overconsumption of the mana in his blood. Fortunately, due to Udi's robust physique, this type of exhaustion could be quickly recovered from with a good nap. As for why he suddenly decided to take the kobold Shiji as a servant, it was merely a casual move on Udi's part. If kobold Shiji could achieve something notable in the western region, that would, of course, be splendid. And if he were to die midway, the loss wouldn't be significant either. This is called forward investment. Chapter 15, Abnormal Dragon. Feeling his body restored to its peak, Udi let out a breath and thought to himself. Looks like before my magic awakening, I should try to avoid forcibly using magic ability. Although it doesn't harm my body, the sleep time is considerable, and during that period my power is quite weak. If using the servant contract magic ability after magic awakening is as simple as running on flat ground for an ordinary person, then forcibly using magic ability beforehand is as difficult as running at a depth of tens of meters underwater, requiring one to squeeze the potential of their body to achieve the goal. Gurgle. The stomach growled. Although he never expected much from the Black Dragon Maiden, seeing her so lazy made him somewhat speechless. Not even enthusiastic about eating. Furthermore, from the information obtained from the kobold Shiji, it's known that the Black Dragon Maiden at home descends upon the dogman camp every few days and devours the large numbers of demons they hunt. It's not just the dogman camp, the other two camps in a triangular formation, a small forest giant tribe and a large goblin tribe, are also visited by the Black Dragon Maiden for feeding. Initially, Udi thought his Dragon Maiden went out each time to hunt for herself. Didn't realize it was all just feeding. Even the food brought back for Udi and the other two was hunted by the three monster tribes. No wonder she always returned home so quickly after going out. Udi thought his Black Dragon Maiden was powerful, with high hunting efficiency. The activity levels of the Black Dragon Maiden throughout the year probably mostly consist of the flight paths taken to eat. Although slightly envious, Udi wasn't much fazed. Envious of how the Black Dragon Maiden can live so leisurely, getting stronger simply by eating and sleeping every day. Udi's life goal is somewhat similar, but he hopes to enjoy massages from diverse maidservants from various races in the most luxurious and grand palace, and open his dragon mouth to taste various delicacies, kidnap a princess when bored, and occasionally crush incoming dragon-slaying warriors. If he's strong enough, he might even contemplate traveling the Star Realm, known to be boundlessly vast, with countless planes. The tall plane where Udi currently resides is just a regular medium material plane. Simply put, Udi's goal is a super high-end version of the current life status of the Black Dragon Maiden. To achieve this initial goal, Udi needs at least legendary power. The road remains long. But for Udi, who possesses the feast talent, as long as he takes one step at a time, it won't take long to achieve. With an aspiration for a beautiful future life, Udi went out to hunt. Lucky enough to hunt a windwolf and a jungle green giant lizard. The windwolf is a level 3 demon, easy prey for Adi, who's reached biological level 4. The jungle green giant lizard is a rather powerful level 4 demon, ranging from 0 to 4 levels as low level. It's one of the top tier demons among the low level demons. Adi spent quite some effort and time to successfully hunt it down. The unharmed battle with the jungle green giant lizard also gave Adi clearer insight into his own power. That is, ordinary level 4 demons are no longer opponents for Adi. However, Adi wasn't arrogant enough to think he could challenge level 5 demons. Level 5 demons fall into the category of intermediate demons, even the weakest ones, and their power is at least 4 to 5 times higher than level 4 demons. The gap between great tiers is much larger than that between small tiers. If a level 1 dragonling challenges a level 2 ordinary demon and wins, it's not considered remarkable, just means the little dragonling has good combat qualities. But if a level 4 giant dragon challenges a level 5 ordinary demon and wins, that's quite impressive enough to be called a genius dragon in the giant dragon realm. In a few more months, after stacking a few more layers of banquets, Adi, might also be considered a genius dragon in the giant dragon realm. Adi grinned widely. He brought the 2 giant prey, the windwolf and the jungle green giant lizard, back to the dragon nest. In the wide-eyed astonishment of Heloise and Brooke, Adi leisurely feasted. Having eaten enough, Adi looked at the mess of leftover remains and casually beckoned the 2 impatient little dragons over. "Eat up!" With Adi's words, Heloise and Brooke excitedly dashed to the remains of the demons. "Thank you, big brother." ×2. Grateful words in childish dragon language came from the mouths of the 2 little dragonlings. Adi naturally accepted the thanks from his dragon brother and dragon sister, laying hypnotically beside the mud while his robust dragon tail leisurely sliced through the water, stirring up ripples of black waves. It's not just the satisfaction of a full belly after eating, but also the sense of achievement from the changed attitudes of his dragon brother and dragon sister. These days, Heloise and Brooke, the 2 young dragons, now understand the basic dragon-wise lesson of when eating from a dragon, one's mouth is short, and when taking from a dragon, one's claws are soft. After Heloise and Brooke have devoured the blood-soaked soil remains of the windwolf and jungle green giant lizard, they walked over to Adi's side, one on each side. They extended a pair of dragon claws, ejected sharp nails, and started scraping against the scales of their big brother, Adi. The collision of claws and scales sparkled in sparks. His comfortable Adi lay pleasantly on the ground, letting his dragon brother and dragon sister hatch their sharp dragon claws that could gut ordinary wild beasts on him. For Adi, this level of massage was just right. And Heloise and Brooke gradually accustomed to this behavior. Big brother provides food and effort, as younger siblings, how could they not offer massages to big brother? Being able to massage big brother Adi is their honor. Should another dragon try to snatch this job, Heloise and Brooke would certainly stand their ground. Not full yet? Use more strength. The slightly distracted Heloise and Brooke immediately perked up, putting more strength behind their dragon claws. They started to pour effort into massaging. From the forehead down to the dragon tail, from the left wing to the right wing, finally the 4 pairs of robust, muscular dragon claws. Big brother's body is so strong, probably stronger than red dragons of the same age group. As they continued massaging each section, Heloise and Brooke grew ever more amazed and awed. Big brother Adi seems to grow more robust and powerful every time he wakes up from sleep. Such a frightening talent. The dragon brother and dragon sister were extremely envious and yearned for this. They harbored no doubts about it since the dragon race has generated numerous abnormal dragons over countless years. A material plane may find it challenging to encounter a powerful abnormal dragon over thousands or tens of thousands of years, but with the star realm containing infinite planes, accumulating countless years, their numbers have increased despite rarity. Among them, those who have gained great renown and are strong abnormal dragons with notable distinction in the entire history of the dragon race are not scarce. Those whose cells constantly undergo nuclear fission, those who are gold dragon and titan hybrids, and those engaged in high-tech. At this moment, Shiji stands insignificant before those renowned predecessors who ravaged the star realm, merely a youngling. Chapter 16, Shiji the Kobold Growth Arc. A thin, small figure cautiously pokes its head out from the dense forest. Suddenly, a large grey rabbit prepares to leap across the grassland in front of it. The sound of air being pierced resounds, a poorly polished small wooden javelin fiercely stabs into the grey rabbit's eye, penetrating its skull and pinning its body to the black earth. A deadly strike. Once the signs of life disappear from the grey rabbit, the skinny, small black-scaled figure steps forward to retrieve both the rabbit and the wooden javelin. The damp forest causes a droplet to slowly condense from a leaf and drop, briefly illuminating the black-scaled figure's face in a flash of refracted light. Fragmented black scales, a pair of black horns flowing backward from the forehead, dark and profound pupils. It is Shiji, the kobold. Comparing to the time when Udi first captured him, Shiji's appearance has greatly changed. The body remains thin and small, but compared to the initial figure, which was less than a meter high and resembled a bamboo pole. Now Shiji stands at a height of 1.4 meters, with seemingly dry scales hiding robust and strong muscle power beneath, his gaze carrying a faint ferocity born from frequent killing and combat. Silently, Shiji extracts the rabbit's corpse from the wooden javelin, then opens his mouth and bites down with sharp teeth. Gulp gulp, Shiji gobbles down the warm blood of the grey rabbit. After guzzling down the blood, Shiji's sharp teeth bite and tear off a piece of flesh from the grey rabbit. Chewing several times, savoring the fresh and delicious taste of the exploding blood and meat in his mouth, Shiji squints his little eyes in satisfaction. Under such savage biting and swallowing, a large rabbit weighing over 10 pounds quickly becomes just a few scraps of bloody fur. Sigh. Shiji licks his lips, stained with congealed blood, feeling within him the dragon vein power bestowed by the great true dragon master being activated and operated. The rabbit's flesh is digested at an extraordinarily swift pace. As the flesh gets digested, streams of power flow through Shiji's entire body, slowly yet steadily fortifying his physical strength. Half an hour passes. Shiji slowly opens his eyes, a glint flashing in the depth of his black and profound pupils. 30 sunrises and sunsets have passed. Muttered Shiji, the kobold, softly to himself. It has been exactly 30 days since the great true dragon master bestowed upon him the dragon vein power. During this period, Shiji faithfully adhered to the master's commands. Surviving and hunting in the nearby area, developing the freshly acquired dragon vein power within him, enhancing his own strength, and eventually waiting until he is strong enough to journey westward to expand territories for the master. In just this short month, relying on the mysterious dragon vein power bestowed by the master, Shiji's body has undergone dramatic transformations. His body has become stronger and taller than those powerful kobold warriors from the homeland tribe. His wrist strength is enough to easily crush a stone. The hardness of his scales is strong enough to withstand the bites of regular wild beasts. He, Shiji, has undergone a complete metamorphosis within a month. Whenever he spots his reflection in the forest pools these days, Shiji finds his eyes filled with tears. All of this is bestowed upon Shiji by the master. Shiji must become stronger and bolder. A gust of hot air exhales from his mouth and nose, freezing into bursts of white mist under the forest's low temperature. The season has already entered early winter, with each passing day causing the temperature to drop a bit. During such times, ordinary, weak kobold like Shiji had to accept the tribe's tasks, carrying baskets into the forest to gather firewood, collect edible plant roots. Sometimes during this process, many unlucky ones encounter beasts going out to hunt to prepare winter fat reserves, or even powerful demons. Out of over 100 kobolds venturing out, only 70 or 80 might return. The rest would forever fall somewhere in the dark forest, possibly with their remains appearing in a pile of dung after a few days. The rabbit's flesh inside him gradually finishes digesting. Shiji begins to feel hungry. Since receiving the dragon vein power from the master, Shiji eats increasingly more, but also gets hungry faster. Throughout this process, Shiji's physical strength, power, agility continues to grow stronger. If Odi were to know, his expression would surely be strange. This almost seems like a watered-down version of the feast talent. Need to continue hunting. Shiji rises from the ground and slowly walks out from the cave. In his hand he grasps a wooden javelin, and in the homemade beast hide bag on his back are 5 or 6 wooden javelins. Almost every javelin has been stained dark red by blood, a faint bloody smell enveloping Shiji's surroundings. Facing the chill of early winter, Shiji's kobold figure slowly disappears. The hunger and belief in becoming stronger drive Shiji, the kobold, to constantly engage in killing and combat. Rotting swamp, 100 meters deep, inside the dragon nest. Odi exhales, watching the hot air condense into visible mist that eventually disperses. Winter is almost here, I wonder if it will snow here. Odi muses while squinting. He changes his position and lays down again. Checking his panel data. Odi, biological level 4, professional level none. Body length 4.98 m. Life force, 7.46. Current banquet level, 7 layers. Banquet cooldown time, 29 days. A month has passed, just 2 days ago the banquet cooldown was up, and Odi devoured the accumulated prey, bringing the banquet level to 7 layers. The biological level is still level 4. His body length is just a little short of 5 meters. As for the wingspan, it's just now comfortably breaking through 10 meters. Recently, Black Dragon Maiden is finding me more and more unpleasant. Closing the panel, Odi recollects the past month, falling into contemplation. From initially throwing prey before Odi, to prioritizing prey for the dragon brother and dragon sister while leaving Odi with leftovers, as of recently, the Black Dragon Maiden has been even more unreasonable. The hunting, no, the prey brought back from the follower tribe isn't given to Odi at all. Odi has been completely self-sufficient for over a month. If it continues this way, being kicked out by Black Dragon Maiden might not be far off. I'm still just a little dragonling of less than a year old. Odi shakes his head helplessly. To be precise, it should be 6 months, 0.5 years old. Is this intentionally increasing difficulty for this rogue dragon? So boring. Well, I'll pass the time by watching the documentary. Odi closes his eyes, letting his mind immerse into the faint spiritual connection thread in his mind. The documentary Odi refers to is his way of peeping into Shiji's daily life through the spiritual connection. Chapter 17, Side Effects. Furthermore, he could switch to the first-person perspective of the kobold Shiji in real time. This function is quite convenient. However, there is a limitation, the kobold Shiji cannot be too far from Odi, otherwise, with the current strength of the spiritual connection, even slightly farther distances would make it impossible to communicate through the contract. To put it simply, the spiritual connection is like Wi-Fi, the farther the distance, the worse the signal. To increase this distance, either Odi's spiritual strength must be enhanced, or the kobold Shiji's spiritual strength must be improved. Through the spiritual connection, Odi's perspective instantly switched to Shiji's first-person view. This guy is quite diligent. Odi said in surprise. Recently, besides sleeping and going out to hunt for food, when Odi got bored, he would switch the perspective to the first-person view of the kobold Shiji. Almost every time, Shiji's first-person view was either hunting or eating. It seemed very busy. Judging from the change in perspective height and the size comparison of prey, Shiji's body seems to have changed quite a bit. Odi thought. He was somewhat surprised. After all, he was merely a dragonling, and the servant contract of a dragonling could not bring the same growth to subordinate monsters as the contract of an adult dragon. The strength of the servant monsters is closely linked to the strength of their giant dragon master. Of course, in terms of size and strength, Odi now was no less than a 6 or 7 year old black dragon juvenile dragon, perhaps even stronger. A giant dragon's age classification is 0-3 years old as the dragonling stage, 3-10 years old as the juvenile dragon stage, 10-25 years old as the juvenile dragon stage, 25-50 years old as the adolescent dragon stage, 50-100 years old as the young adult dragon stage, 100-700 years old as the adult dragon stage, 700-1300 years old as the mature adult dragon stage, 1300-1800 years old as the old dragon stage, and beyond 1800 as the ancient dragon stage. Upon reaching the ancient dragon stage, the growth rate of a giant dragon's body begins to slow down. Among the five-colored dragon and metal dragon, the shortest lifespan belongs to the white dragon, with a maximum lifespan of only 2,300 years. The longest lifespans belong to the golden dragon and red dragon, with a maximum lifespan of up to 3,500 years. However, this is the lifespan without breaking through to the legendary tier. If the legendary tier is achieved, the lifespan of the giant dragon would increase significantly. Even using the criteria of a young black dragon's servant contract, Shiji's advancement is still unusually fast. Didi muttered to himself. From the kobold Shiji's first-person view, the speed, power, and agility demonstrated in hunting undoubtedly reached the realm of level 1 demon. And not the weakest of level 1 demon, even among level 1 demon, he was above average. A month ago, Shiji was just a level 0 creature, and a bottom tier 1 at that. In just 1 month, his strength increased at least 5 or 6 times. Moreover, at this growth rate, within another month, maybe even less, Shiji might grow into a level 2 demon. Heloise and Brook, these two young dragonlings, are also only level 2 giant dragons in biological level terms. Could it be influenced by my banquet talent? Didi couldn't help but suspect, as every time he looked at Shiji, that guy was either hunting or eating. At first, Didi thought that Shiji was developing his dragon vein through combat and blood food. Now, after noticing the abnormal growth rate of Shiji, Didi couldn't help but start to suspect. If the banquet talent can indeed influence the servant through the servant contract, it would be a good thing. Didi squinted his eyes and pondered. After the servant contract, the life of the kobold Shiji was under Didi's control. If he wanted Shiji to die, the dragon vein power within the other party would riot under the influence of the contract, causing death. In this situation, a faster rise in servant strength would naturally be beneficial for Didi. After all, no matter how fast the rise in strength, it couldn't surpass Didi, who is a dragon master. Though there seems to be a side effect. Didi watched as Shiji, who had just finished eating a 3-meter-long wild python, set off on another hunt within an hour. This time, Didi decided to observe for a longer period. 1 day passed. Didi recorded the actions of the kobold Shiji for that day. Apart from resting for 4 or 5 hours, at least 2/3 of the time was spent hunting and eating. Like a tireless machine. Not bad, no significant side effects. Didi nonchalantly ended Shiji's first-person perspective. Closing his eyes, wrapping himself up, he went to sleep. As time passed being a giant dragon, Didi found himself increasingly fond of sleeping. Moreover, the violent and aggressive emotions within his heart grew stronger as his physique became more powerful. Subtly, Didi's personality was undergoing minute changes even he hadn't noticed. Time passed slowly. Soon, winter arrived. Didi witnessed his first snowfall, lightly drifting down from the sky. Overnight, the originally gloomy dark forest was covered with a layer of silver attire by the snow. In the snow-covered forest, it was challenging to find birds. The traces of wild beasts and demons also gradually decreased. However, to complete the banquet, Didi would go on frenzied hunts for 10 to 15 days each month. Although it's hard to find wild beasts and demons in winter, this is only true for other creatures. For a giant dragon, with just a sniff, they can find hidden creatures even buried 10 meters deep in the snow. It is simply unreasonable. Moreover, Due to the winter, both wild beasts and demons become well fed and plump, making the meat even tastier. The snow fell like goose feathers for 2 whole months before finally stopping. A shadow of a black dragon flew from the sky, slowly landing on a huge tree. Strong dragon claws gripped the tree trunk, shaking the giant tree with its massive weight, causing large amounts of snow to fall from the tree like rain. Didi gazed into the distance below. A group of 10 or so great snow deer, gigantic like moving small mountains, were migrating north. Great snow deer, level 5 ice attribute demon. Didi salivated from the corners of his mouth. Great snow deer are top-grade meat, with fresh, sweet, and cool meat, and an exceptional taste. They are extremely popular among giant dragons. No, to be precise, among most intelligent beings, great snow deer are highly favored. However, because great snow deer only appear in snowy regions and always move in herds, their individual strength is substantial, possessing a formidable ice magic-like skill Frost Spiritual Light, making them formidable enough that ordinary middle-level demons dare not provoke them, only high-level demons have the strength to hunt them. Chapter 18-20, Giant Demon Grey, Half a Year, Slumber and Awakening, 6K. After 2 months of winter, Didi's banquet layers increased from the initial 7 to 9. Yet, on his panel, his biological level remains level 4. The gap between level 4 and level 5 spans a great tier. Didi roughly estimated it would require at least 5 more layers of banquet, or possibly 6 or 7, to cross this great tier. However, relying on his mighty dragon body, he could try to battle across tiers. But, this would only be in a one-on-one scenario. Didi silently counted the number of great snow deer in the herd. 17 in total, 4 juveniles, 13 adults. This number, if Didi were to engage in battle with them, the outcome would be grim. 13 level 5 demon great snow deer can almost instantly unleash their spell-like ability, Frost Spiritual Light, which is enough to freeze a juvenile red dragon into ice shards, dead beyond revival. Didi doesn't feel his current strength can rival that of a juvenile red dragon. A juvenile white dragon, on the other hand, could be worth a try. Seems like I still need to call the dragon. Didi folded his wings, landed on the ground, and followed the traces left by the great snow deer herd. A moment later, he saw the great snow deer herd stopping by a frozen river and starting to hunt river fish for recovery, and Didi quietly returned along the same path. Rotting swamp, inside the dragon nest. Didi had a conversation with Black Dragon Maiden. Are you saying you saw the traces of a great snow deer herd within the territory? Liana slowly propped up her massive dragon body with her claws, her dark yellow eyes gazed at her eldest son. The overwhelming pressure of an adult black dragon surged toward Didi like a tidal wave. Didi's consciousness was momentarily stunned by this overpowering dragon's roar, but thankfully the Black Dragon Maiden didn't deliberately target him, otherwise, he might have been knocked out directly by the dragon's roar. Regaining his consciousness, Didi looked at his dragon mother with deep apprehension in his gaze. Terrifying. Is this the strength of adult dragons? Just revealing a portion as the tip of the iceberg left Didi feeling powerless. According to the dragon's legacy information, even a newly mature black dragon has reached level 15 in biological level. Level 15. If it were solely about stacking banquet layers, given the current food conditions of the banquet, it might require hundreds of layers, which means several dozen years. However, if the banquet feeding conditions could change from beast and low-level demon flesh to rare metals, magic gemstone, magic metal, high-level demon flesh, all these advanced ingredients, then perhaps in less than 10 years Didi could explosively elevate his biological level to level 15. Yes, mother, I saw it with my own eyes, that great snow deer herd totals 17, with 14 adult great snow deer. Didi collected his thoughts and answered respectfully. Receiving a definite answer made Liana's dark yellow eyes shine brightly. She said excitedly, Didi, lead the way quickly. Didi could understand Black Dragon Maiden's excitement and urgency. Great snow deer, such a top-grade delectable prey, is quite rare and uncommon in the dark forest. Now suddenly a herd has migrated here, can they just let them slip away? Under Udi's full-speed lead, soon a large and small black dragon approached the rest site of the great snow deer herd. To avoid startling this group of delicious prey, the black dragon maiden did not descend directly above the deer herd. She was rather greedy, she wanted to keep all the great snow deer here. In Udi's widened eyes, the black dragon maiden's massive dragon body, over 18 meters long, disappeared amidst a burst of black light. In her place, a domineering figure stood on the snow, clad in pitch-black dragon armor, with fiercely wild waist-length black hair, exposing vast stretches of snow-white skin on her navel, thighs, back, and other parts except for key areas. Why say domineering? Udi looked in awe at his black dragon mother's human form, clicking his tongue in wonder. The transformation technique of dragons is quite miraculous, it can turn such a massive dragon body into a human-sized petite figure. But the transformation technique isn't without drawbacks. The first drawback is restricting the dragon's power, mainly its physical strength, though dragons like the silver dragon who specialize in magic have fewer limitations on their power. The second drawback is that transformation technique can't randomly mold a person, the appearance after casting this technique depends entirely on the dragon. However, the human forms dragons take are generally handsome or beautiful, rarely ugly, and their overall appearance rivals that of the elf race. This can be seen from Liana. Aside from her relatively large stature, Liana's looks surely qualify her as a great beauty. Even compared to the makeup, Photoshop, plastic surgery tech of his past life on Blue Star, Udi's high standards deem her an exceptional beauty. You'll wait here, I'll be right back. Liana left a word, then her figure transformed into a blur and disappeared, her speed frighteningly fast. Less than 3 seconds later, the resting great snow deer herd by the frozen river emitted a harrowing scream, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon's roar. Clearly, the black dragon maiden, after closing in, had revealed her original form and taken the great snow deer herd by surprise. Chapter 19, 18-20, Giant Demon Grey, Half a Year, Slumber and Awakening. A moment later, a large dragon shadow flew past from the ice river, heading straight for the land of the rotting swamp dragon's nest. Return to the nest. This was a message sent by the black dragon maiden to Udi. From the tone, one could tell the black dragon maiden's excitement and eagerness to taste the delicacies. The ice river, several dozen meters wide, was originally covered with a thick layer of ice. However, now, within a 100-meter radius, the ice layer was almost completely shattered. Strangely, on the broken ground, clusters of ice crystals several meters high were growing. These coral reef-like ice crystals still contained a large amount of residual ice attribute elemental spiritual light. These remaining ice crystals on the ground were the last counterattack of the great snow deer before their death. If guessed correctly, these were the effects caused by the spell-like ability Frost Spiritual Light awakened by the great snow deer demons. Udi looked at the tragic scene of destruction below, silent for a long time. On this shattered icy ground, aside from the residual ice elemental spiritual light left by the great snow deer, there was no trace of other elemental spiritual light, nor was there the acidic breath of the black dragon. In other words, the black dragon maiden had completely relied on her physical strength to slaughter this group of great snow deer. Without using magic or breath, she probably didn't want to ruin the delicious taste. The completely shattered ice layer also showcased the black dragon maiden's extraordinary physical strength. What's the difference between this and a missile bombing? The thought suddenly crossed Udi's mind. He suddenly felt that if possible, he should tightly hold onto the black dragon maiden's thigh. A moment later, Udi returned to the nest. Upon returning, he saw Heloise and Brooke each holding a white deer leg, gnawing on them. The enticing aroma of blood and flesh wafted from the white deer legs. Nearby, 4 snow-white moose carcasses, each measuring between 3 to 5 meters in length, lay on the ground, with one missing 2 deer legs. Upon seeing Udi return, Heloise and Brooke immediately put down the delicious food in their claws, respectfully calling out, "Big brother Udi! ×2. After the daily polite greetings, the two little dragons resumed their meal. Udi nodded to them, not immediately joining them in eating, but instead took a few steps deeper into the nest. After a small turn, he saw a black-scaled giant beast lying on a pile of gold coins, gemstones, and magic equipment, tearing into an adult great snow deer over 8 meters long. In a few bites, the giant beast, weighing at least 10 tons, had consumed a fifth of it. The speed of consumption was terrifying. And from the remains beside it, it seemed this was already the second adult great snow deer that the Black Dragon Maiden had consumed. Noticing Udi, Liana paused her eating, looking at her eldest son with a satisfied and approving gaze. "Udi, you've done well. You can enjoy 2 of the 4 juvenile great snow deer outside." Udi remained silent for a moment before respectfully replying, "Thank you, mother, for the reward. It's the recompense you deserve." "All right, don't disturb my eating anymore," Liana issued an order to shoo him away. Just as Udi was about to turn and leave, Liana's calm voice suddenly came from behind. "Udi, after my meal this time, I will enter a slumber. During my slumber, take care of Heloise and Brooke. I will instruct the giant demon leader Grey to deliver prey to the rotting swamp every month." This was the longest sentence the Black Dragon Maiden had ever spoken to Udi since his birth. Udi was slightly taken aback, feeling both surprised and delighted. For a giant dragon, ordinary sleep wasn't referred to as slumber, only when undertaking a prolonged rest would it be called slumber. This period could last from at least half a year to several years or even over a decade. This also related to the stage of life of the giant dragon. Udi realized this was a great opportunity for him to develop and grow. His eyes flickered with a certain kind of light as he responded to the Black Dragon Maiden, "Rest assured, mother, I will make sure to take good care of Heloise and Brooke." "That's good," Liana's gaze held an indescribable meaning. Udi's heart raced. Under the Black Dragon Maiden's watchful eyes, he felt as though all his thoughts were laid bare. At that moment, Udi had a strong premonition. Perhaps, when the Black Dragon Maiden awoke from her slumber, it would be the day he was cast out of the dragon nest. After Udi left the deepest part of the dragon nest, hidden magical spiritual lights flickered on the surrounding walls and ground. Liana carefully inspected the protective magic of her dragon nest. Finding no issues, she contentedly continued to voraciously consume the flavorful deer meat filled with immense magic power. "Consuming these 13 adult great snow deer should provide me with enough accumulated energy for a slumber and growth." Liana was in an excellent mood. At 135 years old, she had lingered at biological level 15 for over 30 years. This time, with the help of 13 level 5 demons and their over 100 tons of magically potent flesh, she should be able to elevate her biological level to 16. The adult stage for giant dragons ranges from 100 to 700 years old. The Black Dragon Maiden, at just 135, had only been an adult for a little over 30 years and was considered extremely young among adult giant dragons. Chapter 20, 18 to 20, Giant Demon Grey, Half a Year, Slumber and Awakening. In the professions, level 15 to 19 is referred to as master level, and reaching level 20 signifies a legendary creature. For black dragons, there are no bottlenecks between level 15 and 19, simply by eating and sleeping, it can naturally break through as it ages. However, dragons with ambition naturally wish to accelerate this growth. The Black Dragon Maiden has fallen into slumber. On the 20th day since the Black Dragon Maiden entered slumber, a formidable troop of giant demons arrived at the rotting swamp. Sensing a large presence of unfamiliar yet familiar aura outside the dragon nest, Udi slowly opened his eyes. The familiar aura amidst the unfamiliar was precisely the aura of the Black Dragon Maiden. This means the visitors are followers of the Black Dragon Maiden. At the edge of the rotting swamp, a group of over 30 giant demon warriors threw the prey they carried on their shoulders to the ground, their massive weight making a series of dull sounds upon contact with the earth. Leading them was a terrifying giant demon, standing 5 meters tall, with thick black dragon scales and extremely muscular physique, suddenly casting his gaze to the left. Under the watchful eyes of this fearsome giant demon, bubbles emerged from within the rotting swamp about 100 meters away. A robust young black dragon, with muscle proportions not inferior to the leading giant demon, surged skyward from the rotting swamp. The black dragon's pair of dragon wings, spanning 11 meters, seemed quite daunting. "Are you the leader of the giant demons that my mother contracted, Grey?" He did not land, nor did he approach the giant demons, as his dragon senses intensely warned him that the leading giant demon was extremely dangerous. Even without the danger alert from his senses, just the opponent's 5-meter-tall robust body indicated their considerable power. The Black Dragon Maiden's followers, divided by type, belong to the giant demon species sub-branch Forest Giant Demon. An adult forest giant demon stands between 3.5 to 4 meters in height, with a biological level of level 3, while some outstanding individuals reach level 4. Besides possessing extremely abnormal regenerative ability, even having their head blown can recover, they also wield a formidable spell-like ability Plant Control. The 30 giant demon warriors ahead, wearing black plant vine heavy armor, generated using the spell-like ability Plant Control, boast hardness comparable to steel of equivalent thickness, yet remain lightweight and flexible. Their grasp, holding massive heavy dark wooden clubs studded with spikes, also holds considerable intimidation. Based on appearances alone, Didi estimates that this group could smash a tank flat by brute force. "I am Grey," the giant demon leader spoke in a low, muffled voice, gesturing for the giant demon warriors behind him to spread out, revealing then dozens of piled-up prey. "As per the master's command, we brought the prey to the rotting swamp." Grey, with copper bell eyes, curiously examined the master's offspring. This was also Grey's first time seeing the master's offspring. "Appears, not weak, but still falls short of comparison with me. The master has birthed not even a year ago. How did the young master grow so large?" Giant demons generally have some mental deficiency, but as one accepted by an adult black dragon's servant contract, transformed by the dragon vein, Grey is evidently an exception. More precisely, Grey, originally not taken as a servant by the Black Dragon Maiden, was an anomaly among giant demons, having ancestral bloodline. Shortly after adulthood, its biological level broke through to level 5, entering the intermediate demon threshold. Forest giant demons' bloodline at most allows them to achieve level 4 demon. Without cultivation professions, reaching intermediate demon is practically impossible in their lifetime. Yet Grey, solely relying on bloodline power, reached level 5 demon, and after receiving the Black Dragon Maiden's dragon vein power, following her for several decades, now has become a high-level demon dragon vein giant demon leader. This is why Adi felt the intense death threat from it. High-level demon, according to tier division, represents formidable existence whose biological level reaches level 10 and beyond. "Leave the prey here, you may leave now." Adi hovered in the air, gazing down at them. Despite being followers of the Black Dragon Maiden, Adi maintained a cautious mindset against life-threatening entities. Followers of the dragon aren't absolutely immune to betrayal, the probability is just extremely low, especially for creatures deeply imbued with the Dragon Master's bloodline power. Yet no matter how small the probability, aren't there lottery winners who strike it big? Adi feels maintaining caution poses no issue. Grey frowned, noticing the young master did not trust them. After pondering for a moment, Grey nodded his head and then called his kin to magnificently depart from there. Adi flapped his wings into the sky, watching Grey and the group of heavily armored giant demon warriors vanish from his view, and only then he relaxed his vigilance slightly. He let out a dragon's roar. Instantly, Heloise and Brooke emerged from their concealment within the rotting swamp behind him, fluttering their small dragon wings. Without Adi's command, the two young dragons actively landed among the group of prey and swiftly began transporting the prey corpses. Chapter 21-18, 19, 20, Giant Demon Grey, half a year, slumber and awakening, 6k. During this time, he also glanced with his peripheral vision at the hunting corpses being carried by Dragon Brother and Dragon Sister. There's actually a level 6 demon. Hoodie's eyes narrowed when he saw Heloise struggling to transport a scorpion tail demon that was several times her size. Griffin, a powerful monster that combines the features of a bat, lion, and scorpion, a level 6 demon, surviving in family-like groups. Hoodie looked at that huge griffin, akin to an elephant, its bat wings torn apart from behind, and its head twisted off by brute force. His eyes narrowed slightly. So violent. So savage. If it was weapon injuries, Hoodie wouldn't be so shocked, but these were clearly injuries caused by sheer physical force. The work of that giant demon leader Grey. However, the stronger the giant demon's power, the better, as the quality of the prey caught for me will also be higher. Hoodie thought to himself. Of course, he also understood that powerful demons like griffins couldn't be hunted every month. The intelligence of intermediate demons is generally no lower than humans, knowing how to endure, hide, erase traces, and avoid powerful creatures' habitats. Although the giant demons led by Grey are powerful, it probably took some effort to hunt this griffin. Finding griffin tracks, determining griffin's activity range, then confirming the number of the griffin family, finally deciding whether to act. Before taking action, there's also the need to find an opportunity to lure the opponent into a trap. Otherwise, under the alarm, griffin can fly, reaching hundreds of meters high in an instant. What can Grey do even with the power to kill griffin with a single blow? Hoodie guessed right, Grey indeed spent a great deal of effort to hunt this griffin. The entire hunting process took 7 days, with only less than 3 minutes spent dealing with the griffin. Days gradually calmed down. With the help of Grey at the head of the hunting team, the time Hoodie needed to spend on hunting was reduced a lot. In the past, he had to go out for at least 10 days a month, sometimes more than half a month. Now, he only needs to go out 3 to 5 times a month. This isn't to say the prey brought by Grey isn't enough to eat, it's actually enough for the 3 little dragons. Even if Hoodie needs to hold a banquet once a month, it's definitely enough. No matter how much gluttony is needed for the banquet, it can't surpass what an adult black dragon needs for food. And Grey brings prey from the rotting swamp every month strictly according to the amount of food needed by an adult black dragon, mostly consisting of low-level demons, occasionally including an intermediate demon. The reason Hoodie still needs to go out hunting is merely to satisfy his own appetite with some freshly hunted meat, nothing more. However, Hoodie learned in his engagement with Grey that the prey provided by the other party isn't exclusively hunted by their giant demon tribe. 2 other follower tribes under the Black Dragon Maiden's command, Blackteeth Tribe, Dogman Tribe, and Bowden Tribe, Goblin Tribe, contribute their share of strength. However, since the strength of those 2 follower tribes is vastly inferior to the giant demon tribe led by giant demon leader Grey, the prey they provide are just some powerful beasts or low-level demons. Only the giant demon tribe has the stable ability to hunt intermediate demons. Time slowly passed, a month, 2 months. In the blink of an eye, it has been half a year since the Black Dragon Maiden fell asleep. Deep in the rotting swamp, the dragon nest. A mighty black-scaled giant beast slowly opened its eyes. Having just ended a banquet with his body strengthened, Hoodie stretched his increasingly powerful dragon body wantonly. Opened the panel. Hoodie, biological level 5, professional level none. Body length 7.06 m. Life force, 10.5. Current banquet level, 15 layers. Banquet cooldown time, 30 days. Woo! Swish! Just a normal breath causes a series of small waves and sprays in the mudwater of the dragon nest marsh. Terrifying lung capacity can be called. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Hoodie looked towards the depths of the dragon nest. Only to see the originally dense spiritual light in the depths of the nest slowly dissipating, submerging into the stone walls and ground. The Black Dragon Maiden. Awakened. Chapter 22-21, A Day Worth Remembering. The awakened Black Dragon Maiden's body appeared somewhat frail, the thick bones faintly pressed against the dragon scales. Having not eaten for half a year, the large amount of magic power and energy accumulated in her dragon body was all used to stimulate physical growth and development, naturally causing her body to become thin. Overcome by hunger, the Black Dragon Maiden didn't even glance at the strange-looking Udi, hurriedly flying out of the lair and disappearing from sight. Several hours later, the Black Dragon Maiden, with her belly full, returned to the lair and continued to sleep on her treasure without a care. A few days later, the Black Dragon Maiden woke up. At this moment, the Black Dragon Maiden's dragon body, which had become thin due to the sleep, had gained back some weight. Although still looking somewhat frail, it was not very obvious. It was at this time that the Black Dragon Maiden, Liana, had the mind to pay attention to other matters. For instance, her 3 offspring. In the past 6 months, Heloise and Brooke had grown from a length of nearly 3 meters to now 3.2 meters. They had transformed from the size of a horse dog to the size of a tiger. The intensity of their aura had also increased by a notch. But their biological level was still some distance from reaching level 3. If one were to classify it carefully, they could be considered tier 2 high. Regarding this, Liana nodded with satisfaction. The faster her offspring grew, the less time she needed to take care of them. Just then, Udi returned to the nest from hunting. The moment Liana saw Udi, her pupils slightly contracted. Good grief, this dragon body's size, even a teenage black dragon isn't as big as you. Are you sure you're just over a year old? At this moment, Liana's eyes shifted. She felt threatened. Not a threat to herself. With Udi's current strength, even if it were 10 times stronger, it wouldn't be her match. Liana worried that her treasures might be eyed by Udi. When a dragon reaches its teenage years, its desire for treasure peaks. If the dragon mother keeps it in the nest, then once she leaves, it may extend its dragon claws toward her treasure. Although it might not necessarily succeed. After all, the treasure in the dragon nest is often protected by the most numerous and strongest protective magic and trap magic. But, it's still a threat. A being that stares at your treasure 24 hours a day and isn't weak is not something any giant dragon would feel at ease about. In the depths of the dragon nest, Udi and Liana stared at each other. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, and Udi keenly perceived the cold and resentful gaze of the Black Dragon Maiden. After a moment of silence, Liana spoke. Udi, you are strong enough now. It's time to leave your mother's embrace, to soar across the skies outside, to carve out your own territory, to have your own followers, and to acquire your own treasure. On the 437th day in this world, the egg-stage dragonling Udi Targaryen Diabolos Atoxi Mephisto. Sigmund was driven out of the nest by the dragon mother to begin independent survival. The dark forest is vast. Larger than the territory occupied by a prosperous human kingdom. The territory occupied by the Black Dragon Maiden is located in the southern region of the dark forest, and the details of the territory she controls are as follows. A rotting swamp of dozens of square kilometers in size, where the dragon nest is located. And a forest of over 6,000 square kilometers, where the 3 major tribes of followers are located. Even combined, the 2 areas don't amount to 1% of the southern region's total land area. This is not because Liana is weak, but because she has put very little thought into the strength of her followers, or almost none at all. Except for the chiefs of the 3 major tribes who were granted dragon veins by Liana, possessing significant strength beyond their race, the rest of the tribesmen have fairly average strength and not many in number, unable to occupy a large portion of the dark forest. If Liana were willing to seriously develop the strength of her followers, with her status and power as an adult black dragon, she could easily occupy the entire southern region of the dark forest. At this time, location, the western region of the dark forest. In a small valley more than 150 kilometers in a straight line from the dragon nest territory. A giant dragon with a 15-meter wingspan, colossal muscular density, a short and thick neck, with 2 pairs of dragon horns on its forehead, one short and one long. The long pair extended towards the front of the forehead, and the short pair extended towards the back of the head. Its whole body was covered in dragon scales as black and deep as to be somewhat shiny. It flew over this place. If someone sees this dragon, there will definitely be confusion in their minds. Is this a black dragon? But except for the black scales, it almost has nothing to do with a black dragon. Instead, if the scales were red, it would resemble a red dragon quite a lot. Didi looked around the valley, his expression suddenly tensing, and quickly flew towards the east of the valley. A moment later, the black dragon body folded its dragon wings behind and landed steadily in front of a humanoid figure 2 meters tall. Didi looked down on the strong and lithe figure in front of him, felt the aura emanating from it, and nodded with satisfaction. Shiji, you've worked hard. In just over 8 months, you've advanced from level 0 to level 3. Shiji looked excitedly at his master who had acknowledged him, knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and spoke with great respect. This is all thanks to the master. Without the master's gift of the dragon vein, Shiji would still be a weak kobold, perhaps even devoured by beasts and demons. Didi nodded slightly, saying nothing. That was indeed the truth. As for why Heloise and Brooke, as giant dragons, hadn't advanced as quickly as Shiji the kobold. This is quite normal. After all, no one would think a human who became a mid-level professional in 3 years is more talented than a dragon. Take, for example, a 3-year-old black dragon just out of the egg stage. Its biological level has barely reached level 4. By the age of 10, when entering the teenage years, a black dragon under normal circumstances would reach biological level 5. This involves foundational issues. The foundation of humans is far inferior to that of dragons, hence their power-up speed is faster. But to defeat a dragon often requires 4 equally matched humans to succeed. For humans it is so, and for kobolds with even weaker foundations than humans, it is even more so. However, as a dragon vein kobold, Shiji's combat power among peers is not weak, at least not weaker than the elite among humans of the same level. Is this the territory you've occupied? Didi shifted his gaze from Shiji to look around. Mountains surrounded on 3 sides, the shortest hill over 400 meters high, the tallest mountain reaching 700 to 800 meters. One side had an opening facing the vast dark forest. The first impression of Didi about this place was that the wind was calm, and the environment was beautiful. Most importantly, inside this valley lies a water pool with a diameter of 200 meters. Above the water pool, a silver waterfall cascades down from about a 50-meter height. Yes, Master, please follow me. I've established the Black Blood tribe at the entrance of the valley, where I've gathered some of the tribe's people. Initially, when Didi was bored, he would occasionally peek into Shiji's daily life through their contract, but after Shiji left to move to the western region, Didi could no longer peek due to the distance being too far. Thus, Didi hadn't known how Shiji had been developing for a few months now. Chapter 23-22, Black Blood Tribe. A moment later, the man and dragon arrived at the so-called Black Blood Tribe. Dozens of kobolds, thin and less than a meter tall, wandered around more than 100 meters from the tunnel entrance. Some were carrying wood, others had baskets filled with stones, and some wielded stone sabers to carve up prey. The entire Black Blood tribe currently consisted of only 5 wooden huts, all encircled by a fence over 2 meters high, forming a simple gathering place. Among them, the wooden hut situated in the middle was the largest, standing 4 meters tall and occupying over 200 square meters. The other 4 huts were quite small, only 2 meters tall with an area of 100 square meters each. Clearly, the former was the residence of Shiji, the tribal chief of the Black Blood tribe, while the latter small huts were inhabited by ordinary kobolds under a meter tall. A patrol team of kobolds wielding wooden spears to fend off beastly disturbances noticed them. Not fear, but excitement. A burst of puppy-like barking ensued, soon making the entire Black Blood tribe lively. Seeing this, Shiji immediately stepped forward, angrily shouting, "Everyone, shut your mouths, come gather and meet the great true Dragon Master." Shiji's prestige was high, and almost instantly, the barking throughout the tribe disappeared, and all kobolds dropped their work to quickly gather on the open space in front of the tribe. Soon, the Black Blood tribe members were all assembled. Shiji turned around, respectfully saying to Adi, "Master, these are all the members of the Black Blood tribe, a total of 93, with 50 young and strong kobolds and 43 female kobolds." Adi glanced at these kobolds, whose expressions hid a fervent enthusiasm, and his previously folded dragon wings unfolded instantly. With a gentle flap, he rose into the air. The shadow cast by the dragon body covered many kobolds. Just by a simple action, without uttering a word, nearly 100 kobolds were kneeling down, bowing and worshipping him. Murmuring, "Great true Dragon Master, your dragon wings can obscure the sky, the graceful dragon body is splendid and powerful." Mostly simple words of praise and admiration for Adi's strength. "All right, everyone shut up," Adi spoke calmly. All the kobolds below instantly fell silent, trembling, while kneeling. "You are weak in body and lacking wisdom. Originally you could only exist as the lowest tier within the dark forest, waiting for misfortune to befall you." Adi paused. Yet, being so admonished by the true dragon, the kobolds showed no intention of retorting, instead nodding and wagging their tails humbly. Every inch of their bodies seemed to be saying yes, yes, right, right. Adi grinned, feeling as if he were speaking to a pile of stinking dog manure. What he originally wanted to say was instantly aborted, turning instead into blunt, straightforward language. "All right, you crawlers, if you want to gain power like Shiji, then you must desperately work for me. This dragon does not wish to accept a bunch of useless trash as servants." Adi landed heavily on the ground from mid-air, his dragon body weighing tens of tons caused the ground to tremble, and the kobolds nearby, their legs weakened, felt fear and excitement. Through this move, they more clearly and deeply felt the immense physical power of their true dragon master. Worship value increased. Obedience increased. After feeding a simple lecture and promises to a group of weaklings, Adi looked down at Shiji, slowly saying, "In the future, my nest will be inside the valley at the water pool. Come find me if there is an urgent matter." "Yes." Shiji responded respectfully. Leaving these words, Adi spread his wings and left the Black Blood tribe. Behind him, Shiji below watched Adi's departing dragon shadow with a determined expression. Thus, Adi settled down at the place named Black Blood Valley by Shiji, at the edge of the western region within the dark forest. Finally completed. Adi looked at the curved underground tunnel he had dug out below the water pool, grinning contentedly. The simplistic underwater dragon nest, 7 meters high and occupying over 500 square meters, was successfully developed. This took Adi 5 days. If it were a ground-based dragon nest, the kobolds from the Black Blood tribe could have helped with digging and construction, but dozens of meters underwater, the weak kobolds were incapable. So the effort of the master Adi personally digging and constructing the dragon nest was inevitable. The dragon nest, initially built, was empty. However, Shiji contributed over a dozen ancient silver coins, which he had found during hunting over half a year, in nests belonging to beasts and demons, which were probably the last remains left by mercenaries or hunters who came to sustain their lives in the dark forest. Due to the scarcity of coins, and since Adi wanted to try something novel, he consumed them in one go. After trying them, he found them tasted all right, but the quantity was too small to significantly benefit Adi's dragon body, offering almost negligible improvement. According to Adi's estimation, if there were tens of thousands of silver coins used as a feast's ingredient, it might bring a considerable enhancement. Unfortunately, Tens of thousands of silver coins, the only quick way might be robbing human cities. Never mind, simplicity is simplicity, only strong personal strength is the most fundamental. Adi was not overly concerned about the lavishness of his dragon nest. At least for now, while he is still weak, he isn't very concerned. Whether as the current evil dragon or his former human identity, Adi enjoyed wealth. But he wouldn't, like those dragons influenced by instinct, amass treasures without utilizing them for improving his strength. In Adi's view, that was somewhat foolish. Of course, this was only Adi's perception as a dragon. Giant dragons hoard treasures for another reason as well. Being surrounded by treasures can accelerate the growth of the dragon body. Here, treasures refer to items possessing magic metal, magic crystal, magic gemstone, magic equipment, among other treasures infused with magic elements. A large quantity of pure magic-infused valuables gathered together will attract and concentrate surrounding elemental power, and the abundant elemental power will accelerate the growth speed of the giant dragon's body. Thus, treasures are not only ornamental and collectible for giant dragons. Adi was aware of this, but from his viewpoint, sacrificing treasures for enhancement in strength during moments of weakness to swiftly escape danger was more aligned with his growth philosophy. Once he achieves great unmatched power, accumulating treasures wouldn't be a breeze. Is it necessary to meticulously calculate the slight benefit of accelerated dragon body growth by hoarding vast treasures? After settling down for half a month, Adi adapted to the entirely new environment around him. He began preparing sufficient ingredients for the upcoming banquet. This time, without the offerings from giant demon leader Grey and other 3 tribes, Adi had to rely on his own resources to stockpile ingredients. As for the Black Blood tribe? Too weak, without Shiji, hunting some powerful beasts would result in the deaths of many kobolds. Hence, Adi temporarily did not plan to let them participate in hunting, but rather in mining. Although kobold combat power is weak, they excel at mineral searching and mining. The kobolds of the Black Blood tribe had discovered an iron ore mine within the valley a month ago. However, it was inconvenient to mine, that plus the tribe's initial establishment, under-resourced manpower, it was temporarily placed aside. However, after Adi settled down here, mining the iron ore was put on the agenda. A banquet is likely to utilize the iron ore as an ingredient. Seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 24-23, Magic Awakening. Inside a simple dragon nest. Adi, having just consumed a large amount of low-level demon flesh and blood, found his consciousness entering that void world once again. Viewing his dragon body through the perspective of an observer, Adi initially thought this time would be as uneventful as the previous 15 banquet enhancements. However, as the enhancement progressed, a large number of faint blue light dots suddenly gathered around his dragon body. These faint blue light dots, once gathered, swarmed into Adi's dragon body like bees returning to the hive. As the vast amount of faint blue light dots surged in, Adi's dragon body gradually took on a dreamy blue hue. Is this natural water element? Within the void world, Adi's consciousness was stirred. The knowledge of the dragon's legacy unveiled a veil due to Adi's stage growth. A flood of knowledge poured into Adi's mind and soul, which he absorbed. When Adi's consciousness returned from the void world, he remained asleep in reality. Time passed, and 3 months went by in the blink of an eye. In the water pool dragon nest, Adi slowly opened his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed across them before quickly realizing what had happened to him. Magic Awakening. The Magic Awakening, which usually occurs at the juvenile dragon stage, happened to Adi while he was still in the dragonling phase. The surprise was so sudden that Adi even forgot about the hunger in his belly. Along with the Magic Awakening, I also automatically mastered 3 types of spell-like abilities, Adi thought with excitement. These are extraordinary abilities. This delighted Adi, who had always relied on his brute dragon body for hunting and combat. Dark Magic. With the surge of magic power in his dragon body, a dark light shot into a water pool excavated inside the dragon nest, accurately hitting a sharp-toothed cannibal fish. Udi had raised dozens of cannibal fish to prevent the nest from feeling too quiet. However, due to not being fed for 3 months, only one cannibal fish remained alive in the pool. This fish, which had eaten dozens of its companions, seemed quite fierce, but under the effect of the dark magic, it began thrashing about wildly in shock. Seeing this, Udi nodded in satisfaction. Dark magic, effect, deprives a creature of its 5 senses, and the casting effect grows with one's magic power strength. A very practical spell-like ability. In addition to dark magic, the other 2 awakened spell-like abilities are low-light vision, effect, grants oneself or others special vision to clearly see the surroundings in a dark, lightless environment. Identification skill, effect, allows one to detect the biological level of a life form, cannot identify life forms with a biological level higher than one's own. Note: using the identification skill will make the other party aware of you. Among the 3 spell-like abilities, apart from dark magic assisting in combat, both low-light vision and identification skill are entirely auxiliary spell-like abilities. But they're all very useful, and Udi was quite satisfied with them. Take low-light vision as an example. Normally, Udi would not need it, even in pitch-black nighttime environments. His unique dragon eye structure allows him to see the surroundings to some extent without the need for spell-like abilities. But if in an extremely pure dark environment or darkness created by an extraordinary ability, vision would be obstructed, and low-light vision would be very useful then. Identification skill is similar, it's not usually needed as the dragon's legacy is incredibly powerful and records so many species that upon seeing the other party, their information would generally surface in his mind. Except when encountering species not recorded in the dragon's legacy or creatures hiding their true strength, in normal circumstances, it's not needed. But once needed, it can serve an important role. After sorting out the changes following the magic awakening, Udi burst out of the water like a swordfish, landing on the ground. Udi looked around and, seeing a wooden warehouse not far from the water pool, strode over. Seeing the warehouse filled with iron ores, Udi nodded in satisfaction. Having followers is indeed different. With his dragon claw, he scraped a few chunks of iron ore and chewed them up, swallowing them down. The taste was just acceptable, but definitely better than dirt. After snacking a bit to fill his belly, Udi spread his dragon wings, giving them a slight shake, and quickly flew toward the Black Blood tribe. Before long, Udi arrived above the Black Blood tribe. Having unexpectedly slept for 3 months, Udi needed to see how his group of followers had developed. He wasn't like the Black Dragon Maiden who disregarded the development of her followers' power. Signs of a battle. Udi's expression tightened. Compared to 3 months ago, the Black Blood tribe had expanded once again after 3 months. There were now 10 houses. Additionally, there were several enormous cattle pens housing wild rabbits, wild goats, and other domesticated beasts. If not for the dark red blood stains and battle marks still on the wooden house walls, the Black Blood tribe would have appeared peaceful and serene. After a while, the kobold Shiji hurriedly arrived. When Udi asked about the battle signs in the tribe, Shiji was initially taken aback, then immediately explained. A while ago, 3 stray forest giant demons accidentally wandered in here, resulting in a battle. In the end, I, along with the tribe members, managed to capture them alive to see if we could tame them as labor for the tribe. Captured alive. Udi's interest was piqued. He recalled the heavy-armored forest giant warriors under the Black Dragon Maiden Liana's command and the powerful forest giant leader, Grey. Giant demons make excellent servants. The 5-colored evil dragons are quite fond of this type of servant, which isn't too weak in strength, has thick skin, excellent recovery ability, and great power. Whether used as labor or cannon fodder, they are outstanding. And among them, the forest giant demon capable of using the plant control spell-like ability is even more valuable than ordinary giant demons. After all, who wouldn't love cannon fodder equipped with its own gear? Take me to see them. Yes, master. To prevent the 3 stray forest giant demons from escaping, Shiji instructed the kobolds to imprison them in an underground cave. This cave was located at the back of the tribe, with a large hole covered by a stone slab weighing over a ton. With the stone slab moved aside, the path down into the cave was very winding. The innermost part contained a cave cell the size of a small room, and the entire design allowed the small-statured kobolds to navigate easily, while greatly restricting the movements of the large-bodied giant demons. The kobolds' excavation talent was vividly showcased in these details. Under Shiji's orders and Udi's watchful eyes, 6 kobolds gathered their courage to enter the cave. Soon, thunderous roars and the sound of frightened kobolds came from the underground cave. Chapter 25-24, Mondo Thorn. What's going on? Shiji's face turned dark as he shouted angrily at the fleeing kobolds. Chief, the strongest giant demon hasn't fainted from hunger yet. As soon as we approached it, half of Aguo's hand got bitten off and eaten by it, and then it went berserk. The kobold team leader, Alu, who led the group, remained relatively calm and quickly explained. Upon hearing Alu's words, a flash of surprise appeared in Shiji's eyes. That strongest level 4 forest giant demon remained vivid in Shiji's memory. If not for some tricks, combined with a large number of kobolds, it would have been hard for Shiji to take it down alone. However, Shiji clearly remembered that he had shattered all of its bones. How could it still have the ability to attack? Although giant demons have terrifying recovery abilities, it's challenging for them to die even with their heads blown apart. But regardless of how powerful their recovery abilities are, they must abide by the law of energy conservation. The more severe the injury, the more energy is required for recovery. Before imprisonment, its bones had been repeatedly shattered multiple times. By the time they were locked up, the energy within those roaming forest giant demons had been nearly depleted. In such a state, even a small wound would take a long time to recover from, especially after starving for 7 to 8 days without any food or water. How could they still resist so fiercely? Embarrassing himself in front of the master was a display of incompetence. His mood naturally wasn't good. Udi looked at Shiji calmly and nodded slightly. He didn't blame Shiji or the kobolds. Kobolds inherently have weak combat power, even weaker than ordinary humans, so their reaction and unforeseen happenings were not surprising. As long as they could find and mine resources for him, that was enough. Nonetheless, Udi's generous and benevolent character helped the panicky kobolds gradually calm down. Wasn't it said that evil dragons had a fierce temper? They hadn't completed their task successfully. Shouldn't the Dragon Master have vented his anger by killing them randomly? The 6 kobolds stealthily observed the Dragon Master, noticing he truly didn't intend to punish them, initially felt joyful, and then this joy quickly turned into fanaticism. Kobolds, weak creatures of the lower strata, fervently loved to follow true dragons, even if they were treated as cannon fodder, reserve food, or occasionally tortured and killed for fun. Despite this, many kobolds followed them relentlessly. Was it their inherent intent to grovel? How could that be? It was merely for survival. Being cannon fodder under an evil dragon's control is better than being randomly crushed by a powerful passing demon or eradicated by other powerful tribes, human mercenaries, or adventurers. Furthermore, following by the evil dragon's side offered a chance of becoming dragon descendant followers. A powerful true dragon, the creatures staying in its vicinity for an extended period would naturally absorb its true dragon breath, transforming into the follower type with the lowest potential among dragon descendants. Even the weakest dragon descendant followers were enough for these pitifully weak kobolds to leap over the giant wall of vulnerability and step into the threshold of the powerful. If lucky enough, like Shiji, who formally signed a servant contract with a true dragon, it was like soaring to new heights. Within the Black Blood tribe, as the tribal chief, Shiji was the object of envy and admiration by all kobolds. Udi remained unaware of the intense change in mentality among these weak kobolds. He didn't have to wait a long time before Shiji emerged from the dungeon prison, dragging 3 emaciated forest giant demons bound by a thick stone chain as thick as an arm. Due to the dungeon's structure, the 3 forest giant demons were dragged on the ground, their bodies scraped as they were pulled out. The confined space prevented even the ones possessing several tons of strength from exerting even a tenth. Didi casually used the identification skill on these 3 wandering forest giant demons. Tier 3 high, Tier 3 high, Tier 4 initial. The 2 Tier 3 high demons had a height of about 3 meters and 8, while the Tier 4 initial demon had a height of 4 meters. Even lying on the ground, their dried-up flesh, resembling small giants, emitted an aura that instinctively made the kobolds step back a few paces. Having emerged into the light after 7 to 8 days, the forest giant demons squinted their eyes to adjust to the glaring sunlight before being drawn to the aura of a top predator and casting their gaze towards Hoodie. The 3 gazes froze initially, then turned into shock. They were indeed encountering a black dragon? But looking at its size, it seemed like a juvenile dragon? It should be a black dragon, after all, its scales are black. Not all giant demons were like Grey's kind of anomaly. Most giant demons were a little short-circuited in the head, simply put, not very intelligent. Yes, black dragon scales definitely mean it's a black dragon. The strongest among them, the level 4 forest giant demon, staggered and clumsily stood. Then it wobbled towards Hoodie. Watching this scene, Shiji was instantly enraged, and he raised the demon beast bone staff, ready to smash the brain of this giant demon daring to offend the master. Shiji, stand back. Hoodie spread his dragon body and unfolded the dragon wings to their fullest extent, making his stature appear even more gigantic as he quietly watched the staggering demon approach. Its dark green, coarse skin didn't emit an unpleasant odor, instead, it was a rich scent of vines and vegetation. With a thud, the giant demon knelt with both legs before Hoodie, then bowed its head with difficulty, striking the ground audibly. Its shattered bones hadn't fully healed, and there was no energy to facilitate their recovery. Mighty True Dragon, please bless Mondo Thorn with powerful dragon vein power, to become your loyal follower. A weak, muffled voice came from the demon kneeling before Hoodie. The atmosphere was solemn. You are quite decent, I'll grant you this. Suddenly, Hoodie laughed a sinister, twisted smile. He enjoyed this kind of straightforwardness. Of course, this straightforwardness needed to be backed by strength. Lacking strength and still daring to make requests to him was asking for trouble? Hoodie manipulated the magic power to extract a naturally shed dragon scale from the reversed scale on his chest and forced out a drop of dragon blood. After chanting incantations, the dragon scale and dragon blood under the invisible magic power slowly floated, gradually merging into one, the dark scales flashing a gleam of light. With the continuation of the spell, rows of tiny characters appeared on the dragon scale. Once the contract was written, the scale slowly descended onto the forehead of the kneeling giant demon Mondo, eventually fusing with its skin and disappearing, the dragon vein power within the scale rapidly dispersing throughout the body, nourishing its flesh, muscles, and bones, fundamentally improving its bloodline. Mondo endured silently the immense pain of bloodline transformation. Chapter 26-25, Brutal Melee. For the kobolds, it's not too bad. Given their basic level is too low, the maximum improvement from a single transformation won't be too high, so the energy required isn't much. But for Mondo, who's 4 meters tall and has a biological level of level 4, the energy needed is not insignificant. Especially since Mondo was severely injured and extremely weak before accepting the dragon vein power. Hoodie watched as his second dragon descendant follower's body showed signs of abnormal trembling and sensed the unstable aura from him. His expression slightly tensed, and he instructed Shiji beside him. Bring all the stored meat from the tribe here for him to eat. Shiji absolutely followed the master's command, and immediately led the small team of kobolds quickly to the tribe's warehouse. Soon, a large amount of fresh and dried meat was transported here. Mondo couldn't resist the hunger anymore, his eyes were red as he pounced on the pile of meat, devouring it like a wild beast. In a short time, at least 100 to 200 pounds of meat were swallowed down by his huge fanged mouth. Mondo's skin and bones frame was filling out at a relatively slow yet visibly noticeable pace. Didi glanced at the quickly diminishing meat on the ground, pondered for a moment, and then instructed Shiji to watch over Mondo before flaring his wings and transforming into a shadow, flying towards the forest outside the valley. Lucky! Didi's pupils suddenly brightened as he looked at the yellow giant bear below. Level 7 Demon, Earth Bear. However, the Earth Bear below was evidently not an adult. An adult Earth Bear stands over 7 meters tall and has dark yellow fur all over. While the Earth Bear wandering in the forest below was just over 6 meters tall, with deep yellow fur. An identification skill was thrown down. The Earth Bear immediately raised its head in rage, discovering Udi flying in the sky. Unable to detect, meaning it's above level 5, but looking at its size and fur, it can't be level 7, so it must be level 6. The identification skill cannot identify creatures of a higher biological level than oneself, and Udi's biological level is level 5. Level 6 Earth Bear. Udi was eager to try. Big guy, you and I should collide. Udi roared low, aggressively diving down, targeting the Earth Bear below. Fearing the impact might not be strong enough, his wings behind him vibrated again, accelerating a second time. The Earth Bear below, upon seeing the actions of this young black dragon, immediately let out an angry growl. It didn't choose to run away, instead, a yellow light flashed across its body, covering itself with a thick layer of earth armor, opting to confront this rash young black dragon head-on. Seeing this, Udi, who was in the midst of accelerating the dive, was extremely excited. With the dragon's roar, his speed seemed to increase somewhat once again. Like a missile, a terrifying, low-pitched boom directly echoed through the surrounding kilometers of area. For a moment, the nearby region was startled, with birds and beasts fleeing, and the sky was covered in a mass of flying birds. At the center of the collision, a blood-drenched earth armor giant bear was engaged in a frenzied melee with an abnormal black dragon of massive muscular dimensions. The earth bear's left arm, as thick as a century-old tree, was twisted, fractured, and hanging limply, its earth armor shattered by half, the price it paid in their earlier head-on collision. Conversely, the black dragon, apart from some cracks seeping slight amounts of blood at the impact point, was still full of vitality. With the stacking of 16 layers of banquet, Udi's dragon body strength far exceeded the body strength of an ordinary level 5 demon. The collision with the Earth Bear also confirmed this point. The Earth Bear, known for its exceptional melee combat capabilities, and Udi could meet force with the level 6 Earth Bear, fortified with talent magic earth armor technique, and only suffer minor injuries. This spoke volumes. Roar! A bear paw, larger than a bathtub and covered with thick earth armor, struck Udi's head hard, but it was blocked by the front and rear pairs of ghostly black dragon horns. A dull collision sound rang out. After the massive blow turned Udi's dragon head to another side, his eyes were fierce, and his dragon tail wrapped directly around the earth bear's left leg, covered in earth armor. The black-scaled dragon tail contracted with all its might. A creaking sound of bones arose, the earth bear was in unbearable pain, and its paw struck even harder than before on Udi's dragon horn. Even with a dragon body harder than steel, after receiving 2 strong hits from the earth bear's massive paw on his dragon horns, Udi's head was slightly dazed. A bit dizzy. Yet instinctively, Udi's consciousness forced his dragon tail, entwined around the earth bear's beastly leg, to tighten its strength further, while his ferocious dragon mouth bit fiercely on the earth bear's intact right arm. With a crunch, a bone-breaking sound echoed. But it wasn't Udi shattering the earth bear's right arm bones, but the left leg, entangled by Udi's dragon tail, finally ground to pieces after a long stalemate. Blood and fur mixed with bones, resembling a medley dish. At this moment, the earth bear's left leg looked this tragic. This large piece of flesh was forcibly bitten off, one could only imagine how painful it was. The white bones and veins beneath the flesh were exposed to the air, extremely horrifying to behold. Finally sensing the threat of death approaching, the earth bear was terrified. It frantically tried to break free from Udi's restraint. Even Udi, facing this dying, ferocious giant beast, found controlling the opponent with dragon tail and dragon claws somewhat untenable, and it momentarily broke free. And having regained its freedom, the earth bear, driven by the fear of death, tried to flee deep into the forest. Trying to run. Udi grinned broadly, his smile extremely ferocious. A streak of black light shot out from Udi's mouth, instantly hitting the panic-stricken earth bear. In the earth bear's perspective, the once clearly visible forest suddenly turned pitch black. It couldn't see anything, there was no sound, the pungent smell of blood from its mouth no longer filled the air, the sweet fresh blood in its mouth tasted bland, and even the intense pain in its body disappeared. As an earth bear which could reach level 7 demon upon adulthood, its intelligence was not inferior to ordinary humans. Immediately, it realized that it was under the spell-like ability from that evil dragon. Other than learning spells to counteract, the most simple and violent way to break through such a special spell-like ability was to deplete vast amounts of magic power to counteract the foreign magic invading its body. The earth bear was about to mobilize its magic to cleanse off the abnormal magic of that black dragon when it died. Outside, the moment Udi used the spell-like ability dark magic to hit the earth bear, he knew this battle was over. He descended before the earth bear, wildly flapping his dragon wings, his strong and powerful dragon claws pressing against the frantically turning body of the earth bear, his dragon maw opened, pouring a long accumulated acid breath into the opponent's mouth. A hissing corrosion sound arose, and the massive bare body of the earth bear collapsed with a loud sound, its life ended decisively. The dark magic as a spell-like ability is really merciful. Udi clicked his tongue in wonder. The earth bear, face to face with him, despite being sprayed with acid directly on its head, did not howl or struggle fiercely, but instead stoically endured his full-strength dragon breath spray. To die without pain, isn't that a form of mercy? To clearly sense one's own head being corroded by acid is indeed a terrifying thought. Chapter 27-26, Goblins and Wild Dwarves Tracks. A shadow quickly approached from the horizon. As it came closer, one could see it was a black dragon carrying a giant bear demon flying this way. The shadow loomed, becoming gradually clear. With a loud boom, the massive earth bear's body heavily crashed onto the ground. By this time, Mondo had already consumed all the stored meat from the Black Blood tribe, his expression a mix of hunger and the pain from his body being continuously transformed by the power of the dragon vein. Extending a dragon claw, with a casual pull, he tore off one of the earth bear's arms. With a thud, he threw it in front of Mondo. Thereafter, Udi carried the earth bear missing an arm with his dragon claw and headed towards the water pool dragon nest. Behind him, Mondo endured hunger and pain, respectfully kowtowing to his master's departing figure. After kowtowing, Mondo immediately transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, devouring the flesh and blood of the earth bear's arm. The bear's arm was extraordinarily thick, looking like a snapped-off century-old tree trunk. And as a level 6 demon, a single arm surpassed the blood and flesh benefits of beasts weighing over 10 tons of low-level demons. As he consumed more and more of the earth bear's flesh, Mondo's bodily transformation became increasingly apparent, and his aura quickly recovered and grew stronger. Meanwhile, Udi had already landed at the edge of the water pool dragon nest. This 3-month slumber for magic awakening cost me the accumulation of 2 levels of the banquet, Udi exhaled, feeling a bit regretful in his heart. But this regret was quickly shrugged off by Udi. The benefits of magic awakening accompany a giant dragon for life. The earlier the awakening, the better. Compared to that, losing 2 levels of banquet accumulation wasn't significant. After all, the banquet talent can accumulate 1 level per month, and living a few more months stacks up quite a lot of levels. And with a dragon's lifespan, accumulating tens of thousands of levels is a breeze. Udi took a deep breath, activating the banquet with a thought. Previously, when he fell into this slumber, Udi had just ended a banquet, so the cooldown had already ended after the 3-month sleep, which was why Udi said it was a pity to miss out on accumulating 2 levels during this period. It was silently wasted during the sleep. With the banquet activated, Udi devoured the entire earth bear, whose size was larger than his own, at a terrifying speed. Yet, even that didn't satisfy the banquet's progress. Udi set his sights on the nearby warehouse, where a large amount of iron ore mined by the kobolds over several months was stored. Burying his dragon head into the pile of iron ore, the sound of crunching continued to ring out. After a good while, after consuming a considerable amount of iron ore, the banquet's progress finally reached 100%. Seizing the brief moment of consciousness gained from completing the banquet's progress accumulation, Udi swiftly leapt into the water pool, diving into the dragon nest. A day of slumber passed for the strengthening process. Another day of blazing sunlight. At the water pool under the silver cascades, a robust and agile black-scaled, winged giant beast suddenly burst out of the water. The silver cascade slammed onto the dragon body, yet the latter remained unmoved. Udi, biological level 5, professional level none. Body length 7.68 m. Life force, 12.2. Current banquet level, 17 levels, cooldown, 30 days. Spell-like abilities, dark magic, low light vision, identification skill. After Udi's magic awakening, there were slight changes recorded on the panel. It probably won't be long until my biological level increases to level 6, Udi thought secretly. At level 5, he could slaughter a level 6 earth bear. Once he reaches level 6, he can't even imagine. By that time, a newly adolescent black dragon might not even be his match. The black dragon during the egg stage has a biological level between level 1 and level 4. The juvenile stage is between level 4 and level 5. Crossing from level 4 to level 5 is a major threshold from low level to middle level, with challenges and improvements not less than going from level 0 to level 4, sometimes even exceeding it. The adolescent stage is between level 5 and level 7, youth stage is between level 7 and level 10, adolescent stage is between level 10 and level 15, adult stage starts from level 15 onward, finally being capped before level 20, legendary. The above refers to typical black dragons, the kind that grows in strength by simply eating and sleeping. Particularly talented black dragons or those who diligently improve themselves don't fall into this category. Just like the exceptionally talented Udi, at less than 2 years of dragon age, has already reached close to the adolescent template in both strength and size. After a moment of self-satisfaction, Udi heard footsteps approaching. He turned to look, and 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerged from the forest. The taller figure stood 4 meters tall, like a small giant, with its robust muscles covered in a thick layer of vine armor. The shorter figure was also 2 meters tall, wearing a coat made from some level 4 demon's hide, beneath which was a physique as solid as steel. The visitors were none other than the Black Blood tribe leader, Kobold Shiji Black Blood, and the wandering forest giant leader, Mondo Thorn. Both were now Udi's trusted generals. After waking up from a deep sleep, Udi used the contract to order them to drop what they were doing and come to the water pool dragon nest. Yesterday, he was in a rush to hunt after waking and then went back into a banquet sleep, leaving no time to carefully understand the development of the Black Blood tribe and the specific circumstances around Black Blood Valley. This place was where he planned to initially develop, so naturally, he couldn't afford to be careless. With a respectful call of Master, Shiji and Mondo saluted Udi, and without wasting time, Shiji began to speak directly. Master, the Black Blood tribe has now gathered more than 300 kobolds, mostly young and female kobolds. The tribe's actual controllable territory extends over 30 square kilometers around Black Blood Valley, with the influence reaching over 100 square kilometers. However, due to strength limitations, we cannot explore further into the distant regions. Pausing slightly, Shiji continued, at the edge of the influence range, we discovered a medium-scale goblin camp. According to the spies in the tribe, traces of casters have been found in that camp. Casters? Udi, who was calmly listening to Shiji at first, showed an expression of interest. Goblin casters are indeed rare. Quite right, Udi felt the urge to accept new followers again. Now that Udi's strength had grown, he wasn't impressed by the average monster or demon anymore. After all, without sufficiently strong followers, they wouldn't even have the ability to hunt enough food for him, so what use would they be? Although Udi's servant contract would grant creatures a weakened version of the feast talent, allowing them to gain some improvement from his growth, Udi had no interest in nurturing a low-level monster into a robust high-level monster. Lucky Kobold Shiji was just a special exception, it was unlikely to happen again. A medium-sized goblin camp has less than 500 goblins. Even with a goblin caster, such a scale couldn't produce a mid-level mage. And now, with the Black Blood tribe having over 300 kobolds, leader Shiji, together with Mondo, 2 level 4 powerhouses, and 2 other level 3 forest giant demons, should be enough to take them down. The individual strength of goblins is much like that of kobolds, both being like hidden dragons and phoenix chicks. As Udi pondered, Mondo's contribution provided him with a clue that shook his spirit. "You said, you've seen wild dwarves?" Udi asked with a deep voice to confirm once more. Mondo nodded firmly. "Master, Mondo wouldn't mistake them." Receiving Mondo's confirmation, a gleam of excitement flashed in Udi's eyes. Wild dwarves, securing the allegiance of a wild dwarves tribe would mean Udi wouldn't need to hunt personally for a long time. Unlike grey dwarves or volcano dwarves, this subspecies of wild dwarves didn't have the dwarves' unique forging talent. According to the dragon's legacy, this is because the regression of wild dwarves' civilization, coupled with their long history of living in the jungle, caused their forging talent to gradually degenerate. But at the same time, to adapt to the harsh jungle environment, they evolved poison resistances and an extremely disease-resistant constitution, with skin tough like cowhide. And to combat the endless hordes of demons, they also evolved a stronger magic resistance than other dwarf subspecies. Moreover, their combat talents have been honed over long periods, having been passed down through generations, becoming an almost instinctual talent etched into the body of every wild dwarf. Wild dwarves excel in using blow darts and throwing hand axes, and they are proficient in setting up jungle traps, pitfalls, snares, and also in cultivating battle beasts, along with secret techniques. Since wild dwarves inhabit deep mountain jungles, there's a peculiar rumor among green dragons who love forest dwelling that only a green dragon that tames a wild dwarves tribe as followers can be considered a powerful green dragon lord. The fact that even a true dragon sees taming a wild dwarves tribe as an achievement, though the veracity of the rumor is uncertain, yet it does highlight how coveted such followers are among true dragons. Chapter 28-27, Assembly. After gathering the information, we can then decide whether to attack the wild dwarf tribe. After all, the wild dwarves are not on the same level as goblins and kobolds, who are low-level demons. Even a moderately sized wild dwarf tribe has at least one kind of professional heritage within the tribe. What is meant by professional heritage? Simply put, it's about learning professional knowledge, undergoing cultivation, allowing weaker creatures to gradually master powerful abilities and thus embark on the path of extraordinary, or even divine, power. In the material plane of the endless star realm, the professional cultivation system is thriving with diverse and competing schools of thought. Among them, the mainstream professional cultivation systems are caster, warrior, ranger, thief, martial monk, knight, priest, barbarian, and druid. And within these cultivation systems, because some intelligent creatures or races have special talents, one can specialize into more extraordinary professions. Take casters for example. There are elemental mages specializing in earth, water, wind, and fire. There are also mages specializing in molding power, defense, prophecy, curse, transformation, enchantment, illusion magic, and necromancy. Additionally, there are arcane mages, mechanical mages, divine mages, evil mages, among others. In other mainstream professional subdivisions, like martial monks, there are blue fist monks and holy fist monks. For thieves, there are shadow thieves and magic energy thieves. Warriors have berserkers and thunder warriors. Knights have holy knights and dragon knights. Rangers have forest rangers. However, the tall plane where Adi resides is only a medium-sized material plane, so many powerful, rare professions might not exist here. If it weren't for the partial extraordinary knowledge revealed to Adi by the dragon's legacy during the magic awakening, he wouldn't be able to name a few rare professions, and even if he encountered rare professional cultivators, he probably wouldn't recognize them. In the dragon's legacy, the professional heritage of wild dwarves usually comprises of bone-blood warriors, shamans, and sub-dragon knights. If the wild dwarves Mondo encountered belonged to a tribe with these three occupational setups, then Udi would not have the strength to subdue them in a short time. In fact, he would have to actively avoid them if encountered. Shiji nodded, accepting the task assigned by his master. All right, let's set aside the matter of wild dwarves for now. Your primary task is the medium-sized goblin camp, Udi said slowly, a cold glint passing through his eyes. Apart from wanting to gather more followers to hunt more prey for himself, Udi also couldn't allow any presence that could threaten him to exist so close to his dragon nest. As you command. Shiji knelt on one knee, lowering his head, with a respectful expression. The giant demon Mondo beside him reacted a moment slower, but quickly followed and half-kneeled before Udi, a muffled voice issuing from beneath the vine armor. Mondo will tear apart all enemies for the master. Before the sun rose, thick fog shrouded a large area of the dark forest. At a glance, there was a vast expanse of white just a few meters away. From the jungle came the rustling sound. A rough, brown, scaled foot with black sharp nails stepped into a small puddle, splashing water everywhere. Looking up, the owner of the foot was a young kobold warrior wearing black-green vine armor, holding a sharp hardwood spear, with 3 short wooden spears wrapped in beast hide on his back as backup weapons. Behind and around this young kobold warrior were a large number of kobold warriors advancing together. The sound of leaves being brushed against, the splash from stepping on puddles, and the tense yet excited panting sounds. At the rear of the kobold army, the leader of the Black Blood tribe, Shiji, along with the 2 giant demons led by Mondo, formed the rear guard. It had been 5 days since the master issued the command until now. During these 5 days, the Black Blood tribe hunted a large number of wild beasts, slaughtered the captive hares and wild goats ready for consumption, and made them into jerky as marching rations. Once everything was ready, they immediately assembled all the able-bodied kobold warriors in the tribe to set out on the expedition. Excluding the female kobolds responsible for reproduction, gathering wild fruits, and making improvised weapons, this time the Black Blood tribe dispatched a total of 196 able-bodied male kobold warriors. And they were all equipped with vine armor, wooden spears, and slung-throwing short spears. This equipment, compared to many low-level demon tribes in the jungle, could be considered quite well equipped. The reason the kobold warriors of the Black Blood tribe could have this luxurious equipment was naturally because of the efforts of the 3 forest giant demons led by Mondo. Apart from the wooden spears and throwing short spears, which the kobolds crafted themselves, the core vine armor was made by Mondo and the other 3 forest giant demons using their talent plant control ability. Of course, Mondo and the others could not have manufactured nearly 200 sets of vine armor from scratch in just 5 days, even considering the kobold's short stature not reaching a meter in height. Making 7 or 8 sets of kobold vine armor consumed less energy than 1 set for forest giant demons. Given only 5 short days, with just 3 forest giant demons, even if they exhausted themselves, making 200 sets of kobold vine armor would have been impossible. The reason for success was Shiji using his brains, instructing the Black Blood tribe kobolds to collect vine raw materials and weave them. There was no need to make them look good, only to somewhat resemble an armor shape, and even if they were loose and had gaps everywhere, it did not matter. After creating 200 sets of atrocious half-finished products that couldn't even be called vine armor, Mondo, Zaku, and Zameng, the three forest giant demons, would then use their talent spell-like abilities to transform and solidify them, removing excessive moisture. Following this process, the consumption required to make a set of vine armor was significantly reduced. Thus, they were barely able to rush out nearly 200 sets of vine armor within 5 days. Witnessing this, Didi inwardly admired it. A kobold at the bottom level in the wild, having received no education and hardly any experience, could come up with such an advanced idea of division of labor and modular assembly. Perhaps it's not considered advanced, but in any case, Shiji's mind is not stagnant. Originally not very concerned about Shiji, Didi started to pay a bit more attention to him after this incident. Drib. Through the fog, water droplets condensed on the vine armor slowly yet determinately dripped onto the soil, finally seeping away. A moment later, the kobold scouts returned and reported the findings to their leader, Shiji. Chapter 29-28, Tribal Assault Battle. Shiji nodded to the few kobold scouts, then walked from the back of the troop to the very front. He silently advanced along the path the scouts had mapped out, his footsteps almost soundless. As his body grew stronger and from constant battles with demons and beasts, Shiji's control over his power became more refined. Soon, Shiji saw a spot not far ahead where the dense fog had completely dissipated. A wooden watchtower several meters tall stood there. Beneath the watchtower, 2 goblin warriors, wielding iron sabers and dressed in tattered beast hide armor, sat on the ground eating a green snake. Pulling off the snake's head, they skillfully removed the venom glands. Each goblin warrior ate half, consuming the unconsciously writhing snake body as if it were spicy strips. The scene was barbaric and bloody. Unnoticed, Shiji quietly approached the 2 goblin warriors from behind. By the time they sensed danger, there was a crack. Their necks were forcibly crushed by Shiji's hand, covered in fine black scales. At 2 meters tall, Shiji was level 4, crushing a level 0 goblin less than a meter tall, the same height as a kobold, was only slightly harder than stepping on an insect, and no harder to catch than a wild rabbit in the dark forest. After taking care of this lookout point, Shiji moved on to another point several hundred meters away to deal with the 2 goblin warriors guarding the other watchtower. Minutes later, accompanied by a sharp whistle made from wood, 196 fully armed kobold warriors charged out of the fog with excited and cruel eyes, bypassing the watchtower and rushing toward the fenced goblin camp. The sudden attack threw the previously quiet goblin camp into chaos, as a large number of goblin warriors hurriedly picked up their weapons, while the old, weak, women, and children among them gathered toward the center of the tribe. Shiji casually swung the demon beast bone staff in his hand, sending 2 rushing goblin warriors flying, but his eyes showed no excitement. Even though these goblins had iron weapons, which was manageable because the kobold's vine armor could defend against these generally standard iron weapons, Shiji found something disconcerting. These goblins were a bit too organized. Although they appeared somewhat panicked, they were still orderly. In just a short time, nearly 100 goblin warriors gathered and rushed at them, preventing the kobold warriors from launching long-range javelin suppression. Roar! Mondo, Zaku, and Zameng, 3 giant demons resembling small giants, charged at the forefront, wielding 4-meter-long hardwood sticks that crushed the goblins like bugs, breaking bones and spraying blood, sending them flying like broken dolls. Mondo casually kicked a goblin warrior away, the terrifying force causing its eyes to bulge and blood to flow, slamming severely into 2 other goblin warriors approaching from behind. The 3 goblin warriors tumbled together and eventually twitched and went still. It was beyond fierce. In pure brute force, even Shiji, who had been developing dragon vein power for nearly a year, could not compare to Mondo. This was the natural disparity in body constitution. If, over time, Mondo also developed the latent dragon vein power, the gap would become even larger. In just a few short minutes, at least dozens of goblin warriors had died under the sudden assault. But the continuous stream of goblin warriors rushing from the rear, along with the appearance of 5 goblins larger than the average, gave the goblin tribe a chance to catch their breath. "Damn kobolds, die for me!" A big goblin, standing 2.5 meters tall and rather stout, fiercely smashed down the giant wolf fang iron rod in its hand. Feeling the massive pressure from above, the kobold warrior being attacked was filled with terror. With a thud, carrying a sound of bones shattering, the kobold warrior's body was smashed into a bizarrely twisted shape by the big goblin's wolf fang club, dying on the spot without even managing a complete scream. Shiji recognized the identity of these large goblins. Big goblins. Although goblins are weak, in a goblin tribe of a certain scale, there is a chance of appearing with a bloodline throwback, growing to a height surpassing even human barbarians, with greater strength than barbarians, the big goblin. However, besides brute strength, big goblins don't have spell-like abilities. And when it comes to a contest of brute force, how can big goblins compare to near 4-meter-tall giant demons? Without orders from Shiji and Mondo, Zaku and Zamang excitedly charged at the 5 big goblin warriors, bulldozing through the smaller goblin warriors, blocking their path like a war chariot. Those 5 big goblin warriors, donned in iron armor and wielding wolf fang clubs, narrowed their eyes upon seeing the 2 giant demons charging at them, but they did not fear, and instead roared and rushed forward. In the initial clash, 2 big goblin warriors were sent flying by the massive hardwood sticks, green blood scattering in the air. Yet the fierce nature of Zaku and Zamang was fully triggered, as they immediately discarded the hardwood sticks unsuited for close quarters combat, reaching out with massive hands to grab those only chest-height small creatures, intending to crush them alive. One big goblin warrior barely dodged the giant hand's attack, but another was not as fortunate and was caught by Zaku. "Little runt, Zaku will smash you to pieces." Zaku growled out lowly, disregarding the 3rd big goblin warrior behind him swinging the wolf fang club at his leg. With strength capable of lifting an elephant, he hoisted the big goblin warrior he caught and smashed it to the ground. Zaku, standing at 3.8 meters, lifted the big goblin warrior over 4.5 meters off the ground. From such a height, combined with Zaku's rampaging force and acceleration, the big goblin warrior, clad in iron armor weighing dozens of pounds, opened its eyes wide, its eyes bloodshot, vomiting blood profusely. Although its strong demon constitution prevented immediate death, it effectively lost all combat capability. Just as Zaku and Zamang were about to knock down the other 2 big goblin warriors, 2 black rays flew in from afar, embedding themselves in Zaku and Zamang. In an instant, Zaku and Zamang felt incredibly weak, struggling to muster even a third of their usual strength. The 2 big goblin warriors beside Zaku and Zamang, along with the 2 initially knocked away and now regaining their footing big goblin warriors, suddenly grew excited, shouting, "Haha, the high priest is here, you giant demons and kobolds are going to die here today." The numerous goblin warriors, locked in a standoff with the kobold warriors, fought back feverishly like they were invigorated. In mere moments, at least 7 or 8 kobold warriors were unexpectedly hacked to death by goblin warriors, limbs severed, heads rolling on the ground. Though the kobold warriors' sturdy vine armor could defend against the iron saber's slashes, their wooden spears were not durable enough for repeated clashes with iron weapons. Many kobold warriors found their weapons inferior in quality to those of the goblin warriors, leading to broken wooden spears, and were caught off guard, getting their arms slashed by iron sabers, followed by being hacked to death amidst their screams. Chapter 30-29, Blazing Great Club. In an open space, Shiji slowly lowered his weapon, holding the white demon beastbone staff that dripped with thick green blood, splattering onto the chaotic grass and soil. Since the appearance of the goblin high priest, he hadn't glanced at those goblins once, all his attention focused on the robed goblin encircled by 2 big goblin warriors. Compared to ordinary goblins, who generally stood between 0.9 and 1 meter tall, the goblin high priest before them was over 1.5 meters tall. The muscles under the robe appeared slightly dry, but instead of making him seem frail, it inexplicably gave off a sense of strange, powerful strength. In its left hand, it held a black wooden magic staff, with an eye-catching white egg-sized magic crystal inlaid at the top. Instinctively, Shiji's heart began to beat faster. Not far away, Mondo also paused, lowering the massive blood-stained hardwood stick he was swinging, casting a bloodthirsty glance at the goblin high priest. Compared to the more perceptive Shiji, the less thoughtful Mondo didn't have as much to consider. Upon seeing the apparent entrance of the enemy leader, Mondo, who had been waiting for a long time, burst into laughter, bearing his toothy grin, and roared before charging at the opponent like a human tank. Along the way, those red-eyed goblin warriors were like balls being kicked away, as Mondo, forcibly cutting through their obstruction and strikes, quickly closed the distance with the goblin high priest. Seeing this, the goblin high priest merely looked on coldly. Since appearing, it had been silently chanting a spell, finally completing it when Mondo, this big brute, charged within 20 meters of it. Sheen. Threads of fire encircled the white magic crystal at the top of the black staff. Though seemingly slow, it rapidly condensed into a glaringly bright yellow-white fireball, about the size of a fist. Though not large, the sudden appearance of this yellow-white fireball caused the temperature within a radius of several tens of meters to soar by 5 or 6 degrees. Such a marked change was sensed by even the least observant Mondo. Nearly all giant demons held fears of fire and acid attacks, as these could overcome their terrifying physical regeneration abilities. This was why Zaku and Zamang chose to completely ignore the heavy blows of the big goblin's wolf fang clubs. With the protection of vine armor, at most, it cracked their bones, making fractures extremely difficult. And such injuries at this level would take only 10 seconds to completely heal for a giant demon. In other words, the big goblin warriors would need to rapidly and repeatedly target one area to inflict considerable harm on a giant demon. If their accuracy wasn't precise or their attack speed wasn't fast, the injuries might not outpace the demon's recovery. Facing the impending fireball, sensing the terrifying energy waves contained within it, at the critical moment, Mondo's mind was solely on defeating the foe faster. His already swollen muscles expanded further, not employing any spell-like skills or giant demon racial traits, but Mondo's unique physical prowess. Like certain special geniuses among humans, Mondo could, at critical moments, ignite his physique to 120% of its capacity, unleashing strength and speed beyond his limit. In that moment, his 4-meter-tall imposing dark green figure transformed into a shadow, moving at speeds the naked eye of an ordinary goblin warrior couldn't track as he instantly arrived near the goblin high priest. Whoosh! The wind-breaking sound was born from Mondo's tremendous speed and power in swinging the hardwood stick. It was also at this moment that the yellow-white fireball in front of him exploded. The intense light followed by a violent explosion sound erupted, then expanded outwards into a searing ring of fire. Nearby goblin warriors who touched the fire ring immediately turned into humanoid fireballs, their bodies quickly charring and carbonizing. In stark contrast was the goblin high priest, who was clad in a transparent protective barrier, with 2 big goblins standing defensively in front, holding large iron shields as they vigilantly watched the explosion's center. While they almost blindly revered the power of the high priest's fireball, Mondo's sheer size and exhibited speed and strength imposed significant pressure on them. An enormous intake of breath sounded from the explosion's center, accompanied by Mondo's frenzied roar. "It hurts, Mondo! Mondo will smash you into mush!" A gigantic figure broke through the ring of flames, ignoring the aggravated burns on his flesh, madly charging towards the goblin high priest. A 4-meter-high giant shrouded in flames approached you. The agony and ferocity on the giant's face and eyes flickered within the flames. Even for the usually unperturbed high priest whose expression remained indifferent regardless of the tribe's casualties, his pupils dilated slightly, a trace of inexpressible fear flashing in his heart. As such, it was even more noticeable for the 2 big goblin warriors guarding him. Cloaked in the terrifying aura, their blood seemed to freeze, becoming sluggish, their strength weakened by 3/10. With a thud, The flaming hardwood stick, encircled by flames, heavily crashed against the transparent magical barrier, shattering with a crack in less than a second, much like breaking glass. The residual force of the flaming giant rod continued, striking the large iron shields held by the two big goblin warriors. With a loud clang, under the height advantage, those two shield-bearing big goblin warriors were driven several tens of centimeters into the ground by the forceful blow. Their robust green arms pressed the massive iron shield against their twisted necks, glaring through blood from their copper bell eyes, their muscles convulsing. Though not dead thanks to their formidable demon constitution and strong life force, they were left in a near-death state. For a human of the same tier, such injuries would have already led to blood spraying and imminent death. Seeing the miserable state of his elite kin guarding him, the goblin high priest hesitated not even a little. Nimbly, he leaped and dodged to hide behind the multitude of goblin warriors. It's often said that the caster's body is weak, but that's somewhat misleading. A body that has been washed by magic power for many years couldn't be truly weak, right? The caster's physical weakness is relative to warriors of the same tier. With the goblin high priest's level 5 caster level, its physical durability was at least on par with that of a level 2 to 3 warrior. Therefore, in face-to-face combat, the high priest could even throw down its magic staff and tear normal beasts apart by hand. Chapter 31-30, Still Too Weak. The flaming giant rod in hand swung wildly, sending goblin warriors flying in terror. The green blood that burst from their flesh when colliding with the flaming giant rod instantly vaporized and disappeared. The high priest retreated swiftly, muttering incantations under his breath, this time with a speed much faster than when he cast the fireball. A dark light shot from the tip of the staff, moving so fast that Mondo couldn't dodge it, though Mondo hadn't even thought about dodging in his current state. Struck by the dark light, Mondo only felt his body weaken significantly, but compared to his berserk strength exceeding the limit at the moment, the diminished power wasn't enough for goblin warriors to stop him. Seeing this, the high priest's expression subtly changed. Apparently, he hadn't expected his weakness technique to have such a poor effect on Mondo. Previously, affected by two weakness techniques, Zakozameng's two giant demons couldn't exert more than a third of their body strength, and were already surrounded and attacked by several big goblin warriors along with dozens of normal goblins, unable to charge out. As time dragged on, Zakozameng's two demons faced being hacked to death when their bodies consumed too much and recovery ability failed. This giant demon. The high priest's expression became somewhat twisted, his mind frantic. Even a level 4 giant demon should not survive more than half a minute after being struck by his fireball technique, yet this giant demon before him endured the scorching flames for half a minute and still remained vigorous. Even growing fiercer. What a freak occurrence! The goblin high priest was unaware that Mondo had received the power of the black dragon vein, pure dragon vein power granted by a formal contract, not the low-level dragon vein power obtained by random exposure to true dragon breath. Moreover, by coincidence, among the 5 colored dragons, the black dragon's attribute was water. With the augmentation of water attribute dragon vein power, Mondo's fear of flames and acid effects was clearly greatly reduced. It's not the high priest's fault for not realizing Mondo was a dragon vein creature. After all, Mondo had just acquired the dragon vein power mere days ago, with his body's dragon transformation traits yet to fully manifest. The high priest gritted his teeth, continuing to extract magic power from within, rapidly muttering incantations under his breath. Soon, 7 or 8 consecutive blood lights shot from the tip of the staff, but this time the targets were not Mondo, but the goblin warriors in front of Mondo. Hit by the blood lights, the goblin warriors experienced a surge in their aura, their originally weak bodies swelling a large circle as if inflated, and their pupils turned completely blood red. Group low-level frenzy technique. The effect was to enhance ordinary creatures' strength, speed, recovery ability, while greatly reducing pain perception. The side effect was that after the frenzy ended, the weak were likely to die instantly, while the strong would experience a period of frailty. It was clear, Ordinary goblins did not fall within the strong category. What awaited them was either being torn apart by Mondo or dying immediately after the frenzy ended. But for the high priest, this deal was quite worthwhile. Faced with Mondo, ordinary goblin warriors were doomed to die anyway, so it was better to make a more useful sacrifice for the tribe. If not for the haste, without time to apply the frenzy technique to the big goblin warriors, the outcome wouldn't be like this now. The high priest thought bitterly. He hadn't expected the fully armed big goblin warriors would be struck into a dying state by Mondo in one blow. Regarding the few big goblin warriors on the other side of the battlefield, far water cannot quench nearby thirst, the high priest couldn't afford to waste his precious magic power. The high priest suddenly sneered. Under his command signal, a dozen goblin warriors looked towards the east direction. A 2-meter-tall black-scaled kobold was rapidly rushing towards this side. As a wise caster, he had a clear grasp of the entire situation before launching an attack, and had a good grasp of the strengths among the enemies. The reason the high priest chose to approach Mondo and keep away from Shiji wasn't a rash decision. His plan was to use the fireball technique to counter the giant demon, first kill the big monster Mondo in a single strike, then cooperate with the goblin troops to surround the dragon vein kobold, whose agility seemed maximized, then easily use magic-like skills to finish him off. The plan was such, but obviously the process proved somewhat convoluted. Shiji swiftly flashed by, his foot stepping directly on a goblin warrior's head, using the reaction force to charge forward more than 10 meters, while the goblin warrior he stepped on had his neck disappear, his head and body fused, dead without closing his eyes. With a few flickers, he traversed over 100 meters in a short time, but suddenly Shiji's expression turned grim. He had been noticed by that goblin spellcaster. This guy, even while being relentlessly pursued and beaten by Mondo, could still keep an eye on the movement behind him. No, from the very beginning, he had a portion of his attention on it, constantly observing it carefully during his battle with Mondo. Realizing this, Shiji gripped the demon beastbone staff in his hand even tighter. Casters, they are indeed a group of cautious and terrifying individuals. In the Black-Teeth tribe where Shiji originally belonged, the dogman leader of the Black-Teeth tribe was a dragon vein mage who had gained the power of the Black Dragon Vein. Thinking of the terror of the former tribal chief, Shiji felt even more burdened. Sure enough, as soon as Shiji approached that goblin high priest, the other side dispatched more than a dozen goblin warriors, and with a wave of the magic staff, 7 or 8 beams of blood light directly fell among the goblin group. Their aura surged, their bodies swelled, and their strength and speed significantly increased. For a moment, Shiji, who intended to launch a sneak attack from behind, was also intercepted. Although Shiji could still easily kill these goblin warriors who were drained by the frenzy skill, with so many closing in, he would certainly need to put in quite the effort to resolve it. And in this brief time, it was enough for that goblin high priest to once again unleash the terrifying fireball technique. Mondo could withstand the fireball technique and continue doggedly attacking the enemy, but he couldn't. Although he also possessed his master's dragon vein power and wasn't suppressed, after all, he didn't have Mondo's terrifying recovery ability. Just as Shiji was desperately slaughtering the goblin warriors recklessly charging at him, growing increasingly anxious, a massive shadow loomed over the goblin camp. The goblins and dogmen covered by the shadow all paused, distractedly glancing up. A black dragon. A massive black dragon with a muscle density even more exaggerated than a red dragon, with a wingspan exceeding 16 meters. The black dragon's dark yellow vertical dragon eyes coldly surveyed the battlefield below, and in the next moment, it locked onto a target, diving straight toward the location of the goblin high priest. Frighteningly fast. The goblin high priest's face changed dramatically, hurriedly casting a protective magic over himself. And right after he cast the protective magic, with a bang, Dudi's dragon claw slammed him into the ground. As for the goblin warriors surrounding the high priest, with a casual flap of the dragon wings, they were all sent flying over 10 meters away like tumbling gourds. Before leaving, Dudi glanced at Mondo, still engulfed in flames. This guy had been burned alive by the flames for several minutes, his internal energy nearly depleted, and he could no longer sustain his body's recovery a few more times. If they were half a minute later, that big oaf would surely have turned into a heap of ashes. This is the fearsome nature of magic. For those who cannot control magic power, the effects of magic are almost unsolvable for them. Note: the plant control magic-like skill possessed by forest giant demons is a talent ability, it does not imply they can control magic power. After all, he was a major general under his command, so Adi certainly couldn't let him die in such a humiliating manner. With a shake of the dragon wings, he flew to the other side, grabbing him with the dragon claw as well. With another flap of the dragon wings, he rose into the air, flying without any hesitation towards Black Blood Valley. And down below, Shiji also received his master's command through the spiritual connection. Handle the aftermath, then assimilate the goblin tribe and relocate them all to Black Blood Valley. As you command, Master. Shiji responded through the spiritual connection. With a few casual strikes of the demon beast bone staff, he crushed the remaining frenzied goblins, then leaped to a high point, his cold gaze sweeping over the goblins who had stopped fighting and were now trembling in place after their master had captured the high priest. The driving force behind the goblins' battle was evidently that goblin spellcaster. Now that the spellcaster had been captured, this group of generally timid and somewhat cowardly low-level demons had no will to resist. The takeover proceeded very smoothly. Yet, in Shiji's heart, it felt like there was a fire burning. I am still too weak. Shiji muttered to himself, tightly gripping the demon beast bone staff in his hand. Chapter 32-31, Professional Book. Adi lowered himself and threw a large, human-like charred mass he held in one of his dragon claws to the ground. The female kobolds of the tribe, drawn by the commotion, cautiously gathered around, gazing up in awe at their true dragon master. Feed this big fellow with flesh and blood, don't let it die. After leaving these words, Adi left the tribe with the goblin high priest. After Adi left, a few dozen female kobolds gathered and dared to approach the massive charred humanoid figure. It seems like Lord Mondo. One of the female kobolds said uncertainly. At that moment, the black charred mass suddenly sat up. This sudden change frightened the timid female kobolds, causing them to retreat behind the wooden huts. Mondo is so hungry. The giant's charred black mass opened and closed its huge mouth, revealing large yellow-white fangs. The distinctive features of the giant demon's fangs were instantly recognized by the female kobolds hiding behind the wooden huts. It really is Lord Mondo. Such terrifying injuries. Even Lord Mondo, who is so powerful, is injured like this. I wonder how the chief is. The kobolds whispered among themselves, full of panic, fear, and anxiety. They feared that if Shiji, the chief of the Black Blood tribe, were to die, what would become of their tribe? Would they be abandoned by the true dragon master? The dark forest is perilous, with many demons. Without a strong chief to lead them, and without the protection of the true dragon master, their fate would be grim. No matter how panicked they were, the female kobolds began to work together to slaughter the rabbits and wild goats they raised in the pen, then fed them to the severely injured Lord Mondo. Dragon's Nest Waterfall Pool. Adi landed on the ground, his massive dragon body causing the earth to tremble slightly. With each enhancement from the banquet, Adi's dragon body underwent comprehensive transformation and strengthening, improving in physical quality, density, nervous response, strength, recovery, etc. Under the current level 17 enhancement of the banquet, Adi's dragon body was at the top tier among intermediate demons. Adi lowered his head, loosened his dragon claws, and looked at the unconscious goblin high priest held within, suddenly grinning menacingly. Goblin spellcaster, are you planning to play dead in front of a true dragon? The atmosphere was silent for 2 seconds. The goblin high priest in the dragon's claw remained with his eyes tightly shut, as if truly unconscious. Seeing this, Adi said no more, his dragon claw closing, about to crush the creature on the spot. Clang! The sharp dragon finger clanged against the colliding surface like metal, but the figure originally in the claw disappeared. The high priest, covered in dirt, forced himself to rise from the ground with a body that had an unknown number of broken bones. Facing Udi, he deeply sighed. Honorable child of the swamp, high priest of the Green Forest tribe, Catan sincerely greets you. Because the black dragon lived for many years in swampy waters and possessed the talent ability to influence the land to turn it into marshland, it was often regarded as the child of the swamp or the child of black water by many intelligent demons. This is both an honorific and a testament to the black dragon's abilities. In response, Udi just looked at Catan calmly, his dragon mouth opening in a fearsome grin, his tone cold. Goblin spellcaster, do you choose allegiance or death? Catan was slightly stunned, his expression changing unpredictably. Though he could somewhat infer the other's intentions from the fact that this peculiar black dragon did not choose to kill him outright. However, as an intelligent being, pursuing the gate of truth, it was clearly difficult for a spellcaster to bow their head and become a slave to other creatures. Even if the other is a true dragon. It seems you have chosen death. The indifferent voice came from above, and with an intense whoosh of breaking wind, a dense aura of death enveloped Catan. At this moment, Catan reacted with the fastest reflexes in his life, kneeling down, and his words were faster than those spoken during extreme spell casting. I am willing, I am willing, I am willing to become your servant. The sharp dragon finger stopped at Catan's forehead, a trickle of blood slowly flowing down from it. Just a bit later, the skull of this wise spellcaster pursuing the gate of truth would have burst open. Catan swallowed hard, feeling somewhat cold all over. Even now, the cold of death had yet to recede from his veins. He originally thought that as a mid-level mage, he could bargain to some extent, perhaps earn a little respect. But now, Catan's pride as a spellcaster had been mercilessly shattered by the black dragon. The subsequent servant contract proceeded smoothly. In considerance of Catan's severe injuries, Udi granted him several hours of rest, after which he began questioning him. By the waterfall pool, Udi lay on the ground, and in front of him, after using magic power to heal his injuries somewhat, Catan took out a palm-sized grey cloth bag from his bosom. With a thought from Catan, a copper box appeared out of thin air, landing on the ground. Catan respectfully stepped forward and opened the copper box. In the uppermost layer of the copper box was an exquisite wooden box. The wooden box emitted faint waves of magic power, indicating that it was not made of ordinary wood, but rather precious magic wood. Magic wood is typically used to make magic staffs and magic scrolls. Beneath the wooden box lay a large number of silver coins, interspersed with scattered gold coins. Udi's gaze just briefly swept over the silver coins and then focused entirely on the wooden box, a rare hint of anticipation in his eyes. After all, they were not magic silver coins or magic gold coins made of valuable magic metal, these ordinary silver coins held little value for him. Under Udi's urging gaze, Catan carefully picked up the wooden box and opened it gently. A few ancient yellow pieces of beast hide lay quietly within the wooden box. Master, these are my most treasured possessions collected over decades, and they are the most valuable treasures of our Green Forest tribe. Catan took out these few ancient pieces of beast hide and unfolded them for Udi to see. The delicate beast hides were covered with magic spells. Fortunately, after the magic awakening, the dragon's legacy had revealed more knowledge to Udi. He read these magic spells somewhat awkwardly. First ring, weakness technique. First ring, group low-level frenzy skill. Second ring, spell shield. Tier 3 fireball technique. Aside from the 4 pieces of beast hide recording magic spells, the last piece of hide was the most distinctive, a creamy white, and the magic spiritual light it was enveloped in was the densest. Understanding the meaning of the magic spell on it, Udi's spirit perked up. The top part of the magic spell on the creamy white hide meant Mage's professional book. Chapter 33-32, Mage Class Change. Yet, there were no spell casting techniques or professional paths included. Do giant dragons disdain spell casting and professional paths? Clearly not, as even many divine spirits employ spells and have transitioned into various powerful or rare professions. The diverse and constantly evolving professional systems are the most radiant points hanging above the star realm. Powerful and lofty divine spirits pursue the ultimate ends of professional paths, continually pioneering new routes, while ordinary beings of the star realm strive to climb the paths walked by their predecessors, hoping one day to reach the pinnacle of professions. However, though the potential of professional paths is immense, it is not without its conditions. The most fundamental prerequisite is acquiring the cultivation knowledge of the corresponding profession. After all, you must know how to cultivate. If you wish to embark on the path of a mage, you can acquire the knowledge to become one from your teacher, learning through teachings. If you wish to pursue paths like warrior, thief, druid, etc., the same principle applies. And if there is no teacher to guide you, then you need a professional book, a type of magic item bearing mystical knowledge. The more powerful and advanced the mystical knowledge, the more stringent the material requirements for the magic item bearing it. Some powerful and fearsome special professions cannot even be recorded. Because of this, the more powerful professional legacies are more easily buried in the long river of history over time, gradually vanishing. The absence of corresponding professional cultivation in the dragon's legacy is just such a principle. Though there is no professional legacy, dragons, during each stage of their growth, can acquire various powerful and practical spell-like abilities from their deep bloodline, which can also be referred to as dragon language magic, extraordinary abilities that dragons can display naturally and master without learning, similar to the principles of the mage profession. Mystical knowledge is the core of the star realm, and even the dragon's legacy cannot directly grasp this core power of the star realm and can only solidify it through bloodline inheritance. Hudi's eyes lit up as he looked at this white beast hide inscribed with the knowledge for the professional cultivation of mages. Feeling a bit excited. For dragons, this isn't particularly precious. Once they reach adulthood, dragons typically have enough capability to obtain professional books through various means. Only strong, rare, special professions are considered highly valuable and difficult to obtain. But this isn't hard for adult dragons. For the current Hudi, it is undoubtedly a treasured item. For many tribal families of intelligence, and even some human families, this beast hide bearing the mage's professional cultivation knowledge could be considered a family heirloom for hundreds of years. All right, Cadden, you may leave now. Hudi began to see him off. Cadden bowed respectfully, then left this place. There were still tasks given by his master that he hadn't completed. This task was, naturally, to return to the Green Forest tribe and persuade his own tribe to surrender. Although the Green Forest tribe's tenacious resistance had been shattered and Shiji was working on reorganization, with the addition of Cadden, who was the high priest of the Green Forest tribe, it would be far easier. There would also be no accidents. After Cadden left, Hudi used the spatial bag that Cadden contributed to store the copper box, then dove into the water pool, returning to his extremely simple dragon nest. Taking out the beast hide inscribed with the mage's professional knowledge, he began to read it carefully. First encountering magic spells, just reading them was quite unfamiliar. However, as time went on, thanks to the dragon's talent and diligent study, Hudi became increasingly familiar with magic spells. The cultivation of magic power, the cultivation and guidance of spiritual power, the engraving of spells, the principles of spell casting. The mystical knowledge recorded in the mage's professional book was not very advanced, only consisting of the most basic knowledge for casters and foundational cultivation knowledge. Yet these foundational pieces of knowledge were precisely what Hudi needed. Anything too advanced, he couldn't understand. A few hours later, feeling that he had understood enough from reading, Hudi began to try cultivating magic power. Slowly closing his eyes, he centered his consciousness to sense the surrounding elements. Utilizing the elemental visualization that accompanied his magic awakening, Hudi clearly sensed the elemental power around him. Influenced by environmental factors, the elements surrounding Udi were primarily blue and yellow, corresponding to the power of water element and the power of earth element respectively. Udi attempted to operate the mystical knowledge described in the professional book for absorbing magic power. Instantly, a large number of shimmering blue light points surged into Udi's massive dragon body, washing over his flesh through his focused workings, finally converging into a blue light orb within. While guiding and absorbing the elements, Udi noticed an anomaly in his dragon body. In his elemental visualization, a substantial amount of water attribute magic power hidden in Udi's flesh was being guided out and converging inside, along with incoming external water attribute magic power. In a short time, beneath Udi's heart, a special organ made completely of blue magic power, the size of an infant's fist, emerged. The magic organ, as big as a baby's fist, is considered somewhat extravagant for a novice caster who just crossed the professional threshold. As expected of a dragon, Udi ceased his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. The ability to form such a large magic organ in a short time is inseparable from the dragon's physical body being a top-level magical creature. During the natural growth process of dragons, even without actively cultivating or guiding magic power, they naturally store a large quantity of magic power in their bodies. Perhaps due to Udi's robust physicality, though born not long ago, his body had already accumulated quite a bit of magic power. However, even though the magic organ had formed, Udi was not yet considered a caster. Only imprinting the first spell in the Sea of Spirit could qualify him as a caster. Generally, one should start with a zero-ring illusion, but I don't even have an illusion, only spells starting at the first ring, Udi mused. Among the 4 spells Cking contributed, the lowest was the first ring and the highest the third ring. For the first ring, there were 2, namely the weakness technique and group frenzy skill. Let's learn the weakness technique first. After some contemplation, Udi made a decision. The weakness technique leans towards assisting individual combat, while the group frenzy skill is more about group warfare. Taking up the beast hide bearing the weakness technique magic spell, Udi carefully pondered over it. The difficulty of learning spells depended on the number of nodes. Asterisk currently, publicly disclosed information. 0 ring is illusion. The first and second rings are lower tier magic. The third and fourth rings are middle tier magic. The fifth and sixth rings are upper tier magic. The seventh and eighth rings are highest level magic. The ninth ring is overlord skill. The 10th ring and above are forbidden curse technique. Chapter 34-33, Spell Rune. The Goblin High Priest, a level 5 mage cking, became the third dragon vein follower under Udi's command and later rose to become the most powerful follower. In that battle, if Udi hadn't appeared at the last moment with a swift strike to end the combat, it would have definitely ended with a victory for the goblins, and a defeat for Shiji's kobold side. Now, the defeated Green Forest tribe, under the leadership of the High Priest Cking, has migrated to the Black Blood Valley. According to statistics, in the Green Forest battle, 61 Dogman warriors from the Black Blood tribe perished, whereas 142 Goblin warriors from the Green Forest tribe died. Both sides actually suffered heavy losses. After all, the Black Blood tribe had fewer than 200 young adult kobolds, losing nearly a third in one battle. In contrast, the Green Forest tribe had a total population of over 750, but females and young goblins made up half of it, with only about 300 adult goblin warriors. It can be said that this battle resulted in the Green Forest tribe losing nearly half of its young adult combat force in one go. However, the only consolation for both tribes is that their true core combat strength was ultimately preserved. The core combat strength of the Black Blood tribe includes leader Shiji, along with Mondo, Zaku, and Zameng, the 3 forest giant demons altogether 4. The most heavily injured, Mondo, was barely pulled back from the brink of death. The core combat strength of the Green Forest tribe includes the High Priest Cking and 7 big goblin warriors. These 7 big goblin warriors have a biological level of level 2, and, being demons with strong physical qualities, though several have been severely beaten, they can recover their combat capabilities within a dozen days or so. To sum up, although the losses from the battle seem heavy on both sides, they are actually not too significant. After all, whether kobolds or goblins, they may have few advantages, but they are indeed proficient in reproduction. Specifically, kobolds have slightly lesser reproductive abilities, but can still breed a litter usually once a month. And goblins, whose reproductive ability is nearly maximized, can breed a litter every half-month. However, the above-mentioned reproductive speed must fulfill the prerequisite of having enough food. Without sufficient food, a decrease in reproductive speed is inevitable. Time slowly passes by. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. Under the waterfall, in a makeshift dragon nest, Udi opened his eyes. Muttering a magic spell, 3 seconds later, a black light shot out from Udi's dragon finger, striking a cannibal fish swimming in the water pool within the dragon nest. The once lively and swimming cannibal fish instantly stopped moving upon being hit by the black light, turned belly up, and slowly floated to the water's surface. Dead. Although the effect of the weakness technique states it drains energy, causing the target's body to become weak, there's a prerequisite condition, which is that the life force of the creature affected by the weakness technique magic effect cannot be too weak. If it's too weak, the energy will be completely drained, and with energy reduced to zero, death naturally follows. Though cannibal fish appear fierce, they have no level regarding the biological level, thus belonging to unranked creatures. The weakness technique is a one-ring spell, hitting kobolds and goblins, such level 0 creatures, spells death. Even hitting big goblins, level 2 creatures, will render them feeble, reducing their strength to the lowest point. In 20 days, the one-ring weakness technique is finally constructed. Udi slowly lowered his dragon finger aimed at the water pool, pondering in silence. Magic indeed is difficult to learn. The caster profession truly demands a significant consumption of energy. As a black dragon, and an advanced one at that, Udi possesses an immense magic power reservoir that ordinary beings don't have. This innate advantage greatly assists Udi once he embarks on the profession of a caster. Assuming a human level 1 mage has a magic power reservoir of 100 points, Udi might have about 10,000 points. Human casters have to frugally conserve a bit of magic power during combat to release one more spell, but Udi only needs to consider which spell effect is better or stronger. Apart from magic power, the innate racial strength of dragons isn't significantly advantageous in terms of learning speed or understanding the essence of magic. Taking black dragons as an example, as water element true dragons, learning water attribute magic does provide a bonus like faster learning speed and stronger water magic usage than other casters. But this advantage is limited to the water element. Other dragons, red dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, are the same. Learning magic aligned with their attribute grants twice the result with half the effort, yet studying unaligned magic isn't significantly better than ordinary human casters, nor does it offer enhanced spell effect potency. Unfortunately, among the 4 spells Catan knows, not one is of the water element. Instead, the strongest spell is fire element. Udi shook his head, closing his eyes again. He refocused his attention back onto his spiritual world. A grey transparent rune floated above the vast sea of spirit, emitting a faint glow. Under the illumination of the rune's subtle light, the surrounding spiritual power seemed more lively. This grey transparent rune is precisely the one-ring weakness technique. The cultivation of casters, apart from years of refining external elements to gain control over more magic power, primarily focuses on the cultivation of spiritual power. Enhancing spiritual power is one of the essential premises for increasing a caster's professional level. While there are many pathways to cultivate spiritual power, the mainstream method is through acquiring spell runes for training. Every spell rune condensed within one's spiritual world continuously tempers a caster's spiritual power. The more spell runes condensed, the higher the tier, the faster it will train and increase spiritual power. Additionally, there's a difference even within the same level of spell runes. For instance, the newly mastered weakness technique spell rune by Hoodie is transparent, indicating he is still at a beginner level with this magic. When the rune transitions from transparent to solid, it signifies mastery of this magic. The master level weakness technique rune offers several times the effect on training spiritual power compared to the entry level weakness technique rune. If one could submerge the solidified rune into the sea of spirit, that represents the caster reaching the highest magical realm of returning to truth with that spell. Returning to truth level spell casting typically features instantaneous casting. In addition to instant casting, spiritual power tempering is significantly enhanced, the spell's power is greatly increased, and the magic power consumption for casting the spell is substantially reduced. Chapter 35-34, Source of Iron Weapons. This time, the ingredients for the banquet were 3 level 4 demons and a large quantity of iron ore. Intermediate demon traces are hard to find, and Udi himself didn't want to waste a lot of time hunting, so when his subordinate follower tribes couldn't hunt intermediate demons for him, naturally, he couldn't feast on them. Although the quality of ingredients was lacking, the stacking effect of this banquet's level increase was barely decent quantity made up for quality. Udi, Biological level 5, Mage level 2, Body length, 7.9 m. Life force, 12.52. Current banquet level, 18 layers, cooldown time, 30 days. Spell-like abilities, Dark Magic, Low Light Vision, Identification Skill. Spell Rune, One Ring Weakness Technique, Beginner. 18 layers. Udi couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy in his heart. Considering the time spent in magic awakening slumber, it has been almost 2 years since he came to this world. He had another year and a few months left before truly finishing the 3-year egg stage. But, can he really still be considered a dragonling now? In a simple dragon nest, a majestic black dragon, whose muscle dimensions were enough to shame a pure red dragon, with a body size comparable to that of a truck, fell into deep thought. The body length of typical adolescent black dragons ranges from 8 to 12 meters. Due to Udi's thicker, shorter neck, although his body length now was only 7.9 meters, the physical pressure was by no means weaker than that of an 8 or 9 meter black dragon. The biological level of adolescent black dragons is typically between level 7 and level 10. Although Udi's size had reached the threshold of an adolescent black dragon, his biological level was still only at level 5, 2 levels behind the latter. However, even though his biological level was only level 5, Udi guessed that his strength shouldn't be inferior to that of an ordinary level 7 demon of other races. As for whether he could beat a level 7 black dragon, Udi wasn't too sure, but even if he could, it would likely be a mutually destructive battle. After sleeping for a day, Udi stirred his mind and broke through the water pool, flying low in Black Blood Valley. As the Black Dragon Lord, he began his regular inspections of the tribes. After the inspection, Udi had a clear picture in his mind. The populations of Black Blood Tribe and Green Forest Tribe had each increased by several dozen. There were newly born children, as well as wandering goblin dogmen joining the tribes. Suddenly, Udi remembered something he had forgotten to ask. Focusing through the spiritual connection, he contacted Kadin, asking him to come to see him. Although spiritual connection could be used for inquiry and communication, it consumes spiritual power, and if it's not urgent, Udi typically doesn't use it to communicate with his followers. In the valley, under a forest of wild fruit trees, Udi lay leisurely under a tree, his eyes somewhat oddly observing the hurriedly arriving Kadin. It had been almost a month since they last met, and Kadin had completely changed his appearance as a goblin. Originally, Kadin showed a lean frame of 1.5 meters, but now 1.6 meters, tightly dark green skin, and tough muscles sometimes showed through with movement. On his forehead, more than a dozen thumb-sized black dragon scales grew. If this continued for a few more months, wouldn't he become a muscle-bound goblin mage? Effects on physical form from ordinary power of the black dragon vein are certain but usually not so intense. Evidently, it was the banquet talent carried by Udi himself playing a role in secret. In recent times, do you feel a strong sense of hunger? As soon as Cadden's footsteps stopped in front of his master, he heard the deep voice from above. You mean a strong sense of hunger? Cadden thought for a moment, organizing his words, and said. Occasionally, but I wouldn't say particularly intense. However, compared to before, my appetite can be said to have greatly increased. Oh, is that so? Udi grinned menacingly, not speaking further on the subject. He shifted the topic to what he originally wanted to inquire about. I forgot to ask you something before, and I'm quite curious. Please ask. Cadden said respectfully. Where do you guys get the iron weapons and iron armor from the Green Forest tribe? Udi asked. Iron weapons and iron armor, especially the latter, cannot be produced simply by having iron ore. Knowledge of steel refining and forging skills is also needed. If even a wild goblin tribe could casually produce iron weapons and iron armor, what would that make human weapon forgers? Or what would it make of dwarves? Although dwarves and humans possess superior forging techniques, including rune weapons and magic weapons for professionals. Hearing the master's inquiry on this issue, Cadden slightly froze for a moment, his expression somewhat peculiar. In the Cast Duchy, I met a human caster who recognized my aura, but instead of attacking, he proposed cooperation after a conversation. Our Green Forest tribe provides him with plenty of demon materials and medicinal herbs, and in return, he provides us with iron weapons and iron armor. Of course, not only these, but even some human food and spells as well. After finishing, Cadden added, that's how we traded the third ring spell fireball technique and the one ring group low-level frenzy skill from that human. Udi listened carefully to Cadden's narration. The more he listened, the brighter his dragon eyes became. Can you still contact him now? Cadden nodded his head affirmatively, saying, certainly, I can. Does the master need something from humans? Yes, I need water magic, 1 ring, 2nd ring, 3rd ring, or even higher levels. Udi did not deny his needs. Being a black dragon, his magic talent compared to other black dragons was probably just average. Instead of learning various types of magic, it was better to learn the water magic that has a bloodline talent bonus. In terms of magic, Udi couldn't cheat, thus miscellaneous learning was worse than specializing in one path. He might learn other types of magic, such as teleportation skill, but only in small amounts, and for support. A water element true dragon should learn water magic as the right path. It's not an issue, his strength is quite formidable. However, those humans are very greedy, and the demon materials needed to exchange for a spell are relatively advanced, with considerable quantity, Cadden reminded. Within these 3 years, with the entire Green Forest tribe working together, he only managed to exchange for 1 one-ring spell and 1 third-ring spell. Chapter 36-35, The Transaction Process. I'll leave this matter to you. I will ask Shiji and Mondo to assist you. I hope to acquire magic as soon as possible. As for the type, individual enhancement spells from support magic would be best. Water magic is also a major category. It is divided into attack magic, defense magic, support magic, and special magic, 4 main categories. Among them, attack magic can be further subdivided into area attack magic and single target attack magic. Support can be divided into individual enhancement spells, group enhancement spells, healing spells, and so on. And this is just one path within the mage profession. It must be said that, in terms of prosperity and depth, the mage profession is more prominent than other professions. Cadden bowed and accepted the task. Udi waved him off, indicating he could take action now. A few hours after Cadden left, Udi, having enjoyed a gentle breeze and sunny weather, slowly got up. The dragon wings spread out, fluttering lightly as he glided back to the water pool's waterfall, then plunged directly into the dragon nest below. Udi began to focus on studying the newly learned one-ring spell, weakness technique. When he got tired of researching, he guided magic power to cleanse the dragon body. After that, he practiced spiritual power. Day by day passed, and Udi felt both exhausted and satisfied. Another month passed, and Udi's banquet accumulated to the 19th layer. The dragon body length officially exceeded 8 meters, and the physical strength was further enhanced. The blue, heart-like magic organ inside him, as well as the quality of his spiritual power, slowly yet steadily improved during cultivation. After some time, there was finally good news from Catan. In the dragon nest, Udi withdrew his mind from the magic research. With the thought, his perspective instantly shifted to Catan's first-person view. At the same time, under a secluded rock face about tens of kilometers from Black Blood Valley, Catan, Mondo, and 7 fully armed big goblin warriors stood under the rock face as if waiting for something. Behind them, dozens of goblin laborers each carried a wicker basket on their shoulders. In the wicker baskets, there were some piled with demon fur, some with herbs, and others with demon teeth. Among them, a basket filled with colorful glass bottles of demon blood was quite eye-catching. Time slowly passed, and the silhouette they were waiting for still hadn't appeared in the distance. So slow, Mondo is very unhappy. In the past 2 months, Mondo had developed a significant amount of the power of the dragon vein within him. His height had increased from 4 meters to 4.2 meters, and patches of black scales were faintly covering his arms and thighs, greatly enhancing his aura. Specifically, his biological level had increased from Tier 4 initial to Tier 4 high. Catan glanced at this big oaf, feeling somewhat uneasy. In such close proximity, if this big guy suddenly swung at him, ugh, it felt like he would die before he could even react. The person arrived. Catan's amber eyes locked onto the forest ahead. The rustling sound of footsteps gradually approached. Soon, a team slowly emerged from the forest, the individuals constantly on alert, closely observing their surroundings. The team consisted of 9 people, the 2 leading wore exquisite purple mage robes, each holding a magic staff. Their bodies emanated a unique aura, a trait indicative of strong spiritual power. Behind them, 7 people wore grey full-body armor, carrying a matte great sword on their backs. Both the armor and swords had subtle magic fluctuations, clearly not ordinary equipment. Upon seeing Catan and the others, the human team immediately halted their steps, the atmosphere becoming heavy and tense. Mondo felt the tension and couldn't help scratching his backside. This action drew the attention of 9 pairs of eyes from the human team. Nervously, they simultaneously unsheathed the matte great swords on their backs. The movement was uniform, but upon seeing that the giant demon was merely scratching his backside, they helplessly sheathed their weapons again, though with twitching faces. A few warriors spat in frustration, cursing quietly. "Don't you realize this could lead to misunderstandings? Damn it!" Though they knew it was a trade, facing a group of wild demons required vigilance. After all, no one could say for sure whether these demons would suddenly choose to double-cross them. "Wit, you're really too distrustful of me." Catan squinted his eyes. Upon seeing them suddenly draw their great swords, he immediately went on alert, thinking they might choose to double-cross and eliminate them. Fortunately, it was just a small misunderstanding. The human called Wit was one of the 2 leading casters, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. He laughed hearing Catan's words, nonchalantly saying, "Catan, my old friend, we've collaborated for 3 years. How could there be no trust? But the dark forest is just too dangerous. Our warriors have trekked hundreds of kilometers to reach here, and they're very tense. I hope you, my old friend, can understand." "Haha, Wit, I'm just speaking casually." Catan smiled broadly, then waved his hand, signaling the goblin laborers carrying various materials to step forward. "Wit, have your people check them." Wit didn't mind, patting the shoulder of the younger caster beside him. This caster in his 20s nodded slightly, then led 5 warriors forward to inspect the materials in the baskets, silently calculating their value. Kulo's rabbit fur, level 3 ordinary demon, valued at approximately 3 gold coins. Velociraptor leather, level 1 beast, valued at. The young caster's eyes gleamed as he quickly performed mental calculations. As a caster with strong spiritual power, these simple calculations were a breeze, easily handled. Meanwhile, Wit and Cadden engaged in conversation. Cadden, you've changed. Wit squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Cadden's current appearance. Upon meeting earlier, if he hadn't sensed Cadden's familiar aura, Wit might not have recognized him. Cadden now stood at 1.65 meters, not much different from an average human, with lean and solid muscles, and black scales emerging on his arms and forehead. As a level 6 mage, having studied systematically at the Mage Academy in the Yalbit Kingdom, Wit had a relatively broad knowledge. Such obvious changes in Cadden and the slight unique pressure emanating from him clearly indicated he had become a dragon vein creature. Chapter 37-36, The Little Dragon Fakes Long Way. Wit's pupils shrank upon receiving confirmation, and he couldn't quite remain calm as he spoke with a hint of excitement. Is it really them? With such obvious dragon transformation features, could it possibly be fake? Cadden's lips slightly curved into a smile, his expression quite unsatisfied as he asked. Wit swallowed hard. He was aware that this place wasn't far from the Queen of Darkness's dragon nest, and given the Queen's domineering nature, she would surely not allow other powerful evil dragons to develop influence within her territory by establishing follower forces. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Cadden was extremely lucky to have obtained a vial of black dragon blood and actively transformed into a dragon descendant. But Wit glanced at Mondo, who was seated idly on the ground nearby, and noticed the dragon transformation features on him, which eliminated this speculation. If there was only Cadden, a dragon descendant goblin spellcaster, it wouldn't be 100% proof, but the emergence of a level 4 dragon descendant giant demon confirmed it. For a moment, many thoughts raced through Wit's mind. The Queen of Darkness is an adult black dragon, immensely powerful. Even a well-equipped master-level professional 4-person squad couldn't say they would definitely win. Master-level professionals were extremely rare in the Cass Duchy where Wit resided, each being a person of wealth and power. Even in the neighboring powerful Yalbit Kingdom, every master-level professional was revered and held in high prestige. A warrior at the early master level could easily slaughter 1,000 fully armed ordinary human warriors, and the fighting chi exerted with full force could forcibly cleave a hill standing a dozen or 20 meters high. The strongest member in Wit's family was merely a level 9 caster, and their entire family's combined influence was far inferior to that of a solo master-level professional. Thinking about this, Wit no longer hesitated. The saying goes, fortune favors the brave. Cadden, I wonder if our Higland family might have the opportunity to connect with your master. Wit, somewhat anxious and nervous, looked at Cadden, even subtly altering his address and tone. Cadden gave Wit a glance, pondered for a while, then shook his head. I can't make that decision. I'm merely my master's servant, how could I make such a decision? But... As he spoke, Cadden gestured toward the pile of materials over there. Wit understood, cleared his throat, and smiled. If that respected individual has any demands for resources among humans, our Higland family will fully support it, and the price will be significantly reduced as well. Oh? If that's the case, I think my master would be interested. Cadden also smiled. After that, the two foxes began discussing their respective needs. The Higland family hoped that in the future, when their family team appeared within the Queen of Darkness's influence area, they could receive care from her subordinate forces. In simpler terms, it's like having a pass. Moreover, the trade needs and frequency between the two sides increased significantly. Previously conducted once every 3 months, now, under Wit's strong request, it became once a month. Previously, it was every 3 months because the Green Forest tribe, where Cadden resided, had limited power and couldn't procure so many demon materials, so naturally, a monthly transaction wasn't necessary, it would have wasted their energy and time. But now, cking had become the dragon descendant follower under the Queen of Darkness, and with the demon forces subordinate to her, obtaining some demon materials was effortless, wasn't it? Even intermediate demon, and even high-level demon materials could be added to the trade. The thought alone made Wit somewhat excited. Although he had agreed to increase the price of demon materials with cking, it remained a highly profitable industry. This back and forth would bring at least a 1 to 200% profit. The transaction quickly concluded. Wit waved his hand, swiftly stowing the materials with calculated values into the spatial bag on the ground, then produced a wooden box in his hand. Cking took the wooden box, carefully inspected it, then nodded slightly, promptly putting the wooden box into the spatial bag. No problem with the items. For this transaction, Didi lent the spatial bag to cking specifically to address any unforeseen circumstances. So, the time for the next transaction? Wit asked with a smile. Naturally, once a month. Cking nodded. This transaction ended very amicably. Both parties happily returned to their respective homes. Black Blood Valley, beside the waterfall water pool. Didi took over the spatial bag tossed by cking. The mark left by cking had long been erased, allowing Didi to easily probe within it. He had witnessed the entire transaction process, or rather, it was his sudden idea to have cking pose as the Black Dragon Maiden's dragon descendant follower. If you can get things for free, you naturally should. Didi chuckled. With a thought, he extracted the wooden box from the spatial bag and opened it. A piece of beast hide emitting magical spiritual light, and 9 transparent crystal stones. 0 ring illusion, secret rune, and subordinate magic crystal. Because this was the first time a completely new transaction rule was established, the Higland family represented by Wit hadn't prepared suitable trade goods, so after communication, these goods were exchanged for those demon materials and medicinal materials. Cking, during the communication through the follower's spiritual link, had mentioned to Didi that the other party indeed showed great sincerity this time. All the demon materials they prepared were low-level demon materials, among which there were quite a few strong beast materials. The quality wasn't exceptionally precious or advanced, it's just that the quantity was quite substantial. According to usual pricing, Wit would at most give 1 secret rune magic to cking as a trade item. However, this time, with the involvement of the dragon skin, things were naturally different. The status quickly reversed, turning into the Higland family represented by Wit seeking favor from cking. Master, these subordinate magic crystals are quite high quality, an individual piece should not be valued below 50 gold coins. Cking interjected. Having stayed in the human world for some time, Cking had gained a bit of understanding regarding items that piqued its interest. Magic crystals were indeed good stuff, embedding them in a staff made them one of the main materials for crafting low-level magic staffs, wearing them accelerated the absorption and refinement speed of magic power. Didi extended his dragon finger, rubbing the magic crystal, unable to suppress the drool that formed in his mouth. It seemed quite tasty. Chapter 38 to 37, Enhancing Productivity. Gulp. Because it was too small, Didi couldn't be bothered to chew and simply chose to swallow it. Under the powerful digestion of the giant dragon, in no time, the subordinate magic crystal swallowed into his stomach began to dissolve and digest. Massive amounts of magic power were released and then greedily devoured by Didi's body. As much magic as was released from the magic crystal, Didi's dragon body could absorb. SSSS. It feels a bit good. Didi squinted his eyes, feeling warm all over, as if countless little hands were perfectly massaging him. After a while, Didi slowly opened his eyes, breaking away from the state of comfort. Instinctively, he glanced at his current panel data. Didi, Biological Level 6, Mage Level 2, Body Length 8.12 m. Life Force, 13.01. Current Banquet Level, 19 layers, Cooldown Time, 25 days. Spell-like abilities, dark magic, low light vision, identification skill. Spell rune, first ring weakness technique, beginner. Biological level has finally reached level 6. Didi felt a surge of joy upon seeing the panel data. Originally, he was just a bit short of reaching level 6, but now, with the help of a subordinate magic crystal, he easily broke through. Didi looked at the 8 remaining subordinate magic crystals in the small box and felt a bit of a stir but ultimately held back. He planned to use these magic crystals as one of the main ingredients for the next banquet. Compared to direct swallowing and digestion, using them for the banquet might result in a greater enhancement effect. With a thought, he put the wooden box into the spatial bag and then placed the spatial bag into the layered reversed scale on his chest for safekeeping. During this time, Cadden stood respectfully at the side. Didi looked at him, pondered for a while, and then said, "Cadden, can you accomplish the monthly trade quota with the Higland family, plus providing me with food?" Cadden was silent for 2 seconds, then shook his head and said, "Please forgive my incompetence, Master. So, it's not achievable." His requirements for food were not low, at the very least, it had to be level 1 or higher demons or powerful beasts. Anything below level 1, and eating iron ore was more effective. "I see." Didi nodded slightly. He made a decision in his mind. With a thought, he connected spiritually with Mondo and Chiji through the contract and had them bring all their clan members here. Then, Didi looked at Cadden and said, "Cadden, go gather all your tribe members here." Cadden was slightly taken aback, suddenly realized something, his expression changed subtly, and he immediately nodded respectfully and left quickly. Moments later, a large group of humanoid demons surged from the east and west. Didi slowly stood up, flew to a low slope in front of the waterfall and water pool, and looked indifferently at the quickly gathering goblins, kobolds, and 3 extremely conspicuous giant demons. The 3 dragon vein followers leading the many monsters stood at the forefront of all the demons, waiting for the true dragon master to speak. Didi gazed at these monster followers belonging to him, feeling slightly moved. The Green Forest tribe now had around 800 or 900 goblin clan members, the Black Blood tribe had over 300 kobold clan members. A monster count exceeding 1,000 was somewhat impressive. Unfortunately, aside from his 3 dragon vein followers, Zakuzameng's 2 giant demons, and those 7 big goblin warriors, the rest were just a rabble, barely able to match ordinary human soldiers. The productivity is too low. Soon, these followers won't even be able to provide enough food for me, let alone trade for spells and wealth. Didi shook his head. He unfolded his gigantic 17-meter wings and gently flapped them, hovering in the middle of the monster army. Below, the kobolds and goblins faced him directly and became agitated. Excitement, anxiety, worship, longing. Didi could clearly feel these base demons' emotions without reservation. Good, he liked this directness. A domineering dragon roar echoed in the ears of the monster army. After shaking the scene a bit with the dragon's roar, Didi, hovering low, opened his menacing dragon mouth. "Lucky followers, your benevolent true dragon master will grant you an opportunity to be reborn today." With those words, Didi wasted no more time and directly stretched his dragon claws, forcing a few drops of thick, crimson dragon blood out from his powerful body. After forcing out 20 drops of blood, Didi finally stopped. Below, the goblins, kobolds, and giant demons were all focused on the dazzling 20 drops of dragon blood gleaming in the sunlight. Each drop of dragon blood was the size of a human fist, incredibly thick, and floated in the air, exuding a slight majesty. A wave of fanaticism spread across the area. Didi's words and actions directly ignited the enthusiasm of the monster army, the kobolds' excited, harsh dog barks, the goblins' chirpy chatter, and the giant demons' chest-thumping echoed through half the Black Blood Valley. In mid-air, Didi used magic power to manipulate the 20 drops of blood, allowing 11 of them to transform into numerous long, thin blood threads. Then, these fine dragon blood silks descended towards the monster army, who eagerly opened their mouths to receive them. The 7 big goblin warriors and 2 giant demons opened their mouths wide, only to find that no dragon blood silk was falling into them. Upon seeing the weaker kobolds and goblins each getting at least 1 dragon blood silk, they became anxious, with their eyes widening, but they dared not speak, feeling terribly repressed. Fortunately, Didi didn't keep them, the elite monsters, waiting long, as the remaining 9 fist-sized drops of dragon blood fell from the mid-air. Each one got a drop. Though it was just ordinary dragon blood, not essence blood, a drop of dragon blood the size of a human fist was still extremely precious. If some average caster saw it, they would probably be heartbroken. Such precious magic materials used on low-level demons? What a waste! But for Udi, these ordinary dragon blood drops were nothing significant, just a matter of eating a few demons to recover. After distributing the benefits to the follower army, Udi had his 3 dragon vein followers look after the monster army, waiting for their transformation. Udi then flapped his dragon wings, slipping into the makeshift dragon nest behind the waterfall and water pool, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 39-38, Research Results. This piece of beast hide is the carrier for the spell Zero Ring Illusion, Secret Rune. Though among spells it's the lowest tier illusion, some spells cannot be judged solely by their level but by their effects and function. When used well, even a 0 ring illusion can yield better results than a 5 or 6 ring spell. And Secret Rune is just such a special spell. 0 ring, Secret Rune. Magic effect, marks a magic rune on objects, including organisms, enabling a certain connection with the owner despite long distances. Although this spell can easily be cracked by a caster whose magical mastery surpasses its own, it remains an extremely useful spell. It's a spell that many mages frequently use even after reaching legendary status. Though Udi plans to specialize in water magic, such useful spells must be learned if possible. Unfolding the beast hide, Udi stared with eyes of a dragon, studying the critical spiritual nodes required to construct the secret rune spell. A 1-ring spell is constructed from a minimum of 5 spiritual nodes, whereas this 0-ring illusion requires 4 spiritual nodes. The difficulty of learning it is already comparable to the simplest 1-ring spells. Udi took a deep breath, forcing himself to diligently learn this spell. Other than the magic-addicted dragons, other giant dragons really don't enjoy learning spells. Even if learning spells can enhance their own strength, this remains true. It's akin to the principle of studying in the previous life, where everyone understands that studying can make oneself stronger, improve future prospects, income, and change one's life path. But how many can wholeheartedly throw themselves into study? Few and far between. Even basic spells like 0 ring or 1 ring, their learning difficulty compared to book knowledge from the previous life is considered rather high, let alone higher ring spells. That truly isn't something ordinary beings can research and learn. If Udi wasn't a giant dragon, naturally endowed with extraordinary spiritual power, agile thinking, and able to continuously enhance his spiritual strength through cultivation and natural growth, thus making his mind even more agile and powerful, he probably wouldn't withstand the high difficulty of learning spells. It makes a dragon's head hurt. After studying for a while and barely grasping a rough outline of the secret rune spell, Udi chose to rest for a bit. He diverted his attention elsewhere, immediately sensing the slow increase in the aura of many entities with weak connections to him. The dragon blood transformation is almost complete, Udi muttered. The dragon blood transformation this time, besides enhancing productivity, Udi also approached it with a research and observational mindset. Dragon descendants are roughly divided into 3 levels, from the most potent essence blood contract, to the secondary scale blood contract, and the weakest aura soak. The first 2 have the best effects. A giant dragon's growth can to some extent influence the dragon descendant's bloodline through the contract, boosting the growth of its underlings. Moreover, with the perfected contract, the giant dragon wields strong control over them, resulting in enormous betrayal costs. The last type, aura soak, merely involves being tainted by a giant dragon's aura, dragon blood, and dragon scales, thereby acquiring the power of the dragon vein. As for the strength of the power acquired, it depends on the strength of the source giant dragon and the quantity of dragon blood and scales acquired. If the giant dragon is weak, the obtained power won't be strong either, but with a substantial amount of dragon blood and scales, the power can be elevated to a significant level, even surpassing the benefits brought by the higher tier servant contracts to dragon descendants. This kind of dragon descendant has a low floor, and the ceiling is determined entirely by whether the resources are in place. And typically, the way a giant dragon mass produces a dragon descendant legion is by using the last method. After all, using a servant contract requires consuming a large amount of magic power within the body. The stronger the target, the more magic power is consumed. If the physical magic power is lacking over time, the growth speed of the giant dragon naturally slows down significantly, or even halts. Besides, if a giant dragon's spirit isn't robust enough, it can't accept too many spiritual connections, or the dragon's brain will become confused. Saying so much, Dudi actually just wants to see if these dragon descendants undergoing the lowest tier transformation can also, like Shiji, Mondo, and Kaden, benefit from the banquet talent. If they can, perhaps a fearsome monster army can be created. If not, then it doesn't matter. Their strength improvement at least enables them to hunt more quality prey for Udi. Hope they can bring me good news. Udi looked deeply, as if through rock walls and water pools, at those monster followers suffering the pain of dragon vein transformation on the ground. Shaking his head, Udi quickly redirected his thoughts back to delving into spells. First, construct the secret rune symbol. Time flew by in the pain but joy of Udi studying magic. On the 5th day, Udi successfully mastered the beginner level of Zero Ring Illusion, Secret Rune. Above the Sea of Spirit, 2 grey transparent runes now floated. On the 15th day, Udi finally halted the monotonous spell training. He decided to give himself a half-day holiday to unwind his dragon brain, which had been active for quite some time. With a thought, his focus through spiritual connection descended upon Shiji. In an instant, the view shifted to within the forest. From Shiji's first-person perspective, it was currently leading its tribe in a hunt. The hunting target was a group of raptors. Although called dragons, raptors are actually just slightly stronger level 1 beasts. Raptors are small in size, with long and sturdy tails only about 2 meters long. Their second claws on each foot possess giant sickle-like talons, and the pair of slender hands in front also bear sharp claws resembling small knives, looking extremely dangerous. In reality, to many beasts, this pack-dwelling, agile-type beast is indeed a formidable enemy. Hey! Udi's expression suddenly shifted while spying on this battle. He noticed that the 20-some kobolds led by Shiji seemed profoundly altered. In just half a month, these kobolds that underwent dragon blood transformation grew from less than a meter tall to now generally around at least 1 meter too. And lean muscles subtly emerged under scales, with their emanating aura considerably stronger. Evidently, this is abnormal. The banquet talent works on these dragon blood transformed followers too. Udi grinned. Very well. Chapter 40-39, Unusual Advancement. Below these raptors lay a beast torn and mangled beyond recognition. The beast was bait, a trap to lure these raptors into the encirclement. The raptors let out sharp cries, restless and agitated. Until the kobolds steadily approached, the raptors could stand it no longer, and under the lead of the strongest raptor leader, they charged at the kobold warriors in one direction. The raptors' claws, sharp as small knives, fiercely slashed at the kobold warrior standing in the front, but the latter coldly pulled out a small vinewood shield from behind and held it in front. The claws scraped across the surface of the vinewood shield, leaving deep marks while the tremendous impact pushed the kobolds back several steps before they stopped. However, the rebound also caused the raptors to momentarily lose speed and agility. The kobold warriors from the other 3 directions took the opportunity, holding their long spears in both hands, muscles in their arms and thighs bulging, and fiercely stabbed at the raptors' bellies, heads, and other vulnerable parts. The piercing cries of agony echoed. During this time, some raptors, not severely injured, frantically dashed at the kobold warriors, swinging their claws, wide-mouthed, to bite and attack. But in the end, under the steady siege of 20+ kobold warriors, not a single raptor escaped the circle of death. Bodies littered the ground, and slowly flowing blood soaked the land. The hunting battle was thus concluded. A kobold warrior picked up the bone whistle on their chest and blew it by their mouth. The crisp sound of the bone whistle spread around. Not long after, rustling sounds came from the southern jungle. Approximately 20 to 30 kobolds, holding bundles of vine rope tied to their hands and carrying baskets on their backs, rushed out from the forest. Upon arriving at the site, without saying a word, they quickly took off the baskets, pulled out a glass bottle, and placed them at the bleeding wounds of the raptors to collect the blood. One glass bottle after another filled with blood was placed back into the baskets. These glass bottles were prepared by the Higland family, with many in stock in the Green Forest tribe's warehouse. Because the crafting process of these glass bottles incorporates a special mineral powder that slows decay and keeps the blood fresh for at least half a year, they are excellent storage containers. After collecting the raptor's blood, this kobold team specialized in handling prey began the skinning process. Raptor leather is a top-quality material for making leather armor, highly sought after among the lower-level mercenaries, adventurers, and even demon tribes. The merchant associations formed by the Higland family sell many goods, primarily weapons, equipment, and potions, hence their huge demand for demon beasts materials and blood. Once the skinning work was finished, the kobold team skillfully tied vine rope to the bloodied raptor's claws and feet, threaded through arm-thick wooden sticks, lifted them in teams of 2, and headed towards the Black Blood Valley. The whole process had become extremely familiar. Seeing the team handling the prey's corpses begin their journey back, the kobold warriors responsible for combat hunting finally stood up from the ground. They stayed nearby, both to rest and to ensure the safety of the kobold team handling the prey. "Let's move out, continue hunting." Shiji, who hadn't spoken since the battle began until the prey handling was completed, opened his mouth. Though his expression was indifferent, a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Since the master gave orders, both the Green Forest tribe and the Black Blood tribe have been organizing large numbers of hunting teams to go hunting. To reduce the mortality rate of these hunting teams, Shiji, Kadan, Mondo, along with 2 giant demons and 7 big goblins, were dispersed among the hunting teams to serve as their safety guarantee. When encountering danger beyond the hunting team's capability, they will intervene and handle it. In the nearby valley areas where intermediate demons are hard to find, these safety guarantees would step in when needed, the danger at least being repelled, greatly reducing the death rate of goblin warriors and kobold warriors in the hunting teams. But if the danger and combat are within the hunting team's capability, these safety guarantees would coldly watch, thereby training and unleashing the power of the dragon vein within these warriors. This process will inevitably have casualties, that's unavoidable, but influenced by the banquet talent, the casualty rate is reducing rapidly. In the beginning, having several warriors lost per hunting team per day was quite normal. However, as time passed, the mortality within the hunting teams reduces increasingly. Until the last 2 days, the combined 12 hunting teams had casualties of only 5 warriors, where all were injuries rather than fatalities. After a period of recovery, they would be able to rejoin the hunting teams for combat. "My master's lineage is truly formidable." Shiji sometimes couldn't help but secretly marvel. Following his master for quite some time, he has watched his master grow from under 5 meters long to over 8 meters, more than doubling in size. Such an astonishing growth rate, even if Shiji isn't very knowledgeable, he knows this isn't the growth speed an ordinary giant dragon should have. His master is a particularly strong and infinitely potential giant dragon, and under the command of such a dragon master, he, Shiji, perhaps even has the chance to witness broader scenery. Didi withdrew the first-person perspective from Shiji, with a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. It seems he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough food for a long time. Less than 10 days left until the next banquet opens. Didi exhaled slowly, causing a gust of wind to arise at the dragon nest. Perhaps, after stacking hundreds or thousands of banquet layers, Didi, just by breathing, could create enormous storms with his mere physical body. Didi closed his eyes. The movie he put on for himself was finished. He's due to continue researching magic. Time flew by, and half a month passed. The agreed-upon trade time with the Higland family was today. At the waterfall pool, in the dragon nest, Didi paused his magic research and looked at his status panel. Didi, Biological Level 6, Mage Level 3, Body Length 8.31 m. Life Force, 13.43. Current Banquet Level, 20 layers, Cooldown Time, 25 days. Spell-like abilities, Dark Magic, Low Light Vision, Identification Skill. Spell Rune, 1 Ring Weakness Technique, Beginner, 0 Ring Secret Rune, Beginner. Chapter 41-40, Half a Year. In just 3 months, he had advanced from a level 2 mage to a level 3 mage, which was somewhat fast. Fast to the point of being abnormal. The caster profession is not like warrior or thief professions that easily enhance their strength and level at early stages. Casters face difficulty right from the outset. For them to break through professional levels, they must reach a standard threshold of spiritual power intensity. However, boosting spiritual power is not as easy as enhancing the body. It requires a significant amount of time to incrementally improve, being a true grind. Of course, you could use some unconventional quick methods to enhance spiritual power, but such methods often carry various hidden dangers. Such as undead mages or witches, who can quickly enhance their spiritual power by refining and devouring souls, but their personalities often become twisted in the process until they are neither human nor ghost, even turning into mindless, evil, fallen creatures. Could it be that the banquet's enhancement not only boosts physical strength but also strengthens spiritual power? Didi couldn't help but speculate. He carefully recalled his mental state after the banquet. Indeed it was good, but there was no clear sense of a sudden boost. But even though my spiritual power didn't directly enhance like my body after the banquet, my spiritual power was quite active during the period after it. Even my speed of cultivating spiritual power increased significantly. Didi pondered. Perhaps he understood. A banquet doesn't directly boost spiritual power, just purely increases physical strength, but the body and mind are intrinsically linked, forming a whole. A powerful body cannot possibly have a weak spirit. A strong body reflects and enhances a relatively weaker soul, and the improvement of the soul naturally leads to the elevation of spiritual power. Didi understood. It's no wonder he only realized it now. After all, before switching to a mage, he was already accustomed to the enhancement the banquet brought, naturally subconsciously ignoring the rapid increase in spiritual power. If so, won't I be able to go deep down the path of a caster and even achieve great things? Didi couldn't help but grin. The original reason he switched to a mage, firstly, was that many magic spells had the effect of enhancing the body, which obviously suited his banquet talent. A perfect match. The second reason was that some magic effects were indeed convenient and could save lives. Such as the teleportation skill for quickly commuting or fleeing, or the 1,000 miles sound transmission skill for long-distance communication and conversation. Now, Didi had a third reason to study magic diligently. He could rapidly enhance spiritual power. If that's the case, I can reduce, or even eliminate, the time spent cultivating spiritual power, then dedicate all that time to studying and practicing magic. Didi pondered. To transform powerful spiritual power into actual strength, it still has to be realized through magic, otherwise, possessing vast spiritual power would be a complete waste. While Didi pondered over how to arrange his cultivation time in the future, Cadden also completed the transaction with the tribe members and wit. Master, these are all the items from this transaction. Beside the water pool, Cadden respectfully handed the spatial bag to Udi. Udi nodded slightly and then eagerly returned to the dragon nest. With a mere thought, all items in the spatial bag were taken out. 2 small boxes in total. Each contained a piece of magic beast hide emitting magic spiritual light. Namely, 1 ring water blade skill. 2nd ring water element enhancement technique. This was the result of a month's time, obtained through a trade involving demon materials collected by the Black Blood tribe and Green Forest tribe. Not bad, now that I'm only a level 3 mage, the highest I can learn is a 2nd ring spell. Udi was fairly satisfied with this. 0 ring is illusion, 1 ring and 2nd ring are lower tier magic, 3rd ring and 4th ring are middle tier magic. Among them, illusion and lower tier magic correspond to 0 to level 4 mages, middle tier magic correspond to level 5 to level 9 mages. Now that Udi is only level 3 as a mage, he's a fair distance from level 5. Even with the banquet's enhancement of his body reflecting upon his spirit, it's unlikely to be something he can surpass in just a few months. Start studying. Udi took a deep breath, focused his spiritual power, and began to research these 2 water element magic spells. 1 ring water blade is an attack magic, its effect is to expend magic power to condense a water blade. The attack power is only so-so, when compared with fire magic, it's definitely weaker. But for a black dragon, which is a water element true dragon, to learn water magic, the power is definitely augmented. 2nd ring water element enhancement technique is a water element support magic. Its effect is to enhance physical strength for oneself or others and can mitigate physical impact force. This magic suits Udi very well. Master this magic to the master level. Udi set this goal for himself. In this way, in the following days, Udi absorbed magic power daily, studied magic, and occasionally spent a little time cultivating spiritual power. When the banquet cool-down time ended each month, he feasted until progress was full and then fell into sleep for enhancement. In stable development, a month, 2 months. In a blink of an eye, half a year passed. Dark forest. Roar. Kill. Kill. Everywhere was filled with cries and roars of battle. A large number of kobold and goblin warriors, whose physiques were no less than normal humans, roared as they battled with a group of dwarves just over a meter tall. These dwarves had brown-white skin, wore leather armor, wielded hand axes, with several spare hand axes hanging at their waists, each having solid builds and explosively frightening muscle bulk. Though they were shorter than the kobolds and goblin warriors in stature, they surpassed them in momentum and strength. One dwarf cast his heavy hand axe, turning it into a silvery white lightning bolt that struck a dogman warrior. The sheer speed and strength directly sent the dogman warrior flying several meters, and the hand axe embedded deeply into the vine armor, from which blood continuously flowed through the ruptures. Slay these vile and despicable creatures! A dwarf mounted on a giant triangular dragon beast thunderously roared out. He pulled hard on the reins, causing the triangular dragon beneath him to see red in its eyes, charging into the enemy crowd like a heavyweight tank. A large number of kobolds and goblin warriors were knocked into the air, spewing blood, as a passage was forcibly carved through. Fallen to the ground, they were then mercilessly beheaded by the grim-faced following dwarf warriors wielding hand axes. Blood and gore smeared this forest in a chaotic mess. Chapter 42-41, Wild Dwarves Sub-Dragon Knight. A robust kobold guard, full of muscle, came to Shiji quickly reporting the news. What's the situation now? Shiji's eyes turned cold, his strong biological aura pressing heavily, making the kobold guard in front of him stiffen. The guard suppressed the horror and admiration in his heart. His own chief's strength had grown stronger again, terrifying. He respectfully and quickly said, "The situation is quite dire, those dwarves far exceed our warriors in individual strength, and they even have giant beast knights." Shiji's heart stirred. Giant beast knights? Could these dwarves be the wild dwarves tribe? More than half a year ago, Mondo reported to the master about their encounter with the wild dwarves. At that time, the master even had him send kobold scouts to track the wild dwarves, but because the dark forest is vast with complex terrain, this matter was left unresolved. Unexpectedly, the other party has now shown themselves. Shiji was both surprised and delighted, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he quickly made a decision. He indifferently ordered the Kobold Guard, inform all nearby units to retreat to the valley, then have Black Blood Squad 3 and Green Forest Squad 6 scatter and escape. Remember, don't let those wild dwarves find our base. Yes. The Kobold Guard accepted the order and disappeared into the forest with a few swift movements. Soon, a deeply penetrating bone whistle sounded from afar, rhythmic with 3 short bursts and 1 long, echoing intermittently. In the dark forest, the hunting kobold and goblin troops perked up their ears, listening to the rhythm of the bone whistle. Upon receiving orders, these warriors stopped their hunting without hesitation and swiftly headed back to their base. Shiji did not choose to return with these hunting units, instead quickly approaching the battlefield alone. He needed to confirm whether these dwarves were indeed the wild dwarves the master was searching for and to further investigate their exact strength. Of course, the most important thing was to find their base. For more than half a year, the Black Blood tribe had a special team searching for the wild dwarves' lair, but aside from some faint traces left by intelligent creatures, there was no sign of the wild dwarves, let alone their base. Now, such a great opportunity presented itself to Shiji, he couldn't let it pass. Upon nearing the battlefield, Shiji's expression slightly changed. Throughout the forest, scattered kobold and goblin corpses lay. Some were beheaded, disemboweled, or crushed to death with eyes protruded and 7 orifices bleeding. Red and green blood intermingled across the forest, with trails of blood extending in various directions. Clearly, the dwarves were still pursuing the fleeing warriors. Shiji descended from the tree to the ground, observing the trampled soil and leaves, quickly identifying the hoof prints left by the giant beast. After chasing for over 10 minutes, he vaguely saw a large number of figures moving ahead, and Shiji quickly concealed himself within the lush forest. He silently observed those short figures. From height and appearance, it was confirmed that these were indeed dwarves, matching the news reported by the guard. Their brown and white skin further assured Shiji. Just as Mondo described, these were subspecies within the dwarf race, the wild dwarves. Captain, this battle was a real delight for the brothers. Haha. A wild dwarf warrior took a swig of liquor, his rough face slightly flushed, chuckling. Most of the surrounding wild dwarf warriors wore expressions of satisfaction and joy. Some were drinking and chatting idly, others carefully wiped blood from their weapons and leather armor with beast hide shards they carried with dislike, while some rested with eyes closed to regain strength. The one referred to as captain by the wild dwarf warriors wore a blue demon beast hide, revealing bulging flesh that appeared like fat but contained frightening power and defense, yet his appearance was not particularly striking. This was Valentine, a powerful wild dwarf sub-dragon knight. This sub-dragon was not the kind with dragon lineage and spell-like abilities, but rather a beast sub-dragon, having no bloodline connection to a giant dragon. Among beasts, demons, and feral types, beasts are generally the weakest, rarely reaching above biological level 5, with most being below level 5, lacking special abilities and fighting merely by instinct and physical prowess. Feral types form stronger species after becoming feral, with larger bodies and extraordinary physicality, though generally low in intelligence. There's no need to elaborate on demons here. Valentine's profession hails from his clan, a powerful occupation passed down for tens of thousands of years among the wild dwarves sub-dragon knight. His sub-dragon mount was a rare triangular dragon. The triangular dragon, a beast type, reaches 7 to 9 meters in length upon maturity, with a biological level of 5, possessing a tough, thick body, an incredibly solid neck shield, and sharply intimidating super horns. In a charge, a triangular dragon can pierce several stone-built houses consecutively. And this is only a wild, ordinary triangular dragon. If it were one that established a life connection through the profession's secret technique with a wild dwarf knight, and carefully cultivated, it would be even more formidable. The Wild Dwarf Sub-Dragon Knight profession cultivates a special blood chi that can enhance the sub-dragon mount itself, and also has special combat secret techniques to share strength, physical stats, and life force between the sub-dragon mount and the knight. Given the long lifespans of wild dwarves and triangular dragons compared to humans, as time passes, the older the wild dwarf sub-dragon knight and their mount become, the stronger they usually are, forming the core strength of wild dwarf tribes. Valentine stroked his beloved triangular dragon mount, soothing it through spiritual connection. Hearing the clan warrior's joyful chatter, he turned and guffawed. "It's great to fight so freely. Those kobolds and goblins dared to enter our territory and poach our prey in vast numbers, truly ignorant of death. Wild dwarves are typically creatures of the lawful neutral faction. They recognize strong, orderly ruling structures, whether led by a despotic tyrant or a benevolent, compassionate democratic ruler, they don't care, as long as order exists and is upheld. To them, absolute order prevails over morality and conscience. Regardless of whether the outcomes are good or bad, every rule must be followed strictly. Absolute fairness in judicial officials and absolute obedience in soldiers exemplify this faction perfectly. Following their self-imposed order, wild dwarves typically do not intentionally harm or kill other intelligent beings, even against evil demons. However, should anyone dare infringe on their interests or dismantle the order they've established, then their hand axes will cleave the enemy's chest and sever their heads. Whether demon or angel, it matters not." Chapter 43-42, Finally Found. Valentine, who was chatting and drinking with the clan warriors, seemed to feel something. His eyes narrowed as he instantly turned his head to look behind him, shouting loudly. "Discovered!" Hiding in a lush forest, Shiji felt a chill in his heart, and reacted swiftly by fleeing backwards with extreme agility and speed. Valentine had excellent vision and could vaguely see Shiji's figure through the dense forest. His face immediately darkened as he quickly spoke to the warriors around him. "It's a kobold, chase it." Judging by its unique tall appearance and the speed it exhibited, this spy wasn't an ordinary kobold but likely a strong adversary or even a leader from the other tribe. Valentine, instead of being shocked, was pleased, as he considered this the perfect opportunity to deal with these invaders. These invading kobolds and goblins were completely different from the weak, small demons he had encountered in the past. Not only were they powerful, but they also displayed decent organizational skills, and fully armed human soldiers were probably no match for them. Valentine did not recognize them as dragon vein creatures since the goblin and kobold followers who had undergone minor dragon blood transformation were difficult to distinguish. Even Shiji, who had notable dragon traits, couldn't be clearly recognized. Both Valentine and the wild dwarf warriors under his command merely regarded these warriors as a stronger subspecies among the goblin and kobold races. Demons naturally mutate, and based on their environment can evolve into various subspecies, both weak and strong, similar to the emergence of wild dwarves. Moments later, the wild dwarf warriors halted their pursuit and returned to their temporary camp, cursing as they went. "That guy is too fast and agile," deliberately diving into the dense forest. "It's impossible to catch up," said Colin, a wild dwarf, angrily. While they were quite nimble in the forest too, the physical structure made kobolds especially suited for forest combat and movement. Additionally, Shiji's own powerful abilities played a fundamental role. If it had been an ordinary kobold, it would have been doomed within 3 seconds of discovery. "Forget it, let's report back to the tribe first." Captain Valentine also seemed annoyed but didn't dwell too much. After all, with the Brown Forest clan's strength, they could take on any number of invaders. This was confidence in their power. After tidying up their temporary camp gear, the group of wild dwarves headed towards the northwest. What they didn't notice was that Shiji, whom they had just been chasing, had quietly returned and was now following the large group. Learning from his previous exposure, Shiji maintained a greater distance this time to ensure he wouldn't be discovered. It's fortunate they don't have a caster with them, Shiji thought, grateful for his luck as he tracked them. Casters, with strong spiritual power, have very sharp instincts, and if they learned detection spells or trace erasure spells, tracking them would be nearly impossible. But these wild dwarf warriors are really powerful. Shiji felt a bit heavy-hearted. During his escape, Shiji observed and paid attention to the strength of those wild dwarves. Although he couldn't use Hoodie's investigation skill for detailed analysis, based on experience, Shiji could roughly estimate their strength. Those ordinary wild dwarf warriors were all no less than 3rd level professional level. As for the wild dwarf captain leading them, he probably had strength equivalent to a 5th level professional level, no, maybe even higher. That guy had such a powerful triangular dragon as a mount, he might possess 6th level or even 7th level professional level strength. Half a year ago, Shiji was at level 4, and after months of hunting, battles, and devouring a large amount of demon and beast flesh, driven by the impact of banquet talent, power of the dragon vein, and servant contract feedback, Shiji's biological level had reached tier 5 high, not far from level 6. Reaching level 5 marked an entry into the middle level ranks in the professional level division. Such strength, within a weak human duchy, would be considered strong, and in a powerful kingdom, was an indispensable backbone force, an elite presence. But no matter how strong, they will eventually bow and submit to the great master's dragon wings. Shiji's belief was exceedingly firm. With his own strength continuously improving and his tribe growing stronger, Shiji's worship of his master had reached an extreme. In terms of faith level and worshipping a divine spirit, Shiji was at the fanatic follower level. The next level up would be a saint, but in terms of belief intensity, saints and fanatics were quite similar. The main reason saints rank above fanatics is that saints possess relatively special strong souls. After tracking for nearly 2 hours and covering at least dozens of kilometers of forest road, the group of wild dwarf warriors finally stopped in front of a huge, vine-covered cave with clear, transparent streams slowly flowing out from its depths. The cave, located between 2 mountain peaks, seemed quite secluded. No wonder it was hard to find. Seeing the enemy's lair's location, Shiji suddenly understood. In the complex dark forest environment, the spot Mondo mentioned encountering the wild dwarves was about 50 or 60 kilometers away from here. It seemed not far, but if searching this area was centered from that location, it would require exploring thousands of square kilometers to possibly find this spot. Even after 6 months, it would be difficult to locate such a hidden place. Unless all warriors from the Black Blood tribe and the Green Forest tribe were dispatched solely to find the wild dwarves. Under Shiji's watch, those wild dwarf warriors excitedly approached the clear stream, cupped their hands, and greedily drank the water. After finishing their drinks, they headed towards the depths of the cave, over 10 meters high, gradually disappearing from sight. Shiji didn't choose to continue tracking them, as it was likely their lair was inside, and his master had also warned him that even wild dwarves with some scale often have casters in their profession traditions. If he continued tracking, he might inadvertently expose himself. Therefore, Shiji took a good look at the place, noting its location and environmental features before quickly retracing his steps without hesitation. On the way back, Shiji marked his path while connecting spiritually with his master. Black Blood Valley, at the waterfall and pool in the simple dragon nest. Didi ceased absorbing and refining from the outside elements and slowly opened his eyes. Wild dwarves, hey? After all this time, we've finally pinpointed their lair. Didi muttered to himself. Having such a powerful clan near the dragon nest's vicinity, without knowing their location and assessing their exact strength, Didi couldn't possibly find peace. Although wild dwarves usually align with the lawful neutral faction and rarely initiate killings, Didi never relinquishes control to others. He must hold the reins. With a thought, the panel appeared before Didi. Didi, biological level 7, mage level 4, body length 9.53 m. Life force, 16.04. Current banquet level, 26 layers, cooldown period, 29 days. Spell-like abilities, dark magic, low-light vision, identification skill. Spell runes, second ring water element enhancement technique, entry level 53%, second ring water healing technique, entry level 10%, first ring weakness technique, entry level 6%, one ring water blade skill, entry level 9%, zero ring secret rune, entry level 22%. The above reflects the progress in Udi's abilities over the past 6 months. Notably, the panel's information has become more detailed, even specifying the proficiency of each spell, which was previously absent. Regarding spells, after acquiring the second ring water healing technique used for healing injuries, Udi didn't seek new spells from Catan and the Higland family, opting instead to trade materials from demons and beasts for 142 subordinate magic crystals. These subordinate magic crystals haven't been consumed yet, but preserved to attract elements and enhance his magic refinement speed. Once his mage level reaches level 5, allowing him to learn third ring spells, he plans to trade these magic crystals through Catan with the Higland family. Chapter 44-43, Power Development. Because the opponent's strength was still a mystery. According to the intelligence brought back by Shiji, the individual strength of the 50 or so warriors of the opponent who went out this time was around level 3 to 4, and the leader of this troop rode a triangular dragon, which should be the sub-dragon knight profession that has been passed down among the wild dwarves. The leader's strength was definitely at the level of a mid-level professional. If this was the core combat force of the wild dwarves clan, even without Udi's intervention, the dragon descendants under his command could solve it. However, it was obvious that this speculation was unreasonable. Since even the wild dwarf sub-dragon knight had come out, it proved that this wild dwarf clan still had a relatively complete heritage. Heritage represents time, history, and foundation. However, the population of this wild dwarf clan should not be too large, otherwise, with the Black Blood Valley only a few dozen kilometers away, it wouldn't have taken so long to discover them, Udi mused. But Udi quickly overturned this guess. This speculation is too hasty. If the cave passage to the opponent's lair leads to a valley with extremely rich resources and vast area, then hiding thousands or tens of thousands of wild dwarves would be easy. There's no way not to be cautious. The highest mortality rate in the dragon's legacy is during the adolescent and youth stages of a black dragon. Take the tall material plane where Udi was born, for example. Throughout the plane, at least double digits of dragons of this age group die each year. The reason is quite simple. At this stage, black dragons no longer have the protection of the dragon mother, and their body size is no longer small like juvenile dragons, which can still hide and grow. The amount of food a black dragon requires at this stage is no small figure. Needing food naturally requires contact with the outside world, be it through massive hunting or gathering followers to establish territory. The possibility of exposure increases significantly. However, at this stage, black dragons aren't particularly strong, so once their whereabouts are leaked, many greedy hunters will be attracted. Not only humans want to become dragon slayers, aside from the good faction, the vast majority of intelligent creatures are eager to slay a giant dragon. From head to tail, dragons are excellent magic materials. It's only when they reach adulthood that the mortality rate of black dragons significantly decreases. After all, the biological level of adult black dragons reaches above level 15. Even if they don't learn other professions, just by relying on their dragon body, dragon breath, and awakened magic-like skills, it would be challenging for even 3 or 4 master-level professionals of the same level to slay a dragon successfully. If this black dragon has learned other professions, the difficulty of dragon slaying becomes even greater. Therefore, only those of legendary level can claim to have the absolute strength to slay an adult black dragon, or at least a very strong master-level professional could do so. Udi stopped pondering and summoned his 3 contracted dragon descendants via spiritual connection. A moment later, Shiji, Kaldan, and Mondo arrived at the edge of the waterfall pool. Suddenly, the pool trembled, and a muscular, visually powerful black dragon shot out of the water like an arrow. Water splashed off the black dragon's body, flowing down. With a bang, the black dragon landed in front of the three, overlooking them. Its cold and indifferent dark yellow slit pupils scanned over them slowly. A black light flashed, and the spell-like ability identification skill was used by him. Black Blood Tribe Chief, Cobalt Shiji Black Blood, Biological Level Tier 5 High, height increased from 2 meters a while back to 2.2 meters now. Green Forest Tribe Chief, Goblin High Priest Kaldan Green Forest, Biological Level Tier 4 High, Mage Professional Level Tier 6 Initial, height increased from 1.6 meters a while back to 1.8 meters now, skin taut and full, muscles bulging everywhere. The 80-centimeter long magic staff in his hand paired with such a stature appeared somewhat peculiar. Didi felt that Kaldan wielding a 2-meter long giant iron hammer would be more suitable than this small stick. Finally, Didi's gaze settled on Mondo. His dragon brow slightly raised, and a hint of surprise flashed in the enormous dragon eyes. Mondo's biological level had now increased to Tier 6 Initial, higher than Shiji's. But this didn't surprise Odi, as the giant demon's foundation was inherently stronger than the kobold's. Moreover, Mondo was a somewhat gifted giant demon. The surprising aspect for Odi was the way Mondo's height had skyrocketed as if it had been on growth hormones. Initially, Mondo's height was 4 meters, which was already quite excellent among the giant demons. After being granted the power of the dragon vein by Odi, his height increased to 4.2 meters in 2 to 3 months. Now, after more than half a year, Mondo has grown to 4.7 meters tall. It might not sound significant, but just imagine a standard floor height of only 3.2 meters. A 4.7-meter muscular giant standing in front of a building, with a human on the second floor staring into its eyes, gives an idea of how terrifying this height is. A tiger at its feet would look no more menacing than a docile cat. Is it an atavistic bloodline, or does the feast talent effect manifest more prominently in the giant demon race? Didi speculated silently. The feast talent, besides enhancing the physical body, also allows the body to continue growing larger. This was the main reason Didi, at just over 2 years old, had grown from over 2 meters long to his current length of over 9 meters. Regardless, it was good news. At the same biological level, a 3-meter physique unquestionably can't match a 4-meter one. It's like comparing ordinary, elite, and boss templates in games. Applying it to reality, humans are ordinary templates, dragons are boss templates, and Mondo, at present, might barely be considered an elite template. This interruption broke Odi's train of thought. He turned his gaze to Shiji and asked. Haven't checked on the tribe's development in a while, Shiji. Report to me. Shiji nodded respectfully, organized his thoughts briefly, and began speaking. Master, I'll start with the Black Blood tribe. The current population of the Black Blood tribe has reached 1,152, among which there are 420 adult kobold warriors. Of these, 302 are Tier 1 kobold warriors, 73 are Tier 2, 43 are Tier 3, and 2 are Tier 4. The Green Forest tribe's population has reached over 3,200, with over 1,300 adult goblin warriors, including over 800 Tier 1 goblin warriors, 300 Tier 2, 162 Tier 3, and 39 Tier 4. Among the 39 Tier 4 goblin warriors, 7 big goblin warriors are not far from Tier 5. Lastly, the giant demon race, with Zamengzaku entering level 5 not long ago. Additionally, over the past half year, more than a dozen outsider giant demons have sought refuge under Mondo. Their strength is generally at level 4 now.